Hey, what is going on, everybody? How are you? Anyway, nah, I'm just messing around. Hope you guys are doing good. Happy Saturday to everybody. I hope you, wherever you are, everybody's comfortable. Things are going good for you and the families. Um, and I just hope that whatever you want in life comes to you. You know what I mean? Whatever you're working for, or if you're thinking about working towards something, you decide to pursue it and get it done because time flies. You know what I mean? There's no time to waste. Just go ahead and do it. Why not? Um, let's see. It's a gloomy Saturday over here in New York, and it looks like we are currently cloudy skies. It's gonna rain later in the evening. We're at what? This camera is rocking crazy today. 73 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 81. So not too bad, not too bad. But we are rocking and rolling. Thank you guys for being here and rocking with me. I appreciate y'all. Let me lift this up a little bit. Maybe that'll help this camera. This camera's tripping. It's time for a new camera. I've said it, but it's gonna happen, guys. All right. Yeah, so yeah, man, I'm excited. It's been a really exciting week. I've been on cloud nine. It started with the Mikal Bridges trade, then the re-signing of OG Ananobi, and you know, it just then the NBA draft. So it's been really fun, really exciting. Nice to see the Knicks moving in the right direction, or continuing to move in the right direction, should I say? Because they've been doing it. They've been doing a fantastic job these past couple years. So it's great to be a part of that movement, like to be a fan of that movement, should I say? Um, and I apologize. I hope everything goes well today for the stream, guys. But I'm noticing my land wire. You guys know Ethernet cords, or I mean, maybe you don't. Not everybody's familiar with an Ethernet cord, but whatever. It's the cord that people use for the internet when you're plugged into, you know, uh, a landline or whatever, or whatever setup you got at work or at home. Anyway, the little piece of the plug, that little clip part, the little part broke off. So when you put the wire into something, it's not holding tight, and it's kind of you know, loose. And so I couldn't do that because then the stream was going to be, going in and out. I would be losing connection. So I'm on Wi-Fi. So hopefully the show goes okay today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate everybody who's tuned in on YouTube as well as X and viewing on Facebook. Thank you guys today. Happy Saturday. Happy Nick fandom. Rather than my usual just go right through the names and get the show started, I'm still gonna do that, but I want to do something real quick first. Um it's just my own thing. It's not necessarily for I don't want to necessarily make it a big part of the show. We've talked about this gentleman in the past. Um and so I don't want it to seem like the whole show is geared towards him, nor do I want all of the Nick fans to have to feel they have to weigh in on him once again. So this is just my thing. So just bear with me for a little bit because I just want to get through this. So I just wanted to take a quick minute to address something that it continues to bother me. I understand media better now than I've ever understood it in the past. I get it that there are jobs to do. There are reasons why people go up and down with their opinions about teams and players. There's reasons why people try to stoke the fire and create sensationalized uh, agendas and topics that they know are going to get people hot and bothered and in uproar. I get all of that. And of course, I am drinking my morning cup of Joe. So, but with regards to Stephen A, I'm talking directly to you, sir. I don't know why, you know, you continue to uh, go back and forth with your Nick fandom. Now, I understand you're in a different place right now, right? So maybe at a certain time in the past, you felt a certain way about certain things. I mean, you are an analyst, right? You host great shows with tons and tons of viewership. It's the reason why I think you are maybe the highest paid media person in sports. I'm not sure, but you're definitely right up there. But if you say that you are a Nick fan, you know, it would make sense that you actually like the team, want the team to have success, and you want nothing but the best for the team. That's what I would think as a fan of any team. But I have an issue with you because you have continued in the past to belittle the New York Knicks and make them the butt of your jokes, as well as, allow others, like you basically inciting the violence. You're allowing others to come in and make jokes of the New York Knicks. So it's one thing if you make a joke, right? It's kind of like that whole saying, if I make a joke about somebody close to me and my family, that's cool, I made the joke. But when you start making a joke, now it's an issue. I never hear that from you, Stephen A. I never hear you say, okay, well, I was joking about the Knicks, but I think you're taking it a little too far. This is still a professional basketball team who goes out there every night and gives 1,000% effort and tries to get a win for our fans. I don't hear that from you. I hear you joining in with the jokes and always playing up, hamming it up for the people out there that can't stand New York or can't stand the New York Knicks, for example. And I never felt good about that. It always bothered me. Um, and so that's why I've always had a beef with you personally. And I would say that, listen, you have a right to defend yourself. Well, you don't have to speak to me at all. But if you felt the need to, my platform is open. I don't need an hour of your time. I don't need 30 minutes of your time. If you had 20 or 10 minutes, you're welcome to come to the show. Come to Still Nick Fans. We'll talk. It could be a 10, 15, 20-minute segment. You can, I mean, listen, if I can't, allow you to see my point as whereas I feel like you are not doing Nick fans any justice by the way you fan, then I rest my case and I will never talk negatively about you again. But I have a feeling that after I'm done, you'll understand not only just my side of it, but the rest of Nick fandom and how we feel about how you treat our New York Knicks. I've watched you for many years, feel certain ways about the Knicks, their draft picks, their movements, and stuff like that. And like I said, once again, I understand media. You have a job to do and you're great at it. But as a fan myself, sometimes things cut a little deep. Sometimes you just feel like, wow, are you hurting the cause more than you're helping it? So I just wanted to throw that out at you, Stephen A. You know what I mean? Because I just think that it's time. You know what I mean? I don't care what anybody else is doing. I don't see nobody else calling you out and saying we need to talk about this right now. I'm telling you, I'm doing it. And maybe I'm too little for you to even address, but I'm doing it nonetheless. So whenever you feel like it, by all means, listen, I'm at Still Nick Fans. You know what I mean? My Gmail, all that stuff is easy to find. I'm on Twitter. You can find me easily. We could always chop it up if that's something you want to do. But the most interesting thing I saw the other day that I wanted to address with regards to you is this. Let me see if I got a little video here that I can share. This little share screen. Uh Yeah, because it's one of them things. I think this is you, Stephen A. Right, and shout out to Hang Time NBA. This is where I saw the video, so I'm just gonna play this real quick. It's real small. Okay.
Villanova doesn't have a real NBA prospect on their squad.
That was it. Nice and quick, nice and easy. So that was Stephen A. His take on the Villanova Wildcats back in 2016. All right, 2016. Villanova doesn't have a real NBA prospect on this squad. Flash to 2024. We have moved in the right direction like this with 4 Villanova Wildcats on the team. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Um, and like I said, I've said before, I understand people have a job to do. As an analyst, you know, covering things, you're not always right, but you said that with such conviction. That's why I didn't want to just put this up here because it just shows your words. It doesn't show your vocal inflection and how you delivered that. You delivered that with such conviction. It's almost like you knew for a fact that what you were saying was true. I don't know what to say, Stephen A. Don't know what to say. But I think that's something we need to talk about, Stephen. Mr. Smith, by all means, you are welcome. Like I said, I know I'm not going to your platform, never, but that's okay. I don't need to go there. Like I said, you can always come here and rock out with my 2600, almost 2700 subscribers. We would love to hear from you. As a Knick fan to another Knick fan. See what I did there? All right. Well, thank you, Stephen A, for your time. Have a great rest of your Saturday. That's back to the regularly scheduled programming, y'all. So let me say what's up to the 127 people that are here across all platforms. Shout out to y'all. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. It is great to see you guys this morning. Mr. Walter Blackman in the building. Salute, my brother. I appreciate you. Good morning. I hope your family is doing well as well, man. Damn it. I'm not a big fan of this camera. It's doing this little flicker thing. It's constantly auto adjusting. You can't change settings on it. This is bad. I'm sorry, guys. One day I'm gonna get it right. I'm working on it. Yeah. Walter says we finally have a legitimate point guard in Kolek to back up Brunson. I like this guy. I like him. We're gonna talk about him. I like him. There's something about him, man. I don't care that his Wonderlic score was one of the worst ever. I don't care about that. You know what I mean? Because people have their skills and their abilities, and if they're good at something, they're good at something. What they're not good at, they're not good at. But if it doesn't affect what they're good at, then I don't care. I don't care. You can't tell me that, when I watch this guy and I see that he's got a sweet shot, you know what I mean? He's very consistent with it. He has great court vision. He makes fantastic passes. He led the NCAA in assists. What does that have to do with his Wonderlic? Did he not know where to find guys on the court? Did he throw the ball out of bounds all the time, making dumb decisions? Did he not know how to shoot the basketball? Like, I don't care. Sometimes we go a little too far and overlook not we overlook players or athletes that are very good at what they do. I could understand the Wonderlic being important for a NFL quarterback, for example, because an NFL quarterback has to do so much out there on the field. They've got to know all the plays. They got to know even plays that don't really matter to, like, they're not their plays. They got to know wide receiver plays, everything, running back plays, because they got to know how everything is moving so they can orchestrate. But and I get it, he's a point guard. But if he goes out there and you can see that he knows what he's doing out there on the floor, well, what are we talking about? Let's stop shortchanging kids or young men, should I say, for things that, maybe matter in different circumstances, but don't matter in this. You know what I mean? I'm happy that he fell to the New York Knicks when they got, and the Knicks still had to move up because they weren't sure that he was going to stay there, so they took him when they could. But that young man should have been drafted in the first round. It just is what it is. Unless there's some other stuff that I don't know about him, some extracurricular stuff off the court that he's into, I don't understand why he would drop that far. But whatever. Maybe they'll prove me wrong later in life, and I don't know. But I just think sometimes these scouts, they might overlook some really good young talent out there for different reasons that don't always apply. They apply in certain circumstances, but not every circumstance. All right. Shout out to Dwayne Dennis in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. He said, wow, just amazing. The front office has done an amazing job putting this team together. I hope that we're able to retain both IHart and McBride. Too bad OG Anunoby didn't take 207 or 205 or 200. Instead of 212, so that we had enough money to keep IHart in a Knicks uniform. It really doesn't matter, bro, because there's a certain there's a certain amount of cap space that you have that's allocated to this particular season. And this is the season that it matters. And OG took an ascending contract anyway. Apparently, he's going to get paid like 35, 36, or 37, somewhere around there for this first year, somewhere around there. So it's not like he's getting paid the 42 this year. It's going to be ascending. So his money is not necessarily the issue that's affecting what the Knicks can do. There's other stuff going on. It is what it is. The front office should give IHart's wife a high-paying job at MSG to help supplement his contract. If he stays and gives the team a hometown discount, I mean, you never know. I mean, at the very minimum, they should use her for New York Knicks ads. She's a fantastic model. If you guys have seen her, look her up. I don't know her name off the top of my head, but why not? That makes a lot of sense. And I don't think that's like nepotism or anything. We have advertising stuff that we like to do. She is a person who models, and she models, she gets paid well for modeling. Why not? Wonder Woman in the building. Salute, Wonder Woman. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Always good to see you out here with us in these streets and helping fight crime. She said, good morning, Ron and chat. Hope everyone is doing well. Yes, good to see you. My guy, Andios. I appreciate Andios so much, man. Every day with his great words of encouragement. His affirmations are fantastic every day. Shout out to you, my brother, and I appreciate you for always being someone who brings positivity to the chat. And that's why you're a moderator with me. I mean, you do it anyway. So I said, why not? He said, good morning, peace, love, blessings to us all. Hit that like and subscribe to the channel and enjoy the show. Thank you, Andios. Appreciate you, brother. JJ's in the building. Salute, JJ. He says, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. I gotta say, seeing how cheap Pelicans got Dejounte Murray from makes me think maybe that. No, don't do it. JJ, don't do what other fans do, bro. You need your peace in your life, bro. You need your peace. Don't do it. He says, for makes me think maybe that would have been better route for us. Got him on a no, because Dejounte Murray, and I've said this before, Dejounte Murray is not a great fit for this New York Knicks team. I did feel comfortable about bringing him in at one point, but I always said that there was something about him that really concerned me. And I'm going to say this to you guys again. Dejounte Murray doesn't want to be a number 4 option. He doesn't want to be a number 3 option. He doesn't even want to be a number 2 option. He will be, but he doesn't want to be. Dejounte Murray wants to be the number 1 option. Okay. And in the New York Knicks, he would not be the number 1 option. No shape, form, or fashion. Right. Could he move up to a number 2? Maybe if he just balls out better than Julius. But no, most likely he'd be the number 3 option. That's not what he's looking for. He was the number 2 option in Atlanta. He's not happy about that. You know what I mean? So why would he want to be a lesser option here? Now, granted, you have a better chance of possibly winning a championship here, but still, like, he is who he is as a player and wants to develop and excel at what he wants to do. You can get somebody to come in and be happy in the interim, like bring him in. It's exciting times and we got Dejounte Murray. Look at this team. We're stacked. After a few games of Dejounte not getting the ball and watching other people score and not being a part of the action, people's demeanor changes. Whereas a Mikal Bridges, he is the type that, he's been the number one option with the Nets and looked good when he first got there. But then he realized how tough it is to be a number one option, and he started to struggle. And the defense is, acclimated to his game and made it really difficult for him. So I would think he could probably admit that he's not a number one option. He may be good enough to be a number two, but technically he's probably better suited as a number three option, right? And he was that for Phoenix. And Phoenix did really good stuff. They didn't get to the pinnacle and win the championship, but they had some really good seasons when he was in that role with them. So that's why I think he fits better for the Knicks. Plus, let's not forget that all his close friends from college are here, and he loves these guys, loves to play with them. That's another reason why he's a better fit, because he will, as what Dante and what Josh Hart do. They acquiesce to what Jalen's got going on, and if Dante's going good, Jalen will say, "Oh, let him go." You know what I mean? Like, you feel more comfortable in the scenario to let these guys do their thing, and there's no selfishness going on. It's just a better fit, guys. And yes, the Knicks had to pay a Knicks tax. Let's think about this for a second, okay? Atlanta was having an issue with their roster, right? Dejounte has already said publicly, even if you want to believe it or not, that tweet that went out there said that he felt the organization promised him certain things and it didn't happen. That's what I got from that tweet that he sent out earlier in the year. So Atlanta obviously had issues with Dejounte, him not being happy there. So they want to get rid of him. You get it? They want to move him. You could tell also by what they took to get him off the team, right? I'm not saying Dyson Daniels is bad or Larry Nance is a scrub, but in comparison, it's not a lot, right? And 2 first-round picks, whatever it is. But that shows you there's a difference there. Atlanta needed to figure out what they were going to do with Dejounte Murray. The Nets didn't necessarily have to get rid of Mikal Bridges. They could have figured out a way to make it work if they surrounded him with some talent and made him happy. Now, they couldn't do that, so obviously he went to them and told them what he's saying he didn't really make a big deal about it, but he obviously must have said something to them and let them know that he wasn't re-signing. But even if he wasn't re-signing, guys, does that handicap the Nets? No. All right, we got you on the contract for the next year or two, whatever it is. You'll be a Brooklyn Net until then. They don't have to do anything. So, I was thinking about this because we talked about it, and then I didn't really go into it. But Mikal didn't really have a lot of leverage, guys. He said what he wanted. So they know that if he when he gets to that point, he's not going to re-sign with them, right? And then if you try to trade him, he's not looking to re-sign with anybody. He's going to test the free agent market at that time. Fine. That's a little bit of play in his corner, but it doesn't stop the Nets from saying, "Well, we're just not going to trade you. You'll be here for now, and then if we want to trade you, because he doesn't have a no trade clause, I don't believe. So we can send you anywhere and let them deal with it. Some teams just want a rental. He's making a certain amount of money that comes off the team's books. As long as they don't go crazy with what they're asking, the Nets could have took a lesser offer, right, just to get him off the team. And the other team will take him and say, okay, we didn't give up that much to bring him in here. We'll use him as a rental. And then when he comes off the books, he comes off the books. We didn't give that much up to get him. And then we got salary that we're going to be able to use when he comes off the books. So, I don't just want people to understand, Mikal didn't really have that much leverage. It made it seem that way, but it really wasn't. In this situation, there was no desperation. Then the other thing is, this is the Brooklyn Nets in our backyard, trading with the New York Knicks, who are going to be on all of the front pages and the back pages because of this move. They're going to make you earn it. All right. And I said this even before. I said this last year. We can get Mikal Bridges, but if we do, we're going to have to overpay. That was last year. This is nothing crazy. We knew we were going to have to overpay. So all I'm saying, guys, is don't stress it. It is what it is. We got our guy, right? And to those haters, because I'm seeing it on Twitter now, all the Brooklyn Nets fans are coming out. Oh, he's not that good. You guys got fleeced. You think No, listen. And to other teams, there's other team haters out there. I responded to one yesterday talking about, Mikal Bridges is not that good. How many players on the Knicks can get their own shot? First off, Mikal Bridges does a decent job of getting his own shot, but that's not even here, neither here nor there. Jalen Brunson is the one he was talking about. Jalen Brunson is the only one who can get his own shot. Did we forget about Julius Randle? See, this is like ignorance when people say stuff. Do you not know that Julius Randle can get his own shot? That he was unhealthy and part of the reason why we didn't make it further in the playoffs? Like, I don't understand when people talk like they know stuff, but they don't use common sense. Like, what are you talking about? What's going on here? It's too much. All right, let me get to the next. I don't understand people. Yeah, that's true too. Andio said we can't think too much, JJ. He might not have even wanted to come to New York. That's fair. I said, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if he comes here and in the honeymoon phase, once you got to get out there in the court and there's one basketball moving around and Dejounte's not getting shots and it goes back to the same feeling he was feeling in Atlanta, he ain't gonna be happy. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08 in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Let me see if I can do something with this. This is so annoying. All right. Maybe that's a little, maybe it'll stay. I don't know. Salute to you, my guy. Appreciate you. JM3 in the building. Salute. What's good? Louisiana Knicks is in the building. Salute. Happy to see you. Margaret Edwards is here. Salute. My guy, Jigga Man Porto in the building. What's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Morning Brew Sports and everything you guys got going on. This is such a fun time right now. And shout out to Jigga also, man, for his, if you guys haven't checked out in the mornings at 9 a.m., his Monday through Friday, his positivity shows, man, they've been great. He's got so much little entertaining things that he pops up on the screen, makes you think and makes you feel good about yourself too going in the rest of the day. So please support Jigga, man, because he's doing something that not a lot of people are doing and don't have to do. And he's doing it anyway and entertaining by himself, trying to make us feel good about ourselves and enjoy the day, laugh, and have a good time. And really, this is just his labor of love. He really does not have to do that. He's got enough content that he's involved with that this is just something extra. So shout out to him. Appreciate you, Jigga. Okay. The camera's still funky today. It's all right. We'll get through it. Shout out to Carrie Cox. What's good, Carrie? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Let me see here. Lion of Judah is in the building. What's up, my brother? Shabbat Shalom, my brother Ron and panel. Blessings to all on this day. All praises to the Most High. Same to you, my brother. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. My guy, D-Block in the building. What's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. Salute everyone. My brother Ron. Appreciate you, bro. David Smith is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Says salute to Ron in the chat. Knicks got better and mortgaged their future for Bridges. It is an NBA title or bust in the next 3 years. Yes. Agreed. There's nothing wrong with saying that because that's what it is. That's what the Knicks are ready for. This is at some point the gloves come off and you say, okay, now we got to get down to business. We got to get it done. That's what you got to do. That's what it is. Not really, bro. Not really. The most recent update on Isaiah Hartenstein is that people are thinking that it's going to be really difficult. It went from IHart, might want to come back to the Knicks to IHart is going to get overwhelmed with offers from other clubs. It's going to be really difficult for him to turn down these offers to come back to the Knicks. And this is what I said kind of before with regards to Isaiah Hartenstein. And it's something we just have to understand and deal with. It's life, man. Look, with the OG Anunoby stuff, OG Anunoby could get offered, I think they said up to 236 or 239 million, right? But the Knicks can offer him not that much, but we could afford to offer him not that much, but we were able to give him 212, right? And 212 to 236, let's say it's 236. 212 to 236 is still a big margin, right? But it's still $200 million we're able to give him. He's never seen that amount of money before. That's 42 and a half broken down per season, whatever, right? And he gets to come back to a New York Knicks team that he was with. The fans love him. The players love him. His game elevated when he was here under Thibodeau. The defensive system and stuff works great for him. He also makes everybody on this team better. But, I'm just saying it works well for him too. You're in New York City coming from Toronto, right? So you put all that into a bubble. We just picked up Mikal Bridges, right? And you're getting $212 million. That was kind of, to me, a no-brainer. I would think OG would definitely say, I'm coming back to this. It's not like you're trying to give me pennies. You're giving me $212 million. So that's OG. IHart, on the other hand, let's not forget IHart's story. Remember what happened with him in Brooklyn? Was it Brooklyn? I think it was Brooklyn. Or at least the GM from Brooklyn. Something like that. Remember the whole thing that he got fleeced out of a bunch of money, millions of dollars, actually, that he could have been making. And he got fleeced out of it. He even went to court to try to sue for it, whatever. So IHart has left money on the table in his career that he felt he was entitled to. And he was making around $8 million, $9 million with the Knicks the last season. To go from that to play much better than that dictates, to be one of the best backup centers in the league, and then know you're going to get offered certain contracts. It's hard for me to say, even as a fan of my New York Knicks, that IHart shouldn't take the money. Like, how often are you going to? It's not like IHart is a MVP caliber player or an all-star caliber player. Like, how often are you going to be able to get this type of money to help support yourself and set yourself up for the future? This is it. This might be it. I mean, he might get another contract, but it won't be up to this magnitude. This might be it, right? So, you know what I mean? I can't, we're talking the Knicks can give him $72.5 million compared to another team can give him over $100 million or close to $100 million or a little over $100 million. That's a different thing from 72.5 to $100 million or 105, whatever it is. It's different compared to 212 to 236. That's a lot of money that man is getting. So if iHeart decides to leave, guys, we just got to wish him the best and say thank you for your time. Once a Knick, always a Knick. That's it. So that's all I can say, guys. I hope he comes back. And the other thing I wanted to say too, because there was a rumor out there talking about how the Knicks might have to move Deuce and maybe, but this is only just to get the Knicks to the 72.5 mark. You know what I mean? Like, there's still 30 million out there waiting for iHeart. If I'm the Knicks, I don't do it. And if I'm iHeart, I don't let them do it. I don't say, no, I'm going to come back. If you're offering me, say, 69 million right now, because that's all you can get to, and you're going to cut Deuce or move Deuce to give me an extra 3 million, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to let you get rid of this young kid off of our team that I'm playing with, that's my fellow teammates, just to give me an extra 3 million. No, I'm not doing it. So I think that's ridiculous. I think the conversation is dumb and it shouldn't even be talked about anymore. I don't think iHeart would want to come back to the Knicks if knowing that they had a deal in principle. This is where we're at. But just to give me an extra 3 million, you're going to have to get rid of Deuce. What? Why? Money is money. But for extra 3 million to be able to have my teammate, this young guy on the team who's still growing and learning how to be an NBA player, I'm gonna let you guys kick him off the team just to give me an extra 3 million. Nah. If we was talking about getting him off the team would give me an extra 10 or 15 million or like something like that. I don't know. Maybe my bad, Deuce, but not for no 3 million. That nah, bro. Nah, that ain't cool. All right. Shout out to Margaret Edwards. Thank you for tuning in. What's going on, Margaret? We are here. Let's go. Yes, they do still have picks. We'll talk about that too for a little bit. I don't know if what I have is updated, but I'll take a look. Shout out to Big L 139 and Lennox. We have to avoid being hard capped at the first apron, or we are not going to re-sign iHeart. Yeah, good point. Good point. Shout out to Mike Morgan in the building. Salute. What's good? Ayo, salute Knicks chat. Appreciate you. Bricks Nation, what's going on, man? Salute Ron. Salute to my diehards in the chat. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna just speed through this, guys, because I took a little time to get all that stuff out. If people want to jump on, you're more than welcome to. I'll put the link out there for those. Excuse me. Angel Torres is in the building. Salute. What's good? Salute Ron Amigo. Zigzag Jesus, man. I'm always butchered. Zigzag Zigala. Thank you. I think I got it. Salute, brother. He said, salute, Ron. Salute to the chat. What's going on? Corey Lee in the building. Salute, Corey. Appreciate you. Salute, Ron, all my Knicks family. Okay. Speed. Illmatic's in the building. What's good? Said good morning, Ron. I can't, man. I can't. He just can't do it. He just knows how to get under my skin. I don't know. Cowboys in the building. He's a bum. Don't waste your time. I hear you. I you know. I just want to be able to talk to this man. This just come on, man. Let me just talk to you. Like, this ain't right, brother. Sherwin's in the building. Salute. Good morning, Ron. I understand where Stephen Smith is coming from. He's a real Knicks fan with a passion. What? Sherwin, listen, if I can get Stephen A to come on the show, you're welcome to come on the show too, so I can let you hear a piece of my mind as well, brother. I don't think you're understanding, Sherwin. If I'm at your job, for example, and you are busting your hump, right? And you're doing what you can do to the best of your ability, right? But then we have a couple other people on at the job that are doing your same numbers, but maybe doing 20% better, right? And they consistently do it. If I'm in a meeting, would it be right for me to say, shout out to all you guys, pull it in that extra 20%? And for those who aren't, do better. Would that sound good? Would you feel good about that if you was in a meeting, right? You know, you're busting your hump, you're giving it all. Listen, people are different. There's some people that just do things easier. Other people have to work really hard to get that same output, right? Would you feel good if you was in a meeting, in a job, and that's how they talked around you or about you? No, I don't think you would. And the Knicks, it's what Stephen A does with this New York Knicks team is to another level. And what he has allowed other people to get away with and do and promote on his show is to another level. So that's why I say it. It's nothing wrong with having an opinion. If you're a tough fan and you're not happy with some of the moves that the Knicks make or do, you have every right to criticize them. But he doesn't just criticize them. It's belittling. Get it? It's belittling. You don't belittle. These are men, right? And even if this was the WNBA and these are women, these are grown adults. You know what I mean? You're talking about them like if nothing else matters, like if they don't go out there and bust their hump and be away from their families to go do a job, which they're getting paid really well for, but still, they're still doing it. They're still people, right? And we're talking about them and creating a narrative and running with the narrative and allowing other people to come on the show and cultivate that same narrative. So then the rest of the NBA and the rest of the world is like, yeah, the Knicks stink. You saw Stephen A the other day, yo, they was killing the Knicks. And that's funny, but it's cool at the time. But you guys don't understand that this goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And then it becomes narrative. That's it. The Knicks stink. They always stink. They'll always stink. You get it? And it's not even just that. That's still just one piece of it. It's if I'm a Knicks fan, I can't be mad at every single move that the Knicks do. I have to give it a chance. I got to see what the hell they're doing. I may voice my opinion, like, I don't know about that one, but we'll see. That's me. I don't know about that one, but we'll see. And then if it looks good, hey, y'all was right about that one. Now I got you. Now I know the type of stuff that you guys are thinking. So now I can rock with y'all because y'all been making moves and I see how it pays off. When does Stephen A get to that point? Stephen A gets mad. They probably still mad we don't got Donovan Mitchell. I mean, he was happy we got Macau, yes. But this is my thing with him. He picks and chooses when he wants to be happy. Just like the point about the Villanova guys, how there's no NBA player among the bunch, and all of them are NBA players, and all of them are on the Knicks team now. And he says they're moving in the right direction. Come on, Sherwin. Come on, buddy. Delano Steele Jr. in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Lady and the Chef in the building. What's going on? Good to see you. Please, if you guys haven't already checked out Two Knicks Chicks and support them. I have been trying to get them on the show so we could chop it up. But it just a lot of things have popped up, but it's gonna happen, Lady and the Chef, to you and Diva Locks. We're gonna get it. Though. We're gonna get it. It's gonna happen. Okay, so Billy Goat is in the building. Salute. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Delano. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. LD's in the building, screaming F. Yeah. Yeah. Screaming F Smith. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, well, screaming F Smythe, either way. Thanks, Angel. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, listen, I don't even want to get into Colin Cowherd, but let me tell you, he's disappointed me too. Cowherd actually used to be a fan or a media person that I liked watching because he used to say some stuff that made sense. When everybody else was saying some wild stuff, he was actually saying some really good stuff. He's changed. But you know what? Once again, like I said, I understand media. Ratings and stuff make you do things that you wouldn't normally do otherwise, and that's a part of the game. I get it. Listen, let me tell you guys right now, if BSPN called me tomorrow and said, listen, Ron, we see what you're doing on Still Nick Fans, we would love to have you on the show, give you your own slot, you think I'm going to turn them down? I'm not going to turn them down. Now if I get on the show and they tell me, well, look, I know this is how you feel, but we need you at some time to be a little controversial and say stuff, I don't know how I would feel about that. But if they're paying me, I would have to say, guys, listen, I'd be in a side group chat. What I said earlier today, don't necessarily look at that as law. All right, you know what I mean? I don't know what I would say. I don't know. Nah, I'm just joking, but for real, I can't. If media is media, I know it's a circus. I get it. So if you're a part of it, like I said, there's certain things you're going to expect. I'm learning more. I'm getting more patience with these media people that I understand. Some of them don't necessarily believe everything they're saying or feel what they're saying. So I get that. But my issue with Stephen A. Smith is deeper than that, and it goes for years. So this is not like, oh, he said one thing the other day. I don't necessarily think he agrees with that, but I know he had to say it for the show. No, this is every show. This is every year. This is everything the Knicks do. So nah, I'm not giving Stephen A the pass on that. Okay. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute, Animal Lex. Appreciate you. Knicks will be 2025, 26. Hey, yeah, that's right. Now your name is rocking. Let's go, baby. Stephen A doesn't know ball. I'm no fan of Whitlock, but he's been exposing Stephen A like crazy. Yeah, Whitlock is another one. I don't like him at all. He will tell the truth about others, though. That's what he will do. Oh man, now it's a show, bro. Now it is a show. My guy Mega NYK is in the building. Salute and blessings to my guy Ron in the chat. Salute to you, brother. I'm happy to see you. It's good to see you in the chat, bro. I hope you're doing well, man. D Grant is in the building. Salute. I'm just gonna speed through, guys, because I there's 214 people watching concurrently. They like to use that concurrently. You like that? That's a big word. Fabian Williams is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Mets 2128. What up, Mets is in the building. My guy, Guard Up Knicks Apollo in the building. Salute. What's good? Please support Guard Up Knicks on YouTube. Show them some love. Their channel. Man, they've always been giving it to you real. They're a fun bunch of guys, man. I can't wait till New York Knicks season gets up and running again, and all our content creators are back doing their thing, man. Shout out to a member of the channel, Deron Wayne in the building. Other teams not able to talk with free agents until June 30th. Okay, good to know. Building blocks in the building. Salute. Ron, did Dejounte ever say out loud that he wanted to be a number one option? No. What he said in his text was that the organization promised him that he would be a bigger part, have a bigger role on the team. Type in Dejounte Murray in your Googles or on Twitter and see if it pops up. You'll see it in the text. He was promised certain things from Atlanta. What does that tell you? I'm not making it up, and I'm not saying that he said it verbatim. I'm just telling you, he pointed those. There's a text out there that he said he was promised certain things and a bigger role with the team, right? And none of those promises have come to fruition. So what would that tell you? And if that's the case, if he was promised a bigger role with the team and that's what he wanted, right? Um, let's not forget that when he was with Greg Popovich, Popovich wanted him to run a certain system of style of play. He wanted to be open and, to be able to go out there freely and do his thing, right? Does that sound like somebody who wants to be behind other people? When Rayford Trey Young got hurt and Dejounte Murray won 2 or 3 games at the last second with those buzzer beater shots, and he was pointed to his chest and showing you that he's the guy. What is he trying to tell you? Did he shoot those shots and be like, I'm the backup? I'm the third option. Oh man, I'm on one today. I'm sorry, building blocks. I'm not trying to come at you, but I'm feeling this coffee got me hyped up. I feel like Eru is rubbing off on me. That's an Eru move right there. What am I doing? Shout out to Eru. Chibao 1964. I think I said that right. I don't know. I would trade Mitchell McBride all first-round picks for the one and only Lauri Markkanen from Utah if Isaiah is not staying with us to win a championship. Yeah, but the problem is Lauri Markkanen is not he's not a center, like a traditional center. Like he don't give you that center vibe that you're looking for. And it's not like he's a great defender either. Why would you trade like more of a traditional center that gives you the rebounding and defense for someone who's more offensive based? It kind of takes away from because you got to have, and especially if you're talking about IHart not coming back, and then you want to trade Mitchell Robinson as well. Now you got no defensive presence at center. Now I don't know about that one. I hear where you're going, but that one's a rough one, buddy. I don't know, man. My brother, I don't know. that might put us in a little bad spot. We still got to be able to stop people. And there's bigs out there to tear the league up. We got to be able to try to stop these guys. All right. Okay. I think hey, my guy Kareem Grant in the building. What up, twin? The new Knicks City and squad in the building. Please support Organic Fanatics podcast and show them some love on YouTube. Coach Sires in the building. Salute. My guy Keith Turner is here. What's good? Salute. All right. Johnny Davis is in the building. What's good? I like this because I'm going through the chat showing y'all love, but I'm also reading certain things to kind of see where you guys are at. Where's your headspace? Ankra 99 in the building. He said bye iHeart. I hear you, bro. Jabroni Z in the building. A lot of people in the media are willfully ignorant when it comes to the Knicks. That's true too. Okay, my guy 713 Gamer in the building. What up, Fliggity? Yo. Jet Life for Life in the building. Salute. I think I said what's up to D Grant in the building already. Salute. Appreciate and shout out to 713 Game, a member of Still Knick Fans. Appreciate you, brother. HP Carlos in the building. Salute. Guard Up Knicks. I said what's up to them. Jigga. Okay. Ace That Ninja in the building. He's a 76ers fan, Stephen A. I know he grew up and he was a beat writer for the Philadelphia 76ers for many years, and that's why he has that Allen Iverson connection that he always used to bring up back in the day. I get it. JW in the building. What up? He says, shout out to you, Ron. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. All right. Kerry Cooper in the building. Salute, Kerry. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. All right. Darren Hood in the building. Salute, Darren. Appreciate you. Marlon Khan in the building. What up, Marlon? Yeah, I saw Brunson and Halliburton on SmackDown, man. They were hamming it up. Good for them, though. Listen, guys, when you get these opportunities to do stuff that you normally wouldn't do, you don't got to get hurt. You don't got to really do nothing too crazy. Just go out there and perform a show. Why not? It brings more attention. And now, you know what? How we talked about how we got to do better as fans for Jalen Brunson, like with regards to the All-Star voting, how he should have gotten more votes from New York. Stuff like this is going to put him on the radar, on the map. Now, all them little kids be like, "Oh, Jalen Brunson." They all gonna be like, "Yeah, I like him." This is good. This is good stuff. Jay Call's in the building. Check my head. Money running everything. It's a fact, man. They were talking about it the other day. Like, for example, a player is getting 50 million per year with regards to how the current cap is and stuff. It all is just everything's going up. That's all it is. All this money is just going up and up and up and up. AP in the building. Salute. What's good, brother? He said, we are fans to them. That's their job. I enjoyed working for one company for 9 years. Something came calling, more money, better security. I left no second thoughts. That's what you got to do sometimes. It's what it is. I mean, like I said, I hope iHeart stays, but listen, I'm not going to be mad if the guy leaves. Once again, he already was cheated out of money in his career. And so if this is the time for him to get paid, he's got to get paid. Wish him the best. Dwayne Dennis in the building. Salute, Dwayne. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Oh, yes. And please smash that like button. I got caught up in my rants. Please smash the like button if you haven't already done so already. It supports the show. It takes you 2 seconds, and it really helps us continue to grow and keeps us on the algorithm. It looks a little something like this. Yes, so please hit that like button now if you haven't already done so. Once again, people who may be tuning in, I apologize. I hope the stream is going well. I run into an issue. My wire for my landline or for my land wire broke, so I'm doing this show on Wi-Fi. So I hope it is decent for y'all. All right. King Ribby in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Juan B is here. Salute, Juan B. Said respect to Ron in the chat. I did start with Stephen A. Some fans probably say the same things before even Stephen A. His show is produced. It's all created for entertainment. I get it. But I'm just saying, as a fan of a real fan, there's certain things like, you got to give your team credit and you got to let people know, listen, that's still my team. All right. Yeah. They made some dumb moves, but it is what it is. They're my team. King Ribby in the building. What's good? Appreciate you. Let me put this link out there. I already see I have one person backstage. Okay. Yeah, he said we got Macau, but we need 2 more pieces, man. That's crazy. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. L, damn it, in the building. A member of Still Nick Fans. She says, smash that like button. Thank you, L. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Q Burrow, Mad Thorough. My brother's in the building. Salute. What's good? He's not my real brother, but we're all brothers. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. Shout out to my guy Guillermo, Legion of Knicks podcast. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Shout out to Paris Doug in the building. I think it's okay to dislike Stephen A, but I cringe when I see hate shown on almost every brother who makes it by crossing over with their product. Stephen A has to sell his shtick. It's an act. I get it. Listen, Stephen A ain't hurting, man. I think he's in line to negotiate a $20 million per year contract. My little words is definitely not affecting Stephen A's bottom line. So I just got to let it be known because it bothers me as a fan. I think if you're a fan, eventually certain things going to hit you in a certain way that you're like, come on, man, come on. But other than that, let me get these guys up here. Let's chop it up. Hey, oh man, look at it start to fill up that in this little backstage. I'm loving it. All right. Shout out to Greg Jones. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to wait, I just missed him. There he goes. Philip Ware in the building, executive of the year already. Yeah, Leon we trust. He's doing things. All right, let me get my guys in here. Boom. Hey, boom. Hey, boom. Yeah. Hey, what up, Apollo? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Ron.
What's good?
Hey, Boogie.
Boogie get his setup right. So let Boogie do his thing. 914's finest in the building. Salute, my brother. Hey, you changed your avatar. You looking like you got the money out there, baby. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
That's for
me.
A lot of
this.
Boogie,
look at this Nick Love out here. Look at this Nick Love, man. Shout out to Great Britain. That's a nice name. Dope. Okay, so let me just get you guys. First off, this has been a fantastic week for the New York Knicks. I'm out here. I'm ready to celebrate. Man, if I could throw a party, I'd throw a party. I know it's a little, throwing the party before the we've actually done
Throw the
something.
cart before the horse.
But but still, it's a great time. It's a great time. Apollo, what's your thoughts on this week, brother?
Oh man, it was crazy. It actually ruined date night for my wife when they made the Mikal Bridges trade. So she was a little perturbed. I don't know how she feels about Mikal Bridges right now. but yeah, it was crazy. I'm excited. I like the move. You know what I mean? Like I don't really care. I don't want to get too invested in what we gave up to get him. I'm glad that we got him. I'm glad that we didn't have to give up much in terms of actual pieces like talent to get him. I'm glad he's with the guys that he wants to be with. He's not Squidward anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, I like the move. You know what I'm saying? We got OG back. You know what I'm saying? I hope we can get IHart back somehow. If they can pinch pennies. If he really wants to be here that much, then we'll know. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? I just want to see how they finish out the off season and see how they round this team out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, man. This is an exciting time. Once again, guys, please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. We got 238 people watching across all platforms. We got 90 likes. Smash that like button for your boys, as my guy Hector would say. And I can say that because I got one of the originals backstage for your boys. Let me bring him up now, but let me get over to Mets. Mets, what's your thoughts? How you feel about this week? And Mets, positivity, baby. I'm gonna bring a positivity person up here, so give me positivity, Mets.
To be honest, with how things have been personally been a pain for me lately, I'm not sure I can be positive. But that said, if there was one complaint I had with how the draft played out, it was the overkill calculator Olympics. Trading away picks again, something I want to strangle Leon Rose for. To get removed, that make no logical sense. Instead of just sticking with the picks he had on hand and wasting those. I mean, we could have gotten Kolek in round 1, but no, he chose to wait until round 2 to get him. We could have gotten a better center with the 51st or 56th pick, but no, he gives that away. I'm getting fed up with that. As for the Mikal Bridges trade, I didn't really bother with it, but as for what's got my bee in the bonnet really bad, last couple of weeks has been cleaning out my dad's old house, and it's led to me suffering a shoulder pull, muscle pull.
Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah, that would put me in a bad mood.
For that. Even when I come back from my grind at Lowe's, she's having me go back from my place to that place, take out whatever crap my father pack ratted.
I got you, Mets. Well, so this is opposite day, and you tell Mets, give me something positive. He's like, this is like a SpongeBob episode. I hear you, brother. It's all right, man. It's okay. Look, Mets, you're gonna be you, all right? And I want you to be you. But this is a good time. And to your point, before I get over to Jay Boogie, let me just say, brother, you can say that you don't look, and I know Uncle Freezy wasn't happy about that either. As far as just, you want to see them draft players, you want to be excited about young talent, and the way the Knicks did it was it's not unconventional, because other teams, once we got into that second round, you started to see everybody doing it. The Knicks are just really good at it. Now, I know you may not like it. I'm gonna tell you something. Knicks are good at that trading back stuff. They figure out some stuff. We came into this draft with 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. We left the draft with 4 young players and 3 second-round picks. I don't know a lot of teams that do that willy-nilly. That's not just easy to pull off. And they left with extra cash. I think 1.5 million in cash, and in total, I think they saved about 3 million in cash. Like, what? I mean, come on, guys. It's not like
it's the same. It's the same moves we all
do
in Madden or 2K, right? You turn that setting to make the trades easy. That's what it looked like the other night, right? Here, take 2, 3 back, moving around. It was like I was in GM mode. So, I mean, for me, I wasn't mad about all the moving around. But you guys know when it comes to my takes, when it comes to the future and what trades. I don't jump into all that. I look at what we got right now, and I was so excited about what happened with OG and everything this week. I'm not upset about what happened in the draft, but I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead. My bad.
No. I mean, listen, it's fair. I just want us to, as fans, I get it. And remember, I just wanted to point this out. I went over some stuff with regards to players that the Knicks might draft at their positions. I didn't do a deep dive in this draft. You guys know in the past, I did draft shows. Like we went through European players, guys from the Congo. Like we did all types of stuff in the past because I was hyped. I was like, who knows what the Knicks are going to do? And then that was the year that the Knicks decided to trade every pick back. And we left with one guy, Trevor Keels. So I said, I don't know what they're going to do. So I'm not going to go crazy. And in this draft, they left this draft with more than I thought. I'm like, man, the Knicks might draft 2 people maybe, but I think they leave here with 1 person. We left with 4 people. I wasn't even expecting them to do that. So I'm not mad at it. And we'll get into the guys a little later, and then I'm going to get over to Jay Boogie. But we left with good talent, guys. Yes. Could it have been different? Yeah, we could have got some other guys, Mets. We could have got some other guys. And let me tell you something. This is what I want to say, because I was a little disappointed. But when you don't got the money, you don't got the money. Would I rather the Knicks have the money to get whoever they want with these draft picks in the first round and not have guys like Dante, Hart, Brunson, and these guys on my team? No, I want the guys we got. We already have a good basketball team. We made it to the second round. These guys that come into the system are probably not even going to play, unless somebody steps up in practice and we really see a need for them. These guys ain't going to get no minutes. So I'm not stressing over. The Knicks are in win now. We try to get a championship. It's championship time now, folks. So me saying that, they lost out on Ryan Dunn because Ryan Dunn was not falling to the second round. He just wasn't. Okay, it is what it is. But then you wind up drafting McCullers Jr., who is a Ryan Dunn type player. He's not Ryan Dunn, but he plays damn good defense. And the only reason his draft stock fell is because he got hurt. But he's healthy now. Hey, I'm not mad at it.
He's a better shooter than Ryan Dunn, too.
And he's a better shooter. Yes, he's had more of an all-around game.
But here's the
At
question.
the end of the day, we saved money because let's be real, Ron. You just said it. These are guys that we're not going to see right now, right? Like, and I get it, thinking about the future and all that. But why are we thinking about the future? Do you guys remember just 2 seasons ago, the future was who wants to come to New York? The future was, are we ever going to build the Nova Knicks? Holy shit, we're here. It's right now. We got the Nova Knicks. We got the moves. We got the OG. Oh, can they re-sign him? Oh my gosh. But now we want to focus on, I don't like the picks. I saw $3 million freed up based on what Ian Begley said. I saw moves that were being done to say, hey, you guys know we still need an IHart that we have to at least be in contention to put an offer for. So Dunn, France, whatever, this location, this guy, Dunn, whoever, they don't matter to me right now. Every move was made to say, hey, we have to focus on getting our guys. Don't preach, run it back, and then get mad when the moves that they're making to make run it back possible. You can't have both sides of the coin. You know what I mean?
Fine.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, I want to say one last thing before.
Took all my notes.
Oh, look at. I got one last thing.
I'm leaving.
Let me just say
Nah, man, Jigga, man. I got one last thing I wanted to say before I get over to Jay Boogie. Shout out to you, Al. Once again, please smash that like button, man. Come on, y'all. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. And what's up to more people that are popping in? I appreciate all you guys. Thank you. Please smash that like button. Woogie, what up, brother? Bars. Shout out to you, bro. One more thing I wanted to say, because this is another reason why the Knicks had to make every effort to try to at least be in contention to bring back IHart. It's not just because we like the guy and love him being a part of this team, but I saw yesterday, I don't know if it was Fred Katz who said it. I don't know. Someone said it. That it's a reliable person. Even if we're trying to be able to pay IHart $72.5 million for 5 years, whatever it is. If he leaves, it's not like we have that money to work with. If IHart leaves, the Knicks only have $5.8 million to bring in someone else. So it behooves us to try to bring my guy back over here. It's not like we can go out and get anybody else. So just think about that. Anyway, Jay Boogie, What's going on, my brother? It's good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. What's going on, bro?
Man, I'm blessed, man. Hope everybody else is in a blessed mode. If you ain't, man, you know, open up your eyes again and say thank you, God, and be blessed again. Let them bless. Let the sun shine on in, man. Let life come on in, man. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to all these gentlemen right here. My man Mets, he's ringing along. You know, the Mets did their thing. They back playing good baseball. So, you know, Mets is in a different feeling, man. And
Raise
shout out to
awareness. Lord and
yeah,
Savior of this team.
shout out to Apollo, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother right there. We got some business we get ready to take care of very, very, very soon. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to my brother right there. My brother right there from a different father. So don't even bother why I call him my brother. You know what I'm saying? It's just the father's movement. You know how they do. But man,
Miss you, bro.
it's a few things that I just wanted to share. I don't have a long time, you know, but I said, man, I haven't been up here and I finally got my internet system going. Like I needed that. I was having troubles and problems with it. But there's a few things I just want to reflect on and just, you know, bring to light, you know, far as with Leon Rose. And first thing I want to say is tell me what 6'8" and under small roster in the league is better than the five that Leon has brought to New York. Let me tell you the five that he's brought to New York. Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Dante, OG, and now Bridges. In that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 straight bangers. Bam, 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 bam. Those are the moves that Leon has made. I just wanted to throw those out there so people can reflect back on the goodness. You know what I'm saying? See, life is a seesaw. And the thing is, we on the heavy side. When you're on the heavy side, the light side goes in the air. The roster is real heavy over here. So we need to know that that positive that we got going on, this weight that's on this side right now, is putting them other ones in the air. You know what I'm saying? We're on ground. They're not on ground. This team right here is certified to go a long way and do a lot of things. You know, last season and the season before, you know, before the season started, we was kind of like wondering, like, you know, the team could be good. The team could do this. The team. This year right here, you know for a fact what this team is supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? I forget what happened last year. That's over. That's gone. They ain't even talking about the Boston parade no more. It's a new thing going on right now. And it's getting ready to start. You know, it's starting with free agency going on right now. And then we're going to jump straight into summer league. Before it's over, it's right back to the NBA, man. But, you know, this squad right here we got, man, you put together the Nova Knicks and all that, man. They kind of like remind me of the Four Horsemen. You know what I'm saying? You got Jalen, Rick Flair, Brunson, right? And then you got Ole and Arn Anderson. That's OG, and that's Julius Randle. And then you got Tully Blanchard. Who's Tully Blanchard? You know what I'm saying? Who I want to call Tully Blanchard? I guess I call Bridges Tully Blanchard. You know what I'm saying? I can't call him Tully Blanchard. But if you know about the Four Horsemen, because I know it's some wrestling fans out here, so I'm just foreshadowing. If you know about wrestling when it came to the Four Horsemen, it was 6 of them jokers. And so let me go ahead and tell you the other joker. The other joker was Barry Windham. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know who Barry Windham is, matter of fact, I'm going to tell you who Barry Windham is. That's Dante, all right? And then they had another guy, you know what I'm saying? You know who the other guy was? That was Sting. Guess who Sting is, man? That's Josh, man. If you don't know that Josh Hart is Sting, he's flying all over the place. I'm going to call him Sting. Hold up. It's another guy, but we don't know what he's going to do because we don't know if we're going to put him in the group. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Lex Luger. Who's Lex Luger? Who's Lex? That's Hartenstein. You got 7 men to the 4 horsemen, but everybody thought it was only 4. That's all the 7 characters. If you know about, you know what I'm saying, the NW, you know what I'm saying, the NWA back then and there with that wrestling. But with this squad right here, man, it's so many things we're supposed to be grateful and happy for. We worry too much about the picks. Why Leon do this? Why he do that? He doing it because he damn so felt like doing it. He doing what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate what he doing or stop, you know what I'm saying, being a Knicks fan. This guy's got us in the right direction, the right vision, the right mode, the right place. You know what I'm saying? The right, you know, everything is going on. Ain't nothing going to the left what Leon is doing. You know what I'm saying? So be happy and appreciate it of what this guy is doing, you know, far as, you know, putting his squad together, man. Because we come a long way and been through a lot of things to get to right here. And right here, man, you got to be feeling good. good. You got to be, you know what I'm saying, knowing that your team is in position. We got a great offense. We got a great coaching staff. Shout out to Mo Cheeks. He's over here. You know what I'm saying? We still got Johnny Bryant. He ain't going to Cleveland. He ain't going to Detroit. So we got 1, 2, 3, and one more, you know what I'm saying, Rick Brunson. We got 4 minds over there, you know what I'm saying? All them other guys that ain't really been doing nothing, I'm happy because I've been speaking about, I need to get this coaching staff right. And you bring in Mo Cheeks, you know what I'm saying, and Johnny Bryant's back, you know what I'm saying? That's good certified coaching, you know what I'm saying? No laptop work. You ain't got to worry about Julius smacking no laptop, none of that going on, you know what I'm saying? We got real coaching staff on the bench ready to come on and do about what they need to do. And if you know like I do, yeah, your credit should be A1. Credit should be good. You should be up in 800 because I'm going to tell you what I did for June 2026. Already on book club quarters. Y'all can stay where you at. I already on book club quarters in June because I already know what's about to happen, what we get ready to do come this season. I guess I say everybody should jump along, appreciate where the squad is at, what we doing. Be happy for your team. It's summertime. Do something for yourself. Go celebrate. Go somewhere. Take a trip. Go visit somewhere. And if what's my man name out there in Florida? You know name, he be on the
Double A.
show. Double A, and I ain't talking about the battery. Double A, I got your math in case you listen. I'm on my way out to Disney come this week, you know what I'm saying? I gotta take the little kids somewhere, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be out there in Florida. Anybody else that's in Florida, you know what I'm saying? And yo, please DM me, man. Let me know. Cause I want to meet the great people. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you, when me and when we had that event in Charlotte, and I got here with my brother right here, and I met, this man Paulo, and I met Chapman and all that. Guess what, man? It was some of the greatest conversations that we was having. After the basketball game was over on real life, you can ride around and talk about the Knicks and all that, but then sooner or later, you just got to talk about real life, see how one another. Why do I, support this guy? Why am I a fan of this guy? See, when you get inside and get to talk and communicate with some of these guys like that, you get to know more and more about these people. I don't said it before. I come to New York and I have to bring my daughter. I know it's 6 guys. It's 6 guys in New York that if I had to, I could say, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Ron, can you watch my daughter for a little while? G-Mo, can you watch my daughter for a little while? You know what I'm saying? Hardwill, can you watch my daughter for a little while? I want to go party. It's so many of these guys, you know what I'm saying? And ladies, you know what I'm saying? Can't forget the queen. She up there, queen. Can you watch my daughter for a little while? Hey, Ebony, can you watch my daughter for a little while? You know what I'm saying? It's so many people, Hey, Chef, can you watch my daughter for a little while? Just to love and appreciate that you learn to get to receive outside of basketball. That's when you know you're around good people. You know what I'm saying? You love it. It's the people, man. It's not the Knicks. It's the people. The people unify the Knicks, and the Knicks, you know what I'm saying, unify the people. But without the people, the Knicks can't be who they are. You see what they was doing, like with the pandemic, you know what I'm saying? Nobody was in there. But when the pandemic was over, we got back inside that building. Julius Randle was shocked. I didn't know the dog was like, yeah, the people, man. It's the people, man. So, man, I just want to come up here and show some love. Y'all, let you know I love and appreciate y'all, man, to the fullest, man. Y'all been doing what you're doing. Entertainment, you know what I'm saying? Providing all the information with the New York Knicks. What a great summer, man. Much love for everybody, you know what I'm saying? And give yourself a hug. Hug somebody in your house, man. If you ain't looked in the mirror this morning and said, thank you, I'm here to myself and I appreciate who you are. Take time to tell yourself sometime, yo, I appreciate you being you. I couldn't be nobody else but you. Give yourself some more support, some more appreciation for life, for who you are. You know what I'm saying? Stop putting so much love somewhere else and when you're forgetting about yourself. Because if yourself ain't here, guess what? You can't be here for the people, man. I love you all. Y'all have a great weekend, great Saturday. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to listen to y'all for a few minutes. I don't want to run my mouth. You know I go on rancid. I don't want to run my mouth and not listen to what these guys get ready to say, man. Well, you know what I'm saying? I just had to come up here and rock with my man Ron for a bit. You know what I'm saying? God bless you guys. God bless you.
Boogie, I miss you, bro.
Man.
I miss you. Like I was saying it the other day. I was like, one thing I miss about Monday, Wednesday, Friday for Knicks Morning Brew was you guys, right? Like I knew I was gonna get an Apollo dose. I knew I was gonna get Ron at least once a week. I knew Jay Boogie was gonna come close it out. So it's shit's been crazy. So I was glad you were here, man. I miss you.
Man, I love you too, man. I love you, man. Give me screen. Give me screen. Okay, pause. Get off me.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro. Jay Boogie always knows what to say, man. To bring it to me, listen. There's a human effect in everything we do, and we all humans, real life people. We go through this, but we also share the love for the New York Knicks. So yeah, it's a great time, man. We deserve this. Being a Knicks fan, it ain't easy. It's great right now. People looking at it, they reaping the benefits, especially them young people. They don't know what it's like to go through being a Knicks fan for years and watching everything go down. But we here now, so let's enjoy it. This is a fantastic week. I don't know why the buzz is going off. I don't expect nothing, but whatever. So yeah, Lee, it's really going on. All right, so let me do this. Hey, Mets. Do you feel a little better about what's going on this next? You speak for a minute while I get up, but positive stuff, Mets.
Oh shit!
Unless it's against Stephen A. Smith, where I want to cut to the bullshit.
Did I say positive, Mets? Positive.
I was like, Ron, what are you doing? All right, Mets, give it to us, bro. Well, you know what? You give your take, and Apollo and I and Boogie will try our best to spin it to positivity. All right, it'll be like a new game.
My take is this. Well, I don't mind the Kolek take. I wish it was done sooner in the pick. I wish it was done sooner. I have no clue about the guy they got from France or what position he'll be in, which will probably be nothing more than the doghouse. And the other two picks, McCullers Jr., fine. And the last guy we got in the draft, Patari, whatever. He's just there. I mean, if it means tossing Sims to the corner, fine. I don't mind it. Because, let's face it, he's just going to be Sims' replacement on the bench anyway.
And also Daquan Jeffries and like the Akate, because that's my personal opinions. I don't think the trade is done. I think they're going to try to throw some of those end of the bench guys in there. And you got to fill those spots. You know, guys got to be on the bench too. You know what I mean? So, and not only that, like you were saying earlier, Jigga, doing that, you save money to bring back IHart because you only have $5.8 billion left. You know what I mean? If you don't bring back IHart. So as much space as you can clear to bring back IHart, you do it. You know what I mean? And I think
because it almost feels like we're in a position where that is the easier route, is trying to re-sign him than trying to find another piece if he goes. Like we're in a position where that becomes a harder move than finding the money to get IHart now, you know? So that's why I was like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Because you only have $5.8 million to do it. Like, what can you really do with that? You know, at that, and you know, you still need to say you can't. Now you're kind of forced to look for a Mitch trade now. You know what I mean? Because either that or you just keep Mitch. But we know that they're not really enamored with his health at this point. So it's like, you know, it kind of log jams.
At this point, either you get rid of Mitch and get the money to sign IHart and then move Sims to the 2 spot, which is unfortunately a stupid move because we know Sims can't block to save anything.
No.
Or
but Mets, you and I have talked about it before. I think when you came on the Morning Brew, and we've talked about Sims, right? It's you want to see something come from that kid, right? He has all the tools, he has everything there. He just doesn't have that dog in him, right? You don't see it. And as much as they try to put those clips out of him dunking and stuff, you still don't get that. Oh yeah, he's coming together. You're like, oh look, he still even looks like he's doing it. Like, I'm trying to be mean, but it's like fake. Right. But if that kid can find the dog in him, then that's again, developmental piece that we've been holding on to. Maybe he has his Deuce McBride moment next season. Right. You don't just want to get rid of that, but I'm not counting on that. I'll tell you that much.
I'm just saying at this point, it'd be the more logical move would be to get rid of him to make room for whatever his last name is, the last guy we got in the draft.
Oh,
you mean oh wait, the last guy we got.
Last guy, Ariel Ticker or something like that.
Yeah, that's that name that I'm not going to get that one right away.
Hey, real quick on Hartenstein, yo, I just wanted to say, like, you know, for him, like, we all want him to be on this squad because we know what the potential is and what it looks like with another big that can pass, defend, rebound, and can score. You know, we know he does a few different things from what Mitch does, but more importantly, we had to also recognize, we also have to know that this guy's a family man, and opportunities don't come around again if you miss it. One thing for sure, when he came here and how his game developed and what he became on his court, it was great for the New York Knicks. But every conversation that's being mentioned about him far as this money from other teams, he's deserved and earned that. And more importantly, what we have to realize, a lot of people in the league, everybody might not know, but I do know from in the past, that those type of things was going to come about, and it was going to reflect back to Nerlens Noel. And I'm sharing this now because this time has come now. And what I mean by that, Nerlens was going back and forth with Rich about some money that he made him turn down. And he was never able to see that type money again. I think it was like 61 million, something like that. Whatever the deal was, you know what I'm saying? Some money came about, whereas he turned it down because he was told he was going to get more money. Don't take this and take that. You know what I'm saying? And he never seen that type of money again. Who knows if Hartenstein is going to ever see any money like this again? Whether it's with the Knicks or whether it's somebody throwing 90, 100 mil to him, you know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at anybody that goes and get their money and secures their life, especially when you've never been in position to take care of your life. I have talked to Hartenstein before a game, and Stein, let me get a jersey. His actual words was, I can't, man. I can't. They have to pay for that. The jerseys they be giving away, they have to pay for that. So when that man told me I can't, I said, I understand. Let me get a sleeve. I can't remember who I was at the game with, what game it was, but it was in Atlanta, and he gave me a sleeve, and I lost the damn sleeve that night. But what I'm saying is, when you see guys giving away these jerseys and all that, they're solidified with that bag. But when they telling you they can't do certain things, you know what I'm saying? That's because they're not solidified with that bag, and they have to go and pay for it. So, yes, again, I want Hartenstein to be here, but I have to also respect his choice if he chooses to go somewhere else and continue to believe in the office that they're going to do something else that's going to, you know what I'm saying, help rise this team up, again. Because while Tibbs is here, he knows how to develop. And he developed Hartenstein and made him into a different type player, a warrior. You know what I'm saying? He's a different ball player from when he was at the Clippers. But when he came here, and I didn't really know of that man. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking at the screen, the bottom left corner, that's the man that really brought Hartenstein to my vision. You know what I'm saying? To my vision. I give props where props is supposed to be at. And we need to do more of that. When people do certain things, inside the community, it's okay to go back and say, that man said this, that man did this, that man brought that to attention. Because that means you paying attention to something else that somebody else is sharing. So I love to go back and let it be known, you know what I'm saying, when somebody does something. Without that man, I didn't know what Hartenstein is, but once I see what he is and I realize, what he became, I'm like, dang, man, this is what my man was talking about the whole time, man. He been telling us that, man. I didn't even know because I didn't know who this guy was. But, I'm going to sum the story up. The moral of the story is, you know what I'm saying, don't be upset if this man goes somewhere else to secure his life, his family. You know what I'm saying? What his future is. He might have kids who want to come along. Kids, that's what you're, you know what I'm saying, solidifying. The time after, you know what I'm saying, when you can't do no more. When your time is over and you can't do no more, and I ain't talking about you passed away. I'm talking about when your time is here and you can't do no more on this land, make sure the ones that are behind you are secured and taken care, and their future is bright. I'm talking about high beam bright, 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 whereas they got a future to walk into and they can say thank you, daddy, or thank you, mommy, for opening these doors for me, and you know what I'm saying, and put me in this position. And I saw it with you while you was here. You saw it with me while I was here. See everything in life that you can while you here. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always put the roses and the flowers out, you know, when I be pretty much be talking, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody deserves them now. You know what I'm saying? I don't wait till it's too long, you know what I'm saying, to buy bouquets and all that stuff when you can bouquet a person right here, right now, man. Bouquet your people right now, man. But Ron, I love y'all, man. I gotta rip and run right now, man.
Hey,
Everybody
man.
have a marvelous weekend, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always, J Boog. It's good to see you and chop it up with you. It's been a minute. Go out there, do what you got to do. Enjoy the rest
Yes,
of your
sir.
day, brother.
Yes, sir. And y'all all have a great Saturday, man. Have a great rest of your weekend, man. I love you. And I say that for real, man. I love you all. Shout out to Hard Will and his nephew going to San Antonio.
Yeah.
If he couldn't be with the Knicks, man, he couldn't be with another greater organization than being up under Popovich, because the skill sets that guy has all over again. He reminds me of when Kawhi came into the league. Couldn't really really reshoot, but had all these other tools to handle the drive, the look, you know what I'm saying, the defense and all that. It also reminded me a little bit of Dejounte Murray. And you seen what he did to those two guys. Shout out to Hartwell and his nephew, man. Castle. Yeah, I saw the castle around his neck, you know what I'm saying? Build your own castle, my guy. Build your own castle. God bless you all, man. Have a great weekend, man.
All
Peace.
right, brother. Take it easy, man.
No doubt.
All right,
Yeah, man. What a great time. What a great time to be here rocking. I definitely, man, I appreciate all of y'all jumping on and just being able to chop it up and celebrate. I just think that, you know, as fans, like we go through so much and we want the best for our teams, but when they actually doing good and there's optimism there, man, we gotta enjoy it, man. We gotta love it. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, Ron, because I was talking with you guys know Eddie, and Eddie goes off when it comes to draft picks. And so imagine Eddie after he does an Eddie's Knicks at night space, and I get the 2:00 in the morning, Eddie. Okay, you think that man ran out of F-bombs and anger? No, 2:00, right. He's still going. And I said that, I was like, I think as a fan base, and I'm not speaking for anybody, you guys know that, but I mean, we're looking at things, I think, like most NBA teams do. And what I mean is you're looking at the market. You're looking at it can't be done. How many times did we say it can't be done all season? Did you hear other media or even other content creators, the Mikal Bridges thing can never be done? Now we have Mikal Bridges. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's certain categories in this offseason, Ron, that I decided I'm going to stay away from. The either or conversation, Mitch or IHart. Why? Till it's not the option of both of them together, stop talking to me about it. Because in my mind, it's those two. Last year, no one was begging, oh my God, we need IHart. Because of all the injuries, we were able to find out what we have in all of our guys. So that topic, the either or, miss me with that one. The other one I'm tired of is the superstar, the other piece. Oh, we only got role players. I don't care what anybody says. I've got a number 11 jersey that speaks differently to me, that tells me he's a freaking superstar, okay? I've got an 11 jersey that says all that shit you guys keep snubbing him for is coming back to life. Did y'all watch WWE last night? How the hell are you doing? I was hoping Jalen took that chair, knocked the shit out of Tyrese, but whatever. That's a different topic, right?
I would have preferred tracking Halliburton's skull with that damn thing.
Oh, great. There's a big one. But the other thing is, I'm tired of that superstar conversation. And then the other one I'm really tired of, Ron, we overpaid for Mikal Bridges. To me, if you're looking at it that way, it's like you've never appreciated shows. Like, you guys remember those, what is that, antique picker shit?
Antique road.
You know
oh, yeah.
And they go looking for stuff and they pay them like, oh my God, that's worth, for me, that's worth $1,500. But that guy he knows that. He's gonna sell it to him for $3,000. Oh, you mean when you know in a piece that goes with your, wait for it, Ron? Continuity? Holy shit! You mean you pay for said continuity? Oh my God!
All we need now is
another person. Go ahead, man.
All we need now is a 7-foot Nova center, but I don't know if there are any active in the NBA right now.
But why do we keep acting? And that's the other, and the last one, Mets, you ready? The who's our number 2? Who's our number 3? Who gives a shit? All right. It's who are the 5 locking it down. Oh, guys, the best one this week. Oh, they just got a repetitive type player. A guy who can shoot the 3 and plays defense. When was that a bad thing? When did that? So you're telling me you're scared shitless of our defense. Thank you. How you doing? So the other topics, it makes no sense. Like, how are we finding the negative on every single thing? How do you find the negative in the draft? For me, I'm usually hammered during the draft, you know? So I can't even pronounce half the names, you know? I'm like, all right, pick 25 is fucking far, guys. All right.
In the NFL draft, to be fair.
You know, so again, great to see the names, but it's not names that I'm counting on that we were going to see anyways. These are all moves that this front office was able to put together and say, hey, you guys are asking, I don't need to talk to the media. My moves are going to be exactly what people want to see. So I'm done. There we go.
I want to ask one thing.
No, that's fair. Go ahead, Mets.
In my view, there should be 3 things done to fix the draft. 1, cut the interval in between picks from 5 minutes to 3. 2, shut the talking mouths up so they don't spoil who's going where. And 3,
that's fair.
Fewer commercial breaks.
Well, I will tell you that, like, so Mets, those are very constructive things that you just brought up. I can get behind that, and I will say that you have some point. I do know that there was a couple things that happened when I was watching the draft that I was a little annoyed by. I mean, I tried to. So what I did was, I got this thing called the phone, right? And so what was happening on the phone is every time I'm looking for the next pick, the pick was already popping up on my phone. I'm like, oh my God. So I just turned my phone over because I'm like, what am I going to do here? This is nuts. And then you got Shams, dropping information right before Woj. Like Woj dropping bombshells, but Sham just did it 2 seconds ago. Like, I don't know what's going on. They got to fix that.
Turning the talking mouths on camera up too.
No, I know that. I get that. But remember, Mets, if you listen, when you're trying to put together a show, as a content creator, you try to entertain for as long as possible. You don't want to have dead airspace, right? Because people, when they're left to their own thoughts, they get bored and they move on. So there's gonna be the people talking. They're gonna do that.
You don't want to play spoiler either.
True. But that's
the day and age you're in. You're gonna get spoiled regardless. But listen, if I was one of those beat reporters, all right, I'm over there talking to the guys. I'm like, yo, I'm just saying, if you want to text me the minute you get the call, here's $100, here's a couple of dollars, or hey, I'll give you that exclude. Like, you want to break the news first, right? That's Shams' job. Right. That's all of them. So listen, I was at the Maroon 5 concert that night with my daughter, daddy-daughter night. We went to Maroon 5. I'm not complaining that I couldn't watch it because the phone was giving me everything I need. Okay.
There's one key rule that these drafts always seem to break for me. Show, don't tell. Now, and in my view, that's the thing with these talking heads. They need to just shut up and let us see who's getting picked rather than telling us who's getting picked before it happens.
So let me ask you one thing, Mets, because I know you're saying a lot about this draft. Sorry, Jigga.
I was asking you who was that said in the chat about, can we not have the hats? Can I at least give them the hats to the team they're actually going to?
It's all about,
right?
I think that's one of those things. I guess they got to follow. Yeah, they're not prepared for it. They got to follow whatever they had already designed. If the Knicks got somebody and then they traded the pick to somebody, he's got to come out in the Knick hat. I know it stinks. Nobody likes it, but it is what it is. It happens in all sports. They all do that.
True.
My thing that I was going to ask you, Mets, are you like, and I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this to I'm not targeting you. But are you more excited about the prospects and stuff that happens in the draft or this actual Knicks team that you have on the court that is already signed to be Knicks?
Both. But lean towards the former because I'm worried about how bad we get bit by injuries with the latter.
Okay, but keep in mind, you already know who the Knicks have on the team. You already know they traded for Mikal Bridges. You're hoping that guys who were injured come back healthy. Could they get hurt again? Yes. So we talked about insurance, right? The draft just took place. Free agency doesn't even really start until the 30th. the Knicks can still add players to help out with the lack of, healthy bodies if we run into that problem again. So all I'm saying is give it time. We don't know what this final roster is going to be. We don't know who's going to be here. We may be in great position going forward that we should be okay. We haven't even used our mid-level exception yet. So yeah, so I think we're good to go. I can't even spell. So yeah, man. Yeah, I think that it's we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. Let me get over to Jigga with any last thoughts. So next thing I was gonna do is talk about these young guys that we did pick up in the draft. So if you have any thoughts on these guys, the Pacome Daddiers, the Tyler Koliks, the Kevin McCullough Juniors, and that last guy. Corte. I don't know.
It's kind of what I said before, Ron. I think you said it when I was on the show. You're like, how this guy does a positivity show when he has 8,000 other shows that he's producing. So my bandwidth is limited, right? I'm not going to sit here and invest a lot of research into all the guys till I know if they're even going to be here in a week or two, right? Now, you got to love things like the Daddy kid, right? You got to love the answers he's giving, the determination he has that he wants to be here. He wants to play. Seeing him in the practice facility, that's great. Whether it's for the Knicks or whatever team you end up on, my guy, that's great that you have that desire. Seeing the TJ McConnell 2.0, misfit version that we picked up, moving the ball around, it's great. But again, I'll look at the highlights that are online. I'm not going to invest in that. I'm not going to start looking at that stuff till we have an answer on what's going on with Mitch and IHart. Okay, you need to bring the Bash Bros back together. When you have that there, now I think a lot of us can take that extra sigh. We can look at it and say, okay, that run it back is happening. Now, all the other moves is trust Leon, trust that front office to do what they're doing because they've proven it time and time again. We doubted them for years, and all those years of all these picks being gathered are paying off these last 2 seasons. Okay, right. They had a different plan for what it looked like with the kids than we all envisioned, and look where it got us. So I'm happy that they went from we might have 1 draft pick to we got 4 that we can mess around with and get rid of, and we walked away with more picks next year. Did you see that one tweet? It's going to be like they said 2-3 years from now, it's just the Knicks and the what's their faces that we kept trading with all night. That in 2 years, that draft is us back and forth for like 2-3 rounds, right? So the future's still there. We still have a lot of picks. I'll end it on this, Ron. If you truly are sitting here still in any way upset on the moves that this front office is doing, then I promise you'll never be happy. You will never, ever be happy because as a 42-year-old dude who's been watching the Knicks since he was 6 years old, I am at a happiest point that I've ever been over these last 2 years in a very, very long time. Ron, I love you. Thank you for letting me come through. Apollo, my guy, we're working on that song. We're going to knock that out. Mets, I don't care what anybody says. Mets energy is next level every single time. Gets me hype. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to the chat. Doses.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a good day, man. My guy Jigga, man. Please go support Morning Brew Sports and everything they got going on. I know my guy Apollo's got to get out of here as well. Paulo, your thoughts on these draft guys? How do you feel about the actual players? Is there one you like more than the other?
Man, so there's one thing I do like. I like young talent. You know what I'm saying? I love when these guys draft well because they didn't do it for a long time. They didn't draft well for a long time. We know as Knicks fans, we watched it. But to see like the Tyler Koliks and the Pacome Daddier, like these guys are good, talented picks. You know what I mean? Kevin McCullough, Ariel. I told you I was going to be a while for me to figure out how to say it.
I think it's pronounced.
Yeah, I forgot how. I'll figure it out. I'll get it down. But I really like these guys because they're more modern type or style picks than we have picked in the past. You know what I mean? Like younger talent that, first of all, I don't want to go here this early, but there's a lot of comparisons between Tyler Kolick and Jalen Brunson, and I really like that. Just between this, because of the style of player that he is.
Right.
And just what he brings to the court. They both have a lot of similarities coming out of college. So I like the kid. I like his upside. Pacome Daddy, I like the fact that he's, he even tweeted the picture of him being in a Knicks jersey. He was like, it was meant to be when he was a kid. So you know what I mean? Like, he wants to be here. If you want to be here, and first of all, the thing about it now that we're gonna have to get adjusted to is people actually wanting to be here. You know what I mean? Like, young guys actually want to play the Knicks now. Guys want to actually get traded to the Knicks now. Like, it's something that hasn't happened in the past or recent years. But these guys want to be here. They're talent. They can bring something to the team later, not right now. Clearly, the window is not for them at this point. But one thing I know about Tom Thibodeau is he's going to play whoever can help him. That's how Deuce cracked the lineup. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to sit here and say that a guy like Tyler Kolek, who has had a lot of Jalen Brunson style game in college, I can't sit here and say that he won't crack the lineup. You know what I mean? Because who knows how he'll play. But in essence, we know that these guys are probably not really going to play. But we also drafted back, like Jigga said, to get a lot of these guys that we knew would still be there. Why not get them for cheaper? That's why you draft back. These guys, if they keep falling, why pick you at 25 if I can get you at 31 for a lot cheaper? Why would I do that? You know what I mean? So, I'm not too mad about how the draft went. Of course, there's always something that someone else can pick up that they could have done. There's always a could have. There's always a could have. Like, no matter, even if there's a good thing that happened, there was a could have in the Stephen Curry deal to a lot of Warriors fans. And I guarantee you they don't remember those could haves at all. So, you know what I mean? We rolled the punches. We're doing what we got to do. I like the picks. They got to get IHart back. Like you said, if we don't get IHart back, all we have is $5.8 million. And then we got to go pick up like a Andre Drummond. And if you want to have Andre Drummond instead of IHart, like, I don't know, I kind of gotta question your Knicks fandom. But that's where we are right now. I'm confident in this front office. I'm chilling. We'll hear it in the next day or two what's going on with IHart, and I'm confident that we can bring IHart back. But that's just me. But
yeah. No, I hope you're right, brother. I feel good about it because I know he does definitely wants to be back here. Right. I just don't know if he's going to be able to turn down if they offer him. Yeah, because I mean, if freaking the center from the Nets got $100 million.
Yeah,
it's
it's
tough.
hard to turn down. Like, yeah, I mean,
I
do go back to the roommates podcast where he said he would take less to stay here because he does like these guys, but how much less? You know what I mean? At that point, right, all we could offer him was 16.3 million or something like that. But if you enter some more guys into the trade, that's why this trade isn't done yet. When you see how this trade fares out, they're going to try to get every penny that they can, so they can try to throw closer to 20 million at IHart if they can, for him to come back and play somewhere where he knows his role, he's comfortable with the guys, he knows the system, and he doesn't have to worry about the what ifs outside of his contract. So,
right.
We'll see how it plays out in the next couple of days.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, once again, Apollo, I appreciate you. Guys, if y'all haven't tuned in to Guard Up Knicks, please show them some love and support. Like I said before, another great content creator in our New York Knicks network, what we got going on here. Once again, I thank you, brother. Go out there, enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe your weather is better than our weather over here.
Oh yeah, trust me. I went outside to get a package, and the heat slapped me in the face. So I'm sure it's a little bit different down here in Charlotte than it is up there. So
yeah.
And also, Ron, I know you appreciate it. I've been working on some more music. That's another reason why I haven't really been, content creating as much, but I have been, trying to trickle back into it. But been working on a lot of music, some stuff coming up, so I'll definitely keep you updated, my brother.
Appreciate you, brother. And listen, when things happen, let me know, because I would love to get you back on the show to talk about the music and preview whatever. And also, I want to get into I was talking with Eru the other day. I want to get back into a really nice hip hop conversation. There's a lot going on, but it's just about the history of hip hop and where we're at. I think there's some good stuff to talk about. So yeah, definitely, brother.
I'm with it, bro. I'm with it, bro. Let me know. Hit me up.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you once
All right,
again, man. Enjoy the rest of your day, brother.
for sure. Mets, man. See you later, bro. Take it easy.
All right.
As for me,
Go ahead, Mets.
my opinions are.
Well, actually, hold off, Mets, because I'm a pop a guy up there. You could talk about him individually if you want. If you got to go, you got to go. But let me know.
If it's that Smithy, as far as I'm concerned, that overkill people pleaser can just go stick his head in a microwave and give himself a tan because he always dares to be stupid when he disses the Knicks.
Nah, I don't even want to worry about him right now. I went on my little rant to talk about him early. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with him. If it gets to him and he feels a certain way, like I said, it's open ended. He's welcome to come on the show and we can talk about it. Or he may just diss me in a tweet or something. But either way, we'll see what happens with that. The first guy we wound up drafting, before I get to that, I do see we got some super chats from before. And I know these are out of context because it's after the fact, but shout out to Great Britain. He's begging the 2031 pick we gave away is in 6th grade right now. Yeah, I know. Like these guys are really young. We don't even have to think about that stuff right now. If it happens, it happens. If the Knicks are not good in 2031 and that pick turns out to be somebody, it is what it is. But I would hope that the Knicks are setting themselves up for longevity so that we can be a good team for the next 10 years. We can be a championship contending team for the next 3 to 4 years. And then after that, we may go through a lull. But as long as we're competing and contending, that's good. Maybe not contending for a championship 4 years later, but at least maybe we're around to still put a good product out there and win games. So we'll see. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Great Britain. Appreciate that. And then Great Britain sent another super chat. He said, rather Infinity Stones over picks. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Sean Kearns. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, and shout out to you. I haven't seen you in a minute. It's good to see you. He said, let's go. Good to be a Knicks fans. We coming for you, Beantown. Facts. Let's go. Let's do the damn thing. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. Shout out to Stream Elements. Thank you for subscribing, Midtown Man 24K. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the team. It's good to see you as a new subscriber. Stream Elements also said, thanks for subscribing. Daddy Notch, Bankai Fam, Espada number 9. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Definitely good to see new subscribers. And please, once again, if you haven't already, smash that like button and show your love for the show. We got 135 likes. We have 241 watching across all platforms. So if you haven't already smashed that like on YouTube, if you're over here on YouTube, please smash the like button. I appreciate it. It definitely helps the show. And if you're someone who's watching on X, because we got 80 people watching over there, if you want to come over to YouTube, type in Still Knicks Fans, just hit the like button and boom, that's it. You can continue to watch over here, or you can just go on back to X. It would be really helpful. I mean, if we could get to 200 likes, that would be great. So I definitely appreciate you guys for all the support. Shout out to all my great moderators that have helped promote the show and ask that you guys smash that like button. Thank you to everyone tuned in. Appreciate you guys. So, and I see a bunch of other people jumping in the chat. I would love to shout you all out, but there's so many different people, and I have to kind of get through the show. But I thank you guys for being here. Let's see, who do we got up first? My guy Pacom Dadier. I call him Paco. Mm-hmm. Pacom Dadier. Okay, 6.4 points per game, 1.6 rebounds, 0.3 assists, 0.5 steals, 0.2 blocks, 45.2 from the field goals, 31% from 3, and 72% from the free throw line. Now, if you guys watched the draft, you saw a couple highlights from Pacom. You get to see his style of play, his shot. He's got a little a high arcing shot. It's like a floater. It's high up in the air. It's got a lot of lift on it. But he was pretty.
Senior.
Yeah. Okay. But he has a nice floater to his shot, so he can probably get that shot up over anybody, right? Now you look at these numbers, and it doesn't look like he 45% from the field is good. That's league average. The 31% is under league average from three. But I want you guys to keep in mind a couple things. One, Pacom is, if I'm not mistaken, 18 years old, right? So he's a young kid. Let me just double check. I want to make sure I'm right about that. I believe he is. Yes, he's 18 years old. He will be 19. He has a birthday on July 27th. So he's still a very young guy, right? He's 6'8". And does it say his wingspan here? It does not say his wingspan here. But either way, he's 6'8". And he looks like he's got long arms. So I mean, you kind of leave that up to your own interpretation. It's probably a good wingspan. I think I'll do a little better at giving me information here. Let's see. Oh, well, actually, no. His wingspan is not. He doesn't have long arms. So he's 6'8", but his wingspan is like 6'11". It is what it is. All right. He's probably not someone you look at as being a elite defender. He could probably do a little bit of everything, but more importantly, he has a decent handle. In his final 8 games with France, he shot 52.2% from three, actually, on 12 of 23 attempts. So my point that I wanted to bring up is that those numbers that I read before are from 18 games, which is not a lot of games at all, guys. He's a young player. Overseas, a lot of these players and these teams play it's system oriented. So you move the ball around. If you get an open look, you get an open look. But it's not like a lot of guys aren't necessarily featured as much in European basketball. They move the ball and run different systems to make the teams more versatile, harder to stop. When you kind of hone in on one person, the defense hones in on that one person. So they like to move the ball around so everybody gets touches and gets better looks, but better ball movement creates easier open looks. So that's what they do a lot in European basketball. And so what I'm saying to you guys is Pacom still has a lot of work to do, but he still has some upside to his game. So there's definitely some improvement there that he can be better. So I'm interested in seeing. Now, one thing I will say, I don't know if the young fella is correct. When he was asked, whether or not he was going back overseas or not, he's like, no, I'm going to be here or whatever. I don't know if that's the case. If there was ever somebody that looks like a draft and stash, he definitely looks like he fits that. And I don't know if the Knicks want to pay him money right now. Now, they may keep him here. I don't know. But I'm just saying he's young enough that that's the type of guy you do a draft and stash with, a guy who's young, who doesn't have a lot of reps under him, who could still use a little bit more seasoning. He can learn that from the G League. But you only have three, two-way slots that you can use. And, will he warrant one? I don't know. So we got to see how that all plays out. John, shout out to you. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, we was all talking about that. Yeah, we saw it. Oh man. But Pacom does seem like an interesting young player, and I like that. He's like Americanized. He's not like he's a player who's played overseas, but he's from here. Because I was wondering if he was going to have a strong accent or anything. No, he sounds like he's from New York. He's just like. Yeah, and they show pictures of him wearing a Knicks jersey when he was young. So this is interesting. Yeah. Shout out to all of y'all. Mr. Vince in the building. Thank you. What's going on, Mr. Vince? Good to see you. So yeah, I think that he's definitely a special young man who might turn out to be interesting going forward with the Knicks. But don't listen, as I said before, the Knicks are ready to win now. So don't put your eggs in don't go too crazy with the Knicks basket of players. You don't know who's going to be around for the long haul. So it is what it is. Okay, we're up to 149 likes. And we have 151 watching on YouTube. So that's pretty fair. Appreciate you guys for smashing that like button. It's a shame that we can't get a universal like button across all platforms, but it is what it is. Oh, and being that he's 19, he could still grow. That's a good point, Brooklyn Butch. He might grow, a little bit more, and we'll see. Yeah, that's a good point. That's what I was thinking. Animal X says Pacome reminds me of Kevin Knox. Hopefully he's better. I hope so too. And it's no shot to Kevin Knox, because Kevin Knox has talent. The only issue is that it's the motor, man. And I hope Pacome has a better motor. And that alone will help you go further in life, especially in an NBA career. Thanks, Corey. Appreciate that. He said, dope show as usual. Ron, hit that like button on your way out. Yes. Matthew James, shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in. He says, what do you think they're going to do with Jericho Sims? I don't know, man. I thought Jericho wasn't going to come back. But you see him working out. He's working on a little jump shot. They got him working on that because the Knicks definitely, like, the thing is, out of the bigs that the Knicks have or had this past year, Hartenstein probably has the best ability to knock down jump shots, but he's inconsistent. But at one point, Jericho, high school going into college, could shoot a little bit. And he actually shot lefty, and then he switched and became a righty. So can he knock down some shots? Maybe. He's a better free throw shooter than Mitch. I'll tell you that much. And that's not saying a lot, but it is saying a lot, actually. So, yeah, maybe they can work with him. Maybe they want him here. He's not. The good thing about him is he's a good insurance backup to have, because he's 6'9". He doesn't make a lot of money. He doesn't complain a lot. So if you need some roster filler, someone who might be able to help going forward, you don't want to just get rid of a guy like that. However, let me say this. If there's a way that if they need more money to be able to sign IHart, and it comes down to them getting rid of Deuce, I'd rather you figure out a way to get rid of Sims and get some money there than giving up. I mean, Sims is making, I think, $2 million per year. Deuce is making, I think Deuce is making $4 million. So that might be the difference. I think he signed a 3-year deal worth $4 million, or is it a 4-year deal worth $3 million per year? I don't remember. Let me look it up. Let me see. Deuce McBride contract. Let's see what he's got going on. Oh yeah, it was a 3-year. So yeah, it is more money, and it's easier to do things if you get that $4 million off the books. And Sims only making $2 million is not the same. I get it. I just don't like it, man. I would hope that Hartenstein just says, listen, if this is the difference between me coming back or not, I'll just come back for what you guys can offer. I don't want you getting rid of Deuce. And that's only if he's considering coming back. Because like I said, he's leaving a lot of money on the table. And we can't count this man's pockets. He's already, it's like, you know what I mean? We got to be human and understand that he's already lost a lot of money in the past. So I think it was something like 18 million that he could have gotten. And it didn't work out. So that's crazy. And that has something to do with his agent at the time, as well as I think the Brooklyn Nets. So yeah, that's wild. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe it's 3. Let me just double check. Hold on, let me check that. Sims. Oh, Jericho. The Walls of Jericho. Sims. No, yeah, it's 2. It's 2 million per. It was a 3-year deal for 5.66 million. So a little under 2 million per. Yeah, the money is just not the same with Jericho. Yeah, so that's why that's probably not an option the Knicks considered doing, because it doesn't really get them to the point that they're trying to get to either. It is what it is, guys. Yeah. I just don't honestly, I thought after the season, I thought Jericho would be gone because I just don't think he did enough to warrant continuing to be on this team. You know what I mean? If anything, he was getting better a couple years ago. He started to trend, and then we saw some movement with him. His feet. He has good feet. He sets good screens, and he started to do some offensive moves and get to the basket. I was like, okay, but I've seen like a downturn since then. He doesn't seem to be continuing. Um, to get better. Paris said something here. What did Paris say? Paris says, Ron, iHeart is really not that good. $12 million player at best. He's headed to a 15. Ask yourself why. Well, remember, as we look at with everything in life, you got to kind of look at who the player is today, not as so much who the player was yesterday. Because remember, he's still a young player. So iHeart is a much better player now than he was when he was with the Clippers initially. You know what I mean? He's not that same guy. He's better now. That we can't question. iHeart probably finished in the top 5 in backup centers last year, right? He probably finished in the top 15 to 20 of centers overall in the league. His numbers dictated that he played pretty well. Of course, I mean, I know some people point to his defense at times and getting kind of cooked by certain guys, but he also had moments when, that's what I'm saying. Like, iHeart just may not be a perfect player, right? But just like we saw him get cooked by Embiid in the playoffs, and maybe some other people gave him a run, like Turner from the Pacers. Miles Turner. But Miles Turner was cooking him from the outside. It's not like Miles Turner was doing anything in the interior. And as a center, like, how are you going to guard a guy who's shooting threes in your face from deep? It's tough. But Embiid was cooking him, just without a doubt. All I'm saying is there was points in the season, especially when Mitch went down early in the season, where iHeart was playing really good defense. You guys remember? I'm not making it up. You go back. I don't know if you could. I mean, if you go back, you could actually, if you've got YouTube, just type in Knicks versus Minnesota or Knicks versus, I don't know who else it was, but there was a stretch of games where iHeart was blocking shots like a demon, right? He blocked Gobert twice. He blocked now I can't remember. It was somebody else on Minnesota he blocked. Then there was during that week or that span, he was blocking a lot of people's shots. I can't remember all off the top of my head, but even people were saying, wow, that's when the whole thing, how we are as fans, especially Knicks fans. It's what we're always about. What have you done for me lately? People were like, well, I mean, if iHeart's passing the ball better, he's moving the ball better, he's looking a little better on offense. He shoots a little better than Mitch, and he's playing the same type of defense of Mitch. Do we really need Mitch? Remember that? You guys don't remember this was the narrative that was happening during that time back in January, going into February. iHeart was playing really well, and that's what people were talking about. He was also grabbing rebounds, and there was a point where Mitch was averaging 10 rebounds per game, and so was iHeart. During that time, he was averaging 10 rebounds a game, and people were like, well, what's the point of having Mitch here? I even did a whole show about it. So, but whatever. I'm just saying, like, it goes up and down. iHeart's not great, but he's streaky with regards to how he plays sometimes, but he also has some really good times. So that's all I'm saying. He's earned to be mentioned where he's mentioned. Uh Yeah, I hear you. Sims might have felt a little discouraged. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Listen, he's an introvert, right? And he doesn't necessarily show the aggression that you would want a big man to play with in the league, especially a big man on the New York Knicks. So obviously Jericho Sims is going to be one of those guys that, I've said it before. I thought he was in Tibbs's doghouse, and I was shocked that he was still here. I thought they might have even thought to trade him, but I thought for certain that at the end of the season, Jericho was going to be gone. But he's not gone yet. And I'm not wishing that on him. I'm just telling you, like, for what Tibbs wants from his players, I don't know if Jericho provides that. It's the same thing that we dealt with Obi, who is a better all-around player. And he still had to get up out of here because he didn't like the way Tibbs was using him. He didn't like the way Tibbs thought of him, I think. And it affected him mentally. He's already pointed that, he had some issues and was down on himself because he didn't know how to handle, how things were being done here. I think Jericho's running into the same problem. I think that's why when Derrick Rose was here, who's also an introvert, he said that he was talking to Jericho and trying to work with him because he understands, like, as an introvert, things can be tougher for you to handle. And being that he knows, he was definitely always trying to help Jericho. He's not here anymore. Jericho's left to do his own thing. And maybe it's just tough right now. I wish the best for Jericho. I mean, I'm telling you, man, a guy like that could be such a monster, but we just can't bring that out of him. He has to bring that out of himself. He has to be a demon out there. He has to get a little Josh Hart in him, run for every rebound, get the ball and yam it on somebody. He's got to be aggressive with what he can do. He can't do everything. No one's expecting him to do it, but what you can do, he's got to try to do it at a high level. He's got to be a devastator out there. If you got these big arms and you set great screens and you're, that jumping ability, you got to show it. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, then what's the point of being in the NBA, the best league in the world, on the biggest stage? Like, not everybody gets that opportunity. You got to take advantage of it. And if you want to get playing time, or if you want to be a part of a team, you're gonna have to do something. And especially a good team. He'd be great on a bad team, but on a good team, you got to do more. Oh, was he, Kerry? I don't know. I didn't know that. I mean, if he was, that says a lot. Well, listen, the question is, Jericho's got good feet. We never question his feet. He moves well out there on the court. It's just all about his aggressiveness and his IQ. You can move out there in the court and still not be in the right spot. You know what I mean? So those are some of the things that Jericho has kind of had issues with. And I think that's just kind of rubbed Tibbs the wrong way. But he's still on the team. So I'm not saying that Tibbs wants to get rid of him, but it's just like, for whatever reason, he's just not in the forefront of Tibbs's mind. Oh, well, that would be bad. If somehow the Heat got their hands on him, maybe they might turn him into freaking the next best thing. So I wouldn't want that either. But so here's the other question, Parrish. Because shout out to other people who have mentioned it. Shout out to Steph. IHart really helps this offense move. Like, he doesn't slow the offense down at all. He does things out there that helps with our flow. Now, we are really technically a defensive team, especially now more than ever. We're a defensive team, right? So the offensive stuff, we still have to work at it. Can we do some good things out there? Yeah. But remember, we've also turned into a jump shooting team. So having a guy like IHart from the center position who doesn't hold the ball and moves the ball and creates more offensive flows, catches guys on back screens and cuts, leads them into open layups and stuff like that with his ability, that's important for a team like the Knicks. IHart's not necessarily as important on Indiana because Indiana's a top scoring team and they move the ball. He would still work over there, but he's not as important over there. But for the Knicks, who sometimes our offense is stagnant, when Mitch gets the ball, Mitch don't move the ball like IHart. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. He might pass the ball back out to someone, but he don't pass guys open. He don't see the cuts and do different things that IHart does. And that's important to a team, especially like the Knicks. So I don't want to say that he's not worth $12 million. I mean, Mitch is making $15 million per, right? I think 14 this year. You might say, oh, well, he's a great defender and a great rebounder. Yeah, but he's always hurt. So how do you really equate the value? Yes, he has the ability to do all this stuff, but he's never out there. He got paid. He got rewarded for what he can do. Same thing IHart's doing. He should be able to get rewarded for what he can do. And it's almost, it also has to do with the value to your team. Guys can be better than you, but if you're more valuable to your team than that guy is to their team, that shows your value too. Like Claxton, Nicholas Claxton he's a good player. I like him, but you know what I mean. Like, is he more valuable to the Nets than IHart is to the Knicks? I don't think so, because the Knicks were in contention, and when we lost Mitch, we needed somebody to step in, and IHart did. Did he struggle in later months? Yes. But in that time when he stepped in early, he had a little down time and then he went crazy. He got busy and we needed that. And there's been points where he's had really good moments for the Knicks. So to me, that was, if we didn't have him, I don't know what would have happened. We would have really been in trouble. Whereas for the Nets, they weren't going anywhere. So if Claxton wasn't available, doesn't change anything. That's why I'm saying sometimes it's about the value to the team too. But I hear you. On paper, Claxton is probably a better player. You know what I mean? So the fact that he's getting $100 million, it's warranted. It makes sense. But iHeart has definitely helped his value, and teams see it. That's why they're offering the money. Teams ain't just giving away that type of money for no reason. Shout out to Joel in the building. Appreciate you. iHeart isn't taking a massive pay cut to play without his best friend on the team, which is Mitch. Well, I hope you're right. We'll see. Georgie Ortiz in the building says, "Good morning, Ron. Salute my brother. We don't need iHeart. I mean, I'm gonna miss the man, but we don't need him. We got he's the center whisperer, with Tibbs. Yeah, Tibbs can do a lot with guys, and I don't know about this Huck Party guy. I don't know if he's gonna be over here. We drafted him, but that don't mean that you guys seen Knicks pick up players. They drop them. They do all types of stuff. We've seen, especially throughout the season, we start picking up a guy today, and then we'll drop him tomorrow. We've done all types of different things. So I don't know. And maybe they have somebody else in mind. There's been rumors that Batadze, Georges Patadze has been rumored to be on the Knicks radar. Who can stretch the floor, gives us a different dynamic. Not the great defender, but he gives us a different element. Who knows? Who knows what the Knicks are thinking? But all I know is, you don't have a lot of money to play around with. Like $5.8 million if iHeart leaves, that's like Bismack Biyombo. And I know Bismack Biyombo is a journeyman professional basketball player. I don't know how I feel about that being a replacement for iHeart. I don't know. Like guys like that, I'm just not sure. I don't know. Okay, so let's get back into it. Now, I want to talk about this guy. This is my favorite pick of the draft for the New York Knicks. Which is rare that you see this, but I don't know if you guys have been looking at the draft analysis, the breakdowns of a lot of teams. The New York Knicks, a lot of people think that the Knicks not only got an A grade for their draft, but a lot of people are saying the Knicks might have had the best draft. Could you imagine? We didn't even have a top flight first round pick. We had late first round picks, moved off of picks, and people are saying that they might have had the best draft in the NBA. When have you heard that, guys? Come on, man. You got to feel good about this team. No. Stay away from him, Kerry. Don't get fooled by the Bowl gold, y'all. I've said this before. When earlier in the season, I was interested with Bowl because people were talking about, everybody's making a big deal about Wembanyama coming when we already got a Wembanyama in the league that's not getting his respect. Let me see here. Let me show you guys something. This is why I would not put my eggs in the Bowl basket. I can't trust him. Okay. I know, don't get me wrong. What he did with Phoenix, it looks good. I can't trust him. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. The guy has talent. I'm not saying he doesn't have talent. I'm just saying people are sketchy. You know what I mean? People are streaky. Let's see. Oh, shoot. That's not it. Here it goes. Share screen. Boom. Ball. All right, here's my guy Bolt. Let me stop this little. Well, I mean, I guess you could kind of see it. If it plays in the background, it is what it is. It's not going to bother me. Got to show TV ads over here. Let's stop this. All right, so look at Bobo's numbers, right? Now, all right, 5.2 points per game. 0.2 steals. He's a big man. He's 7'3". He's 220 pounds. Do I care about his 7 steals? I mean, 0.2 steals. No, that doesn't bother me at all. It is what it is. Blocks. This guy is 7'3", guys, with a long wingspan. He's 7'3". 0.6 blocks. Well, Ron, he's with Phoenix. Phoenix got a lot of players over there. He played 43 games. He averaged 10 minutes. It's not like he averaged 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5. 10 minutes is, you could do a little something out there. 0.6 blocks, a half a block for a 7'3" player. That don't work for me. I'm not a big fan of that. That's first. All right. Let me put this link out there for my brothers. Put that back out there if anybody wants to jump on. By all means, right? So right? So you got that. Rebounds. Once again, he's 7'3", guys. I don't even know what his wingspan is, but it's it doesn't matter. He's 7'3". 3.2 rebounds. I get it. Not he averaged 10 minutes. So 3 rebounds in 10 minutes. That's not horrible. But it could be a lot better. No? You don't think? I think so. I think he could. I think for a guy who's 7'3", that in almost 11 minutes of play, this number should be 4 or 5. I know that's asking a lot because it's a little amount of minutes to be grabbing, but you're 7'3". You know what I mean? You don't need to be 5. I said 4 or 5. I think that number should be around 4. I'd be okay with that because of the minutes. Because if you quantify, you take that 10 minutes and say give him 20 minutes, then that number's 8, right? You give him a couple more minutes, give him 24 minutes per game, then that number's 10. That's fine. That works for me. All right, 78.9 from the free throw line. That's good. That's a nice look. He shot 42.3% from 3. Now, this is on average of 1 3 per game, right? At 1.2. It's not necessarily something crazy. Then 61.6% from the field. That's a nice number for a big, right? That's a nice number. On 3.5 shots per game. So when you look at that, you say Bobo, somebody you got to consider. But I can't forget what Bobo did playing 70 games in a bigger role, 33 of those games starting with Orlando, shooting 54.6% from the field. Okay. But 26.5 from 3. All right. I'm not a big fan of that because this is what makes Bobo special. Somebody who can do this other stuff, right? 75.9 from the free throw line. That's good. 5.8 rebounds. Now, 21 minutes per game, 5.8 rebounds. I don't know if I like that, guys. 5.8 rebounds. So let's say 6 in 21 minutes of play, say 21 and a half, round that 22. 6 rebounds in 22 minutes for a 7'3" guy who's supposed to be your center. I don't know if I love that. 1 assist, 1.2 blocks. That's better. 9.1 points. I don't really care about the points, like I said. But if he's supposed to be, a light version of Wembanyama, you would expect him to be a little bit more, productive with regards to points as well. He definitely has the ability to do a bunch of different things out there. I'm not second guessing that. And then obviously he played the year before that, 14 games with Denver. He shot 25% from three, blah, blah, blah. Similar stuff. And then, he my whole thing with him is I just don't know if I trust him to be this guy that he was looking like with Phoenix, with the Knicks. And I don't know if I can mess with that rebound. That rebound is not it for me. So yeah, I don't know about that. So yeah, that to me that's interesting. So I'm just not sure about that, guys. The bold thing is a question. Get that out of here. Let me bring my guy in here, who I'm sure is on cloud nine. This is a great week for him and his family. I can't imagine what everything, all the things that have gone through his mind. And shout out to him, because I could imagine, like, I know he's very happy for his family, but I'm sure, like, deep down in his head, like, this is the type of stuff that he could have been experiencing too, because he was such a good player. So I can't imagine what you must be thinking, my brother. Let me bring you up in here. Shout out to Hard Will in the building for the love of the game. What up, brother?
Yo, what's good, Ron? How you, man? I was just in here chilling, so I was on last night, so my bad I ain't got the camera on, but salute. I just wanted to come and chop it up with you for a little while.
Yeah, no doubt.
And, depending on how long I'm on, I'll probably turn it on. But yeah, man, I'm very excited, about the whole thing. We've been doing this for a while, just following the journey. If you watch my show or you see me come on your show or Freezy show, and I always talked about Stephon going to UConn before he went to UConn and how he played. And some people just think when you talk about your family that you just boasting or you just thinking, trying to big them up. And I was just trying to keep it moderate and tell exactly how I felt, how he played, and when he went out and did it. And I went to almost every game at UConn, That's why I wasn't really going on, and I wasn't really around. I went to mostly every game. And he got injured after the third game, which was scary for us. Had a little knee procedure. And he came back, man. Dealt with the adversity. Picked it up on the defensive end to, pick up the slack, because he couldn't really go hard on offense because he wasn't 100%. But if you watched him in college, that worked out for him. By the time he got to the tournament, he shut down top players. He also broke Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony record for the most freshman of the weeks after missing 6 to 7 games of the season. Started as a freshman, had 20 points in the Final Four in 2 games, 20 plus points in the Final Four in 2 games. So when people say, like I heard McCants on the Gilbert Arenas show say, why does Castle deserve to be picked at 4th? And I felt like he didn't watch, because for a freshman to come in and do what he did, and I think San Antonio basically see what I see. He a future point guard, and Gilbert Arenas said it too. His age lines up with Wemby. And with Castle on the board with Wemby, that's a scary sight. So I ain't gonna go too long about it. That's just a lot of stuff that I heard people say, and I think San Antonio know more than we do. That's their job. Not saying that they always right. Any draft pick could go right or wrong, but it's all about upside when you're talking about a draft pick and what they did right away in college. Y'all heard me like a year ago, Ron, talk about overtime elite, talk about all these things before they even came really out on forefront, because he had opportunity to go and play at some of these things and play for some of these companies, and he went to UConn and it worked out. So Yeah, we very happy. And when people ask me if he go to the Knicks or could he go to the Knicks, and I never really spoke about it because Knicks, I'm a Knicks fan for life. And when you talk about stuff like that, that changes everything for me. You know what I mean? So I didn't really talk about it. And I didn't think he was gonna go to the Knicks, especially after they got Bridges.
Hmm.
And I'm very happy for the Knicks. At the same time, I'm very happy for my nephew right now. Right now, it's a beautiful time for Knicks fans. And you know, we gotta embrace really what's happening. You know what I mean? That's really why I came up here to talk about, even though I know you wanted me to speak a little bit about what's going on with my family and stuff like that. But I'm really excited about the Knicks as well. You know, for Steph, I'm you know, overwhelmed. Like, but for the Knicks, man, they looking like, you know, I said it last night, we third in odds to winning the championship next season after Denver.
Right.
It's Boston, Denver, then us. So, you know, I know I talked for a while, so I don't want to
No,
change
no,
the
you
subject.
good.
If
You
you have
good.
anything to say about that, I don't want to just change it. I know you probably wanted to say something about some of the stuff
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said.
yeah. No, no, I appreciate it. And I definitely want to pick your brain while I have you about the Knicks as well. But I also wanted to just, you know, and I'm saying this because of me, you know, my selfish reasons. Unfortunately, when the draft was happening, I was actually in my kitchen cooking dinner. And so
Mhm,
I missed the first few picks that happened, and Castle was one of them. So I didn't get to see when they announced his name or see him get the love for family and friends. So I didn't
mhm.
see any of it. I didn't know. Were you there with him at the
Yeah.
time?
See, this the
Okay,
thing,
so I
right?
missed
We
all of
wasn't
that,
at
bro.
the table. We wasn't at the table because Castle, my niece, my nephew, he got three, he got a brother, he got a sister. So it's like I think five was at the table because last year, what's my man name from Portland? He
Oh,
had so many people there, he messed it up.
Scoot Henderson.
Yeah, man, Scoop messed it up, man. So even my mom wasn't at the table. Me, my mom, and we were sitting right there, you know, right in the first row, but we wasn't at the table because you can only have like the agent and a certain
Oh,
amount of
okay,
people at the table.
got you.
But we was right there, man, and it just we went crazy, bro. It was like it's bananas, man. Like, you know what I mean? To see how everything going on, to see dudes still sitting there, to watch mock drafts and saying these dudes was gonna go before him and see them dudes not. And I knew it because it's about upside, size,
Right,
height,
right.
all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, man, that's dope. I just wanted to ask you that real quick.
Mhm.
I'm gonna see if I can Google it on YouTube to see when he gets his announcement of being drafted. Because like I said, I missed it. I was like, man, I would have loved to see that.
He
So
cried.
I'll see. Oh, did he? Oh
He
man. Well,
cried.
that's a great moment. I'm sure as a young man, you know everything you got to work through in life to get to wherever you're going, no matter what it is. It's a special moment, and to be on one of the biggest stages, you're on national TV being drafted by an NBA organization. I can't imagine what that must feel like. So shout out to that young man.
Yeah, man,
That's
it
great,
was
bro.
crazy. Even going to the dinners before the draft, like I went to all that stuff. Like my sister brought me because I've been supporting. I've been around them doing this for a while, so it's like I go to a lot of events. And even at the dinner, man, it's meeting Andre Iguodala, all them dudes from the NBPA, and you know, just seeing it was surreal, bro. It was really
Wow,
surreal because his
that's
pops was
great,
supposed to
bro.
go pro. His pops played for Wake Forest before Tim Duncan and Chris Paul. His pops was on Wake Forest with Randolph Childress. His pops played for Oak Hill. I played for Longburg Prep. We played against Oak Hill. So we big from New York. So it's like it was like a curse, a lifted curse. I told my brother-in-law, he lifted the curse, bro, by really being there for his son, teaching him the right way, raising the right man, and that was what you guys got to do. You got to stick by your kid, believe in him, walk him every step of the way, and when he commit and you see he's serious, that's when y'all lock in. That's what they did.
Right. That's dope, man. That's that. Like I said, once again, I'm so happy and proud of the journey for him. I know you guys are, and your whole family must be excited. You,
Mhm.
as you just mentioned, to a family of hoopers, like everybody's balling, got
Yeah.
talent. Your niece is talented too.
Yeah, my niece played for NC State, Isaiah James. That's my other sister daughter. But a funny
Wow.
thing is, Stacy Castle, Stephon Castle's father, was with my sister in high school. When I was in the 8th grade, I used to go watch Stacy Castle play. He used to score 60 in a game. That's what made me know I couldn't score 20. So you can figure the rest out. And I was only in the 8th grade going to 9th. He was already scoring 60 in the game, not one game. And this is no cap. This is before the internet. So if anybody could say your name or remember your name, you was the truth. Feel me? Like my name was Jihad in them streets. West 4th tournaments, IS8, Rucker, you name it. I was going with Stacy first because like I said, I was in the 8th and they were in, I want to say when I got the 9th, they was already seniors. So they're older than me. So that's how it was. And I always played with older guys. But like I said, Stacy's family also, his cousin is Oliver Taylor, Kurt Taylor. Oliver Taylor played for the Bulls. Kurt Taylor played for Hawaii. His nickname in the Rucker is the Business. So we was all in the gym playing against each other. You know what I mean? And all the other good ball players like from Queens, Far Rock, and stuff like that. So that's where Stephon father's background and part of it and the family background. You know, he was with my sister ever since then, high school. And I remember going to my mother's crib because I live with my dad. He had letters to the roof. No exaggeration. He could have went to any school. And if he would have went back to Far Rock High, he would have broke Kenny Anderson's scoring record. But he went to Oak Hill Academy. Yeah, this is all stuff you can look up in Google too, because I would never say it if it's not facts.
Man, damn.
Yeah.
Family lineage of ballers, man. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
and I'm sure it's people you know that know too. So when you start saying, yo, you know such, you know such, I'll be like, yeah, nah. I'm telling you, because we all around the same age, man. Before the internet, if they could remember your name, you had to be lit. There's no Google. We was going around getting lost without a phone, trying to find the courts to play at. Being late.
Wow.
There's no navigation. You know what I mean? Traveling everywhere, balling. So that's just a quick story, man, about some of the stuff
bro. Nah, I appreciate you for sharing that, man. That's dope. Listen, man, you know, as a baller growing up, I balled, I wasn't good. My brother wasn't good. My sister was. Oh wait, I don't have a brother or a sister. Either way, but Skelly champion 2 years in a row. I had the wristbands. Don't mess with me, man.
Yeah, you tall though, wrong. When I chill with you, you ain't. They'd be underestimated. I think if people saw you in person, they would be shocked on how tall you are.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie to myself. My issue is I was more of a Kevin Knox. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. Could I shoot a little bit? Yeah. Could I get to the rim? Here and there. I'm not above the rim like that, but I could get to the rim and I could shoot a little bit. But I'm one of those, like, I don't want to say I don't have high motor, but I needed to be angry to really get busy. Like, you got to get me mad out there. So I was just keeping it real. When I got mad, it was a different story.
Yeah, because you had height, and that's what I was saying. I was talking about that the other day. A lot of kids that grew up with height, they just really use them for their height and didn't really teach them the right way to really just play. Because now you got dudes with height that could play, and that's when they realize that, you know, positionless basketball, you could be tall and still have a good handle and just be able to get more minutes on the court. You know, if you could play the 1, 2, and the 3, it's more likely you're gonna find time on the court. If you just could play one position, you might end up on the bench. So,
and
you guys got to learn how to play 3 positions.
That's why I think it's very important, and I know that it's happening much more with my best, you know, one of my best friends, his kid, and you know, even John's kid. Like, you know, they're going through these different circles, playing on these travel teams and AAU stuff, and just kind of getting their feet wet and understanding the process. All that stuff is very important, and to bring these kids along the right way. Don't do what people did to me. I was tall, 6'4" for I feel like my whole life. And I was thrown on all types of teams, like Harlem travel teams. They put me on this freaking AAU type team. And I, like most of these guys that were on that team had played high school, but they were stars on their high school teams. They played AAU before and all this stuff. And I was just put on the team. Dude said, oh yeah, come play with this coach. He gets a lot of good talent. He'll love you over there. They sent me to the team, put me on the court, and just said, go. Calling out plays, stack, all this stuff. I didn't know nothing, bro.
Didn't teach you nothing. Exactly. Using you for your size, not teaching you how to play the game. That's how, it's crazy. And like, yo, I'm a trainer too. So, you know, John and those guys, if they want real training, you know what I mean? My IG is Hardwell Basketball Training. And some of you guys got my number. Just reach out. And basically what I do, we schedule it. We schedule it and we set it up. And after, you know, you get 10 hours worth of classes, and I guarantee you see a difference in your kid, and then you sign them up again. Within about a few packs, training. Next thing you know, he out there cooking. And I done changed mad kids' game out here in South Jersey. Like my
Yeah.
8th grader was ranked that I had since the 5th grade. He's ranked now. So I got some kids that you'll probably look at and be like, oh, he can't play ball. And then when he touched the ball, it's another story because these are good kids where I live at. And they're easier to teach because they're not coming in with that I know it mentality. So a lot of kids got to be a sponge when they trying to learn and don't go in there like what they know, because what you know could be added on if it's even good. Because sometimes they think it's right and it's not, or they think they're doing it right and they not.
Right. Right. That's what I'm saying. My whole thing is that basically, frustrated me and made me not love the sport. And so I just wound up playing, like different games at different tournaments, but with my friends and stuff like that. I didn't continue to pursue that because I was so discouraged by that. I mean, that's just a
Wow.
feeling like you don't want to feel like you out there and these kids is ballers and they're looking at you and you don't know what the hell you doing. I'm like, you ain't trying to make me I'm not going to be the laughing stock out here. It's one thing if I knew and then I'm out here not doing the right thing. But if I have no clue, you calling out stuff and I don't even know what is that?
No,
I'm not doing that. That messed
you're
me up.
100% right. That's what they do, Ron. And you speaking to a lot of parents right now. Seriously, like this is an issue, like because parents want their kids to know how to play. They pay money to put their kids on teams and stuff like that. And the kids is not really being taught how to play, how to set a
Right.
screen, how to open up, how to box out. Because a lot of the stuff is old fashioned, but it's going back to that way of play, the right way. Most of the kids that's getting selected, it can't just be about shot or athleticism. It has to be a combination of multiple things, because so many kids could shoot. So many kids could do the same thing. So you got to add more things to your bag that will make you get selected.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 100%. Well, I want to thank you for giving us some insight into this whole process and how things were. And shout out to Stefan Castle once again, man. A great moment for the young man. Really happy and proud. The only thing that would make me feel even better is if he was a New York Knick. But it is what it is. We still wish the young man great success. And he's going to be over there soaking up all of that knowledge from Popovich. I mean, there's no better man to learn from. So that should be a great experience. So once again, proud of him. Let me get your thoughts on some of this Knicks stuff, but let me bring my guy Shah in here as well. He's backstage. Hopefully he's ready. Let me see here. Oh yeah, he there. What up, Shah? I'll bring you up. Hey, what's happening, brother? Yes, sir.
So, hey, Hart, before I say anything, man, mad salutes to you and your family, Hartwell, for your nephew. I believe you said that made it to the NBA. He's going to a good squad with a good coach over there and a potential all-star player where his name should ring some bells over there.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Shah. Thanks a lot, bro.
You're ready.
I see you all the time. I never got a chance to salute you in person, so salute and thanks for the kind words, bro.
You're ready.
Yeah, man, that's a great moment, man, and we just have to continue to support and show love to our own. That's the reason why, like the other day when we had the show and I was talking about the draft picks that the Knicks could consider, the first person we talked about was Stefan Castle, even though we knew he wasn't coming to the Knicks, but it's like homegrown, one of our own, one of our people's. Got to show him some love too. So yeah, man. Shout out to L Dammit in the building once again. She said, "Show Ron and show some love, sharing the light." I appreciate you, man. Sharing the live to your peoples. Let them know that we out here in these streets. We out here talking it up, having a great time, celebrating what the Knicks did this week. It's been a fantastic week for our New York Knicks, as well as young man Stefan Castle. But it's just been a great time, man. I'm excited.
I think it's the greatest time to be a Knicks fan, if you ask me right now, because they hear the whole media and everything changes tone, because they don't like to do that for us, I think. So it's like, they got to now because they like to see, they see it's coming and they trying to get in line. But we got to make sure we know we see what's happening, because, we already been lit. One piece does make us better. I still think it need to be something else done to it. You know what I mean? And the good part about it is, like I said earlier, to be in third and chances to win a title, to me, is huge. I haven't seen nothing like that connected to us in a very long time. So it's like now people got to put a little bit more respect. Like I said, too, I was watching Guild Arena and they said, these guys be hating, and they not near one of them said anything bad about the Knicks and could we beat Boston and etc. And they all was like, yeah, the chat said 60% people think the Knicks could win. So everybody know what type of situation it is now with the Villanova Cats. Now, the main question to me is, do Randle play the 5? Do they move Randle? How is all that going to work? They can't pay all those guys. It's a lot of stuff we could get into, and I ain't going to say too much now, but that's my main thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll tell you this, right? So we don't know, and I'll be honest, I do not know enough about this stuff. This is not my forte. Like, everybody's got their skill set, what they're good at, and what they understand. I'm not really a numbers dude. I'm not one of those draft capologist people or any of that. I don't. I learn it as I learn it, and when I understand it and can digest it, I try to explain it to others. But it don't come natural to me. So, and then, how this whole thing moving around and how this, and then, the first apron, how this affects this. I'm learning more and more as we go. But I will say, there's ways to get stuff done. Can everything get done? No. But there's ways to get stuff done. Let's keep in mind, as fans of the Knicks, for example, how many times have we talked about these other teams? And like, how the hell are they able to do this? How was Golden State able to have all these players on the team and still have good role players that you pay money to, with Kevin Durant, with Klay Thompson, with Wiggins? I mean, I don't know if Wiggins was there, but with those guys, with Steph Curry. How are the Lakers, who have big salaries on their team, able to bring in other pieces when nobody else can get these guys to come in? How are they able to do these things? And with regards to the most recent is the Boston Celtics. Like, you're paying Jalen Brown. He's got a $300 million contract. You're going to have to pay Jason Tatum. He's going to get a $300 million contract. You got Porzingis on the team. You got Drew Holiday. Derek White might be a casualty. They don't know. They're trying to figure out how they can keep Derek White. But still, the other names I mentioned, how are they able to keep all these guys and then keep a good bench to be able to contend? If there's a way for them to somewhat do this, then there's a way for the Knicks to somewhat do it. So, and a lot of big money hasn't hit yet. That's still kind of down the line. And the issue that we were concerned about right now may not even be this year's issue. It may be next year's issue. That's when it really comes up. That's when you're like, uh-oh, now what are we going to do? But we're still okay for right now. So I just say, don't stress it too much. There's a way. The only issue is we may lose IHart if he doesn't want to take less money, and we have to figure it out from there. I don't know who's out there that is going to work for us, because I looked at the free agent stuff. Doesn't look great. It doesn't look promising as far as bigs, in my opinion. And that's why keeping Mitchell Robinson is important, I think, unless you can trade Mitchell Robinson in a package with somebody else for another big. I don't know why another team would do that, unless maybe it's about money and they want to get out from under someone, but who knows? Sha, how you feeling, brother? How are you feeling about this week in general? And then once you give me your thoughts on that, I'm gonna pull up the next young player from the draft and get your guys' take on this guy. And he's most important to me because I think he might have a chance to actually play. We'll see. But how do you feel about this week in general, Sha?
Well, to say it short, a lot of hoopla was out there about we couldn't get OG. We got OG. There was a lot of hoopla out there about we couldn't get Bridges and Mikel, and we got Mikel. So far so good. We went into the draft with 3 draft picks, 2 first round and 1 second round, 24, 25, and 38. And we end up coming out with 4 players and 2 or 3 extra second round picks. So I'm happy about what the front office has done. I'm happy with what we're going to do. And I'm pretty sure that the front office will work around and try to get some way, if they can get IHart and get the money down and execute some more moves before July 1st to make sure that they can get the cap down, or however like you, Ron. I'm still trying to learn how to do this cap thing. But if they could get the money down where they can, still retain IHart, I'm happy with that. If someone's coming to him offering him $25 million, I think IHart is a done deal. I don't see no team really out there that will offer him that much. I think it'll be $4 or $5 million, $5 to $7 million more than what the Knicks are offering per year. And if you're going to count over if you count over 4 years, $5 million is $20 million, and $20 million is $20 million. That alone is life changing. $20 million. So, I'm hoping that they can get close to the number where they can probably retain him. But I'm not upset if we can, the biggest thing about Mitchell Robinson, I know he's not a big dribbler. I know he doesn't shoot no jump shots. He doesn't have a back down game, jump hook or anything like that. But if we could get anything like Mitchell Robinson started last year, 60 to 65 games plus the playoffs, I'm happy to go into the season with Mitchell Robinson with 60 to 65 games plus the playoffs. Any way that he was playing like last year, a semi not crazy injury year, I'm happy to see that. The pickups that we got, there'll probably be some two-way players that they initiate with some of those plays. I think there was some chat, I'm not sure, but Charlie Brown and Toppin still may be on the G League as two-way players as well. I think we can still have 3 players that go over to the G League that could be interchangeable with the starting unit. I mean the main unit as the New York Knicks. So I mean I'm happy, and I haven't until I see it on the court, but on paper right now I'm super happy. I'm stoked. We got 2 predominantly strong wing players in OG and Mikal, and you'll see a better skill set from Mikal now, not being the number 1 like he was in Brooklyn with this team. One big thing I do like about Hartenstein is he sets good screens for guys to come around the screen and shoot the open jump shot. And that will be one thing that the Knicks will miss this year if we lose him. Mitch doesn't set a solid screen like that. He more of a screen and pop, screen and roll, screen and go to the basket type of guy. So we will lose that scheme from IHart. But I think Julius Randle is going to light things up. I think all the guys that get high assists are going to get higher assists. With the 2 guys in the corner that could in the corners that shoot about 40% from the corners. The starting unit everyone's talking about is going to be less shooting, but I think it's going to be a better shot selection from the guys on the starting unit. I think you're going to see OB. I think you're going to see OG shooting around 40%. I think Mikal's going to get his switch a little bit back and shoot better from the corner shots, closer to 40% this year. So, and Brunson, when he can not have sole control of the basketball and he can spot himself up, he is also a 40-point shooter. And I mean, the one thing that we have to hope for is Julius Randle comes back and he can get closer to 35%. That I think he shot this year 31%, only a short sample size from the start of the season to December. So January, when did he get hurt? January, something like that. So sometime in January. So it's something, something that you have to wait to see, but it looks good on paper.
Yeah, I agree. It does look good. So let's talk about this guy who I'm very excited for. Shout out to the chat once again. I apologize. We got 235 people watching across all platforms. Cannot say what's up to everybody because I may miss some names in there, but shout out to Christy Lamour. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. This is my first time seeing you chat. Hopefully you like the show. Please smash that like button and consider subscribing. That would be great.
Yo, Ron, not to cut you.
Yes.
When you get a chance, I wanted to say something before you go to the next topic on that.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, in reference to some of the takes, I just feel like the Knicks front office is doing a great job, right?
Great job.
It's hard to compare them to the other teams in the front offices already, in my opinion, because, you make some moves, and every move ain't gonna work regardless of who it is. And I'm not gonna say like, he's like who ran the Warriors, Bob Myers, right? And the other guy who ran the Celtics was the guy who coached the Celtics before, right? If I'm not mistaken. These guys making decisions to put their team in the championship. Leon Rose just made a decision to put us in the championship, put us to a run for a championship next year, right? But my problem is this now. The job is nowhere near done. You only got one basketball. I was giving them credit for for the recent moves because they were bringing in guys that were going to make the right play and not just think about, self accolades, just winning the game for the betterment of the team. So with that being said, it's only one ball. You put all them guys out there. It's going to have to be somebody that's going to have to take a back seat and fill up the stats other ways, and how that's going to work. Also, it's two guys that's going to have to go to the bench, which is DD and IHart. It's a lot of things. I'm going to do a show too, man. I want you to come on there and talk about some of this stuff with me because I got some of this stuff written out. But that's my whole thing with the next move, because you can have a good roster, like Shah said, on paper, but if you don't put it out there a certain way and keep doing what we were doing in this playoffs, because remember, these guys did it. You can't say, what if this guy was there? You have to look at the guys that were there and what they did. You could say, with them being healthy, what we going to do? Because another guy going in the mix now could change the dynamic of that. Seriously. It could make somebody do less. And if he's not doing what they was doing all around, then that changes the dynamic. You know what I mean? I just wanted to say that because I don't think it's just, it's not done. It's not no way it's going to take. Plus, with Brunson going to have to sign early, he's going to have to take money ahead of time, or they're going to have to pay him, and it's going to cause more problems down the line. I know you said just be happy now, but this thing can get messed up as fast as it got good if we don't make sure we keep this good chemistry going with this roster and don't taint it by trying to, it's only one basketball, and that's the main point I'm trying to get to. And we've been doing good changing the narrative of how we play lately, and I think we got to stick on that because that's why we was able to look so good and finish the way we did. Injuries plagued us, but we had next man up mentality. That's what championship teams do. Now the players who had to step up go back to the bench, and now we got the best bench again. But that's just part of the take I wanted to make.
No, and that's a fair take, and I think a lot of Knicks fans agree with you. There's a lot of concern. There's certain, I think that's a thinking man's take right there, Hardwell. And there's a lot of thinking man Knicks fans out there that are concerned. Okay, well, how does this all work? What happens financially? How do we make it happen? How do we hold on to these guys? Then the other side of it is, okay, now we're on the court. How do we make everybody happy? How does this work? How do we have fluidity? How do we continue to be what we were building last year going forward? I think these are all good questions to have, and I think that some of them are a little easier to answer than others. Of course, anything could change, but I automatically think that Dante DiVincenzo has no problem going back to the bench and allowing, Mikal Bridges to be the starting shooting guard because I think they have that type of relationship. They are comfortable with each other. They know each other's roles. And let's quite frankly, I know it's not as obvious to some as others, but, Mikal Bridges technically is the upper echelon player of the two. Dante had an incredible season, and some might say he had a better season this year than no, actually both sides. He had a really good season defensively too. So some might say Dante might have had the better season this past year, but Mikal has always been the starter. Even with Phoenix, he was a starter. And so it doesn't seem like Dante would have too much of a problem going back to the bench and allowing Mikal to be the starter. Now that's one, right? And then with regards to the big men, I think Mitchell Robinson kind of understands that IHart may have, if IHart comes back, that IHart has passed him as far as the starting role. I think IHart has shown that he starting helps him a little better to do because it gets the Knicks off to a good start as far as moving the ball offensively and doing those different things. And I think that's also what Tibbs likes. He likes the Knicks to get out the gate running early. Because our biggest problem is we played, especially this season, we played a lot of catch up. You know, we getting off to bad starts, and we got to get back into the game. And that's more energy that this team has to worry about expending just to get back into the game. And then they got to close it out. Now, of course, having Mikal Bridges helps. So maybe we won't have to worry about this as much, but it still could happen. And even with Julius here, it still could happen. But I think that IHart looks like he's the starter if he comes back. And then the money's going to dictate it. So I think even Mitch is going to say, that's no big deal. Mitch only cares about being out there helping and getting his minutes, and he'll get his minutes. So I think that part is fine, right? And I think another reason why, this is why I don't want Knicks fans to be worried about other people. Don't worry about other teams and what they're doing and who they're getting. Doesn't matter. The Knicks did what they had to do to get the guys they had to do, and they had to pay whatever they had to pay to get them here, because of that's how good of a fit it works for the Knicks. All these fans talking about, well, you know, you got a lemon in Mikal Bridges if you think he's going to come there and be your savior and all this stuff, and he's going to be the guy that we don't need him to be that guy. That's why they wanted him here, because these guys on this team love this guy. They have a good relationship with him. They've had success with him. They're friends, and they know they can work and play together. They work well off of each other. That's one.
He'll
and
play
two,
better here.
Yeah, exactly. And two, Mikal he's not that type of guy. He's a good dude, good young guy. He doesn't care about the ball being
positive energy. Yep.
Exactly. And that's the type of guy. Whereas when I tell you Dejounte Murray is someone you have to be concerned a little bit more about. One, he's not friends with all these guys, so he don't have to take a backseat to anybody. Mikal's cool. He don't mind taking a backseat to Dante.
They protecting our coaching, Ron. You're right about that. They protecting our coaching, and that's very important. And one thing that you said earlier made me think about this, right? How many players these other teams have, right? That's a great point. And that made me think of Hartenstein wouldn't want to stay with the Knicks and take less money because it don't make sense for him, right? But when it came out that we have a title shot now, I think that changes the narrative, because to me, the fifth man, the center, the big, is the main concern right now in this conversation about anything. Because if Hartenstein come back, we don't got to worry about putting Randle at the 5. We don't got to worry about a lot of stuff. Then all the other stuff could be figured out. I'm just not sure if Mikal played a 2 or not, but I don't think any of that is a concern of mine, because that's easy fixes. DD, him, whatever, they all play together. That's easy. It could be, however it rolls out when it comes to that.
Right.
My concern was the center position. I didn't know if Randle could play the 5. We'll have a lot of trouble with the 5, different things. So if we could get IHart back, he does set the screens better. Like Sha said, it's a lot of things that IHart does. He goes high post. He passes good down low. So that was my main concern in reference to that part of it. And if that part is solved, I'm cool with everything. They could still add other pieces if they feel, but even the new pieces that they added that you're about to go into, I like as well.
Right. And I think that's, like I said, that's a fair point. I think we got to think about that stuff. I think you're right to think about that stuff, and that shows your level of understanding of the Knicks team and as a basketball team in general, what they got to go through. So yeah, I mean, you find no argument for me about that, Will. I think that's a really good point, and it's really smart to think about that. But I do think that the Knicks have thought about that. I think they realize the type of culture that they have created and the type of guys that they have good character guys over here in New York. And they just brought in another good character guy who fits well with these guys. And to answer your other point, when you said about Jalen Brunson, I said this earlier, a couple shows ago, or maybe even early, while earlier than that. I think Jalen Brunson has no problem. Jalen Brunson is one of those guys. He's a different breed, man. He can make tons and tons of money. Does he want to get paid? Yes. But does he mind not getting paid what he deserves to be able to be the star on the New York Knicks and possibly bring a championship to the New York Knicks, playing behind his father as a coach and with 3 of his close friends from his college team? Jalen Brunson, I think, will do whatever he can to help this team, because they are setting him up like no other player has been set up before. So I'm not worried too much about him with his contract negotiation. Julius Randle, on the other hand, that may be a little different. So we'll see what happens with that. But Jalen, I think Jalen is willing to take less, because the Knicks are giving him a dream scenario. Not many players can get this chance to be able to play with 3 of your close friends from college and your father's on the staff as well. Like, this doesn't happen, and we're giving him all of this. and I think he appreciates that. He's a really good dude, and I think he is going to reward that appreciation with taking a deal that's favorable for both parties. The Knicks are going to tell him what they need to do and how they want to do it. He's going to listen. His agent is going to talk over the money, and he's going to say, "Yeah, that's cool."
I think, Ron, I think the odds that we spoke of too plays a part in all of that because it's a business at the end of the day. And you're right. His family's there and they laid out the red carpet and all that stuff. But the fact that we third in championship chances to win, man, that says a lot. We didn't make that record. The Knicks didn't make that record. It's just that's a record that they come out with. And that as a player, if he makes that decision, that helps him make the decision because you have a chance to win a ring. So when a player takes less money, that's the only way you really hear they do it in that case, where they know they have a chance to go somewhere and win a ring, or they on a team already where they getting certain players that got to get paid so they can win a chip. So I think that's the main piece of it now that changes the narrative, because back it wasn't really happening unless that was the case. Dudes are going for their money unless they take a little less to go somewhere and try to win a chip. And Brunson will be in that position, but everything you said, I agree with. But that piece alone makes it even more valid for him to take a pay cut. And IHart, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, that's a no-brainer. I can't. Everything else is a little question mark. Julius Randle is a little bit more of a question mark. I ain't gonna lie, because Julius already took his pay cut before. So if he wants to get paid, nobody can be mad at the guy. We just may not be able to deal with it. We'll see. We'll find out where we're at. But for Jalen Brunson, I mean, I'm not saying it's almost a guarantee that he takes a pay cut, but it definitely makes sense. If there was ever a person in the NBA that would take a pay cut to help his team, it would be him, because we are doing everything to make his life comfortable out here with this New York Knicks team. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So that being said, I wanted to bring up this next guy who I get it. I know people were talking about him. I didn't do a lot of research on him to understand exactly who he was, but he looks fantastic out there. And I think he definitely is somebody that the Knicks can benefit from. And that's this guy right here. You probably already have an idea who it is. Tyler Kolek.
Oh, my boy. That's my boy. I watched him all season, mostly.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Well,
he played in the Big East. He played in the Big East.
Yeah, he did. This kid could ball. This kid
he
could
sat
ball.
right next to me at the draft.
Oh, really?
Just
That's
didn't
dope.
get called. I was going before he got called.
Oh, man, that's dope.
I know Tyler, good kid, man. Great ball player.
Well, let me say this. He, in his time this past season, averaged 15.3 points, 4.9 rebounds. Mind you, he's 6'3". So the fact that he got almost 5 rebounds a game, I like that. That tells me a lot about him and his hustle and his grit. 7.7 assists per game, 1.6 steals, 0.2 blocks. Not worried about that. 49.6 from the field. That's like Jalen Brunson type numbers from a guard. 38.8 from 3. 85% from the free throw line. Yes, he was Big East player of the year.
Last season, not this season, last season. Mm-hmm.
And this year, he led the entire NCAA in assists, total assists. So I've already pointed out the guy shoots almost 50% from the field. We know that reminds you of Jalen Brunson, doesn't it? Yes, it does. The guy shoots 38.8 from 3. Reminds me of Jalen Brunson as well. Pretty good shooter.
Tibbs gonna love him, Ron.
I know. 85% from the free throw line. And he's dropping dimes, 7.7 assists. So he's willing to pass the ball.
His pick and roll is crazy. Man. He did pick and roll with the kid with the flat top, Iguala. It sounded like Iguodala last name, something like that. I don't want to screw his name up. But the kid and him was a tandem. So he gonna throw mad lobs, get in the paint. He's legit, and they got him late. That was a steal. This draft was a bunch of steals. He's a steal.
I like it.
Knicks
you know
fans,
what?
Get ready.
Now, I don't like to do this, guys, and I've told you this many times, but I'm gonna do it right now for him. Okay, and this is the only one I'm doing it for. So don't get mad at me, Knicks fans. But I don't want to deal with with this platform and getting copyrighted because that's all they do to me. So I'm like, okay, but I'm going to put up something real quick, and let's take a quick look at my guy here.
He's coached by Shaka Smart too. Remember that.
Oh,
That's
Shaka, I know Shaka.
That's his coach. Very, very good coach. He was sitting right next to me too. Very, very good coach.
This is just him throwing dimes, y'all. And I apologize for the video. This ain't 1080p, but it is what it is. Just look at the passing, man. This is all about him passing. Yeah, okay. Dime. You know what I mean? Like, this is just dime. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the guy you talk about right there, Harwell.
Yeah.
The light-skinned boy you was talking about.
Which one? The big catching the oops. Yeah, he catching the oops. Yeah. Yeah, I watched them, man. They played UConn twice, 3 times, or something like in the tournament too. They played him 3 times. I saw every game. He's tough. He got hurt though when they played them back when it was big. He didn't play. That's the only thing why his stock dropped. He got hurt and he didn't play at the end of the season. When they went to the tournament, he didn't play. He came back kind of injured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he's just diming it up here. Look at just diming it up. Got no problem passing this ball to his teammates. And he already said it himself. He likes to make guys look good. I like that.
Yep. Yeah, and another thing he said was he likes making people barbecue chicken.
Mm-hmm. Look at that pass. Let's go.
Yeah, he hood. You go to his page on Instagram, he got Nas on there. He ain't your typical. He with that action. Tell you.
I like that.
He with that action, boy. He ain't scared. Somebody wrote it in the chat. He ain't scared. He right. Dude is definitely cool. And you know what he said to me at the draft? Because Carter, he was making fun of Carter because Carter had on no shirt under his suit. You know Devin Carter from Providence?
Yeah.
So he looked back at me and his coach. His coach was sitting right behind me, right in the row behind me. He was right in front. So we all sitting next to each other. He looked back and said, I would have rocked that. I would have been able to do that. I said, nah, Colette. You wouldn't have been able to do that, Colette. They know who I am. They know I'm Steph's uncle. So they seen me so many times. So we done talked, shook hands. So at the draft, they just opened up. Kolek is a very, very good pick. He's down to earth. He know how to ball, son. And one thing we got to do again is get a front office credit for this because they brought another player who has intangibles. We looking at intangibles right now. Passing the ball. Yeah. That gonna get him points automatically because they not playing him to shoot. They don't know what he gonna do.
Yep. I gotta, like I said, if I'm gonna go all in, I'm gonna go all in. And this is just one of them things. Like I got no problem with doing this one time and dealing with YouTube coming after me.
YouTube, he said one time, YouTube. Come on now. This is Big Ron. This is Big Ron. Don't play yourself.
don't hurt me.
What's my man named Leo Cohen? You know I know you. Stop playing, Leo.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Show me a little love, B. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is the one I want to show real quick. Because like this, it just show, and remember, I know this is practice. This is not what it's about. It's about the young man's pause, his shooting stroke, his who's my favorite? Chris Mullin, my favorite lefty ever. It's that Chris Mullin shot, man. I'm digging that. Hold on, let me share this screen real quick. Like I said, once again, guys. I know this is just practice, no defense on him, but it ain't about that. This is not what I'm worried about showing y'all. It's about showing y'all how he shoots it. And it's just how look at the shots and look at how they hit in the net. This is what I want y'all to look at. Let's show this real quick.
And he with Brinkley too. That's Brinkley. Whenever you see that gym, that's Brinkley.
Yes, it is.
So just to inform y'all, that's where LeBron be.
Look at the shot. Look at the net. Got a little rim on that.
Not water, right? H2O.
Ain't nobody guarding them all the way out there anyway.
I know, but look at that.
No, that's beautiful, Ron. Once they come out there, they barbecue chicken, Shy, like you said. Yeah. That's how ball is ball. They hit that and bring you out there and barbecue chicken you.
A little further and all angles on the court, man. All angles. Just
I mean, he already said he I don't want to say mirrored. I don't know exactly how he said it, but I know he mentioned him and Brunson in the same tidbit. Like he was, Brunson was someone that he paid attention to, and his style is similar to that. You know what I mean? Hard, goes to the ball. I mean, his passing is. I've seen a couple, not many games, and I've seen a lot of highlights. Like this one here, this guy is, and he's left-handed too. You know what I mean? And he wants to make his team better. And he got a little, he said he got his Urban Dictionary. So, I'm down with him.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you, he's the Johnny Manziel of basketball.
yeah, what Ron did was he showed y'all the man going off the dribble, right? In paint, making passes. So what I try to tell y'all is when you see somebody could get in the paint like that and he could shoot like this, right? Nobody have to be on him. If he's making a shot, that means the defense gonna have to come out. If you know basketball, right? He's a lefty. He's gonna go by, cause trouble in the paint, either dish or score. That's just a part of showing you his shot in the workout. That boy, look him up on Marquette and see how many shots he put in people's face, bro. That's all y'all in the chat got to do who think because ain't nobody on him that matter. That boy right there is serious. Trust me.
Yeah.
I've seen him in live action.
I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. I mean, of course, I could have showed you video of him shooting in a game, which I've seen that already. It's the same thing. I just like this little video because it just shows the repetition and the form, and I like the fact that he's splashing water over here. It's not, you know what I mean? I'm digging that. So yeah, man, Tyler Kolek, he's one of those that the Knicks got an interesting one with that pick. I mean, he's someone that could definitely grow with this team. He's not going to get the minutes that people are craving out the gate. You know what I mean? If we can hold on to Deuce, Deuce should get some of those minutes. But even Deuce might be tough for Deuce to get minutes with Macau being here. Like, this is going to be tough, guys. So I want y'all to understand once again, this Knick team is trying to win it all. And Tibbs is going to play these guys. And if they're out there balling, he's going to let them rock. And certain guys are going to be, watching. So these young rookies, they may be watching. Deuce may be watching a little bit more than he was watching last year. So I'm just throwing that out there. It's something you might have to worry about. It is what it is. Chef says Paris says he passes like Caitlin. Chef says Ron, he's the best passer in the draft. I believe that. He definitely looks like he is, and it says a lot about him. And like his assist to turnover ratio was like 7-2 or something like that. That's solid. I mean, it was 7.7 to 2 actually, but yeah, good. This is a good pickup for the Knicks, and we'll see what happens, man. I definitely like him. Nick Yak. Well, I am going in order, so yeah, I will get to the rookie center, in a little bit. I'm getting there. But I don't know why you'd be more excited to talk about him than Tyler. And there's no guarantee that rookie center is going to play either. Let's not.
Yeah, he probably might not.
Let's let it all play out first. Let's see what happens. Because if we do lose IHart and they sign someone like Georges Bataze, that rookie center's not playing. It'll be Mitchell Robinson and Bataze, and we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, so who's next on the list? Okay. All right. That must be, yep. This guy, like I said, we lost out on the ability and the chance to get a generational defender in Ryan Dunn, but we did get a guy who was a really good two-way player, only barred because of injury. Like, if not for injury, he would have went a lot higher in the draft. And that is Kevin McCullough Jr.
I like him.
Look at Kevin McCullough. Now, this is a guy who plays really good defense, guys. Don't get twisted. He plays good defense. He may not be Ryan Dunn, like a generational defender, but he is a solid defender. I'm talking about blocking shots, swiping the ball, picking pockets, all that stuff. 18.3 points per game, 6 rebounds. He's a guard, guys. 6 rebounds, good rebounding guard, and he's got a shot. He could score,
and a big guard too.
1 assist. Yeah, he's a big guard. 1.5 steals per game. Told you he's a klepto, right? 0.4 blocks. I mean, like I said, he blocks shots. His highlight reel shows him blocking shots, but he's a smaller guy, so I guess that it's all about when it happens. but shooting 45.4% from the field, which is league average for the NBA. 33.3 from three. That's not solid. I mean, you can get that number up and maybe under, Tibbs that, that's something they could work on. And then he shoots a very good 80.5 from the free throw line. And he's a solid defender. I don't know what more you want. This kid looks pretty damn good too. Another really solid pick for the New York Knicks. What's your thoughts on Kevin McCullough Jr., Shah?
Yeah, I liked him too, man. It was two guys that after my obvious picks either went up in the draft or didn't make it to the Knicks. I like him. It was another guy. I can't remember his name now. I got it written down in my book. He was a number two. I shouldn't have smoked this morning. Whatever his name was, he was the second, and Junior was the other guy that I was looking at. And I had mentioned him, I think maybe on one of the last streams I was on with somebody, I don't remember. But this guy really can play some defense. He's a bigger guard. He crashes the boards. He stays in the pass lane. A typical New York Knicks, Tom Thibodeau type of guy. And I mean, he's always he breaks out on the pass. He can shoot the rock. He goes around screens. He pops into the lane. He does everything that New York Knicks player in the last couple of years that we talk about does. And I think I don't know what they're going to do with him, but he may be a bench, someone to sit on the bench. But in the ellipse of somebody going down or something like that, a good player to put in there and see what he can do. Comes from a good school, hard school. The Kansas. The Kansas. I'm forgetting everything today. I'm sorry.
No,
Kansas,
you're right. The Kansas
Jayhawks.
Jayhawks. Thank you, Hartwell.
It's all
Kansas
good.
Jayhawks, and their coach is a style of basketball player like Tom Thibodeau. And I mean, hard-nosed defense, play defense, play defense, play defense, and when you finish with the defense, play more defense. And he's gonna fit. He's gonna fit the bill very well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think
Jayhawks.
he's
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's a nice looking player.
I
think
had a
he
chance to see him. I had a chance to see
So
him
how
play.
you feel about him, Hallwell?
Yeah, I seen him play more than a few times actually. Like he said, he defender, played for Coach Self. He was actually either the best or he was the probably second best because they got the tall guy, the big kid on Kansas, and this kid right here used to do a lot of the scoring for them. And he's not somebody that he's a good off the bench player, and he's going to be probably a decent two-way player for the Knicks. And actually, what Ron was saying earlier about the type of players that we bringing in, he just fits that description. When you watch Kansas and you see his demeanor, what type of person he is, he fits the same description like Matteo and Brunson, and that just goes to say that the front office is bringing in these type of players. If you don't fit that description, you may not be, because that says a lot about you. You know what I mean? If you arrogant, if you got a funny style, you're gonna be a little selfish. And Ron said it too about Murray. We're not taking nothing away from how good he is, but we talking about the NBA. Mostly everybody is already decent players and good players. So you got to find players that fit with what you trying to do. Right. And Mikal Bridges, Kolek, and this guy right here, McCullough Jr. is his name, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
he
McCullough
is
Jr.
the same type of player. And that's my take on him.
Yeah, and so what Hardwell's saying, even bringing up the Dejounte Murray, like there's nothing wrong with me saying that I think Dejounte Murray wants a bigger role on a team. He doesn't want to play second or third fiddle to other guys. He wants to be the guy. There's nothing wrong with that. He deserves
He
that.
ain't mature enough yet to know that that's not how you're going to win, bro.
Right, but that's the way he feels, and that's
yeah.
When I say that, once again, guys, I'm not saying this verbatim. Like I know, I talked to the dude. I know exactly how he feels. I'm telling you from the tweet that was put out there and from what like other Atlanta Hawks fans have said about him, this is what he wanted, right? And then from the time that he was with San Antonio, how the systematic approach that Popovich had and how he wanted to be able to be cut loose and do his own thing, it shows you that's what he wanted. So there's nothing wrong with that. The only thing that I would say to Knicks fans is if we didn't get Mikal Bridges, then you have a right to be upset. Oh, what? They got him for that? We could have offered better than that. There's no need to worry about that. We got Mikal Bridges. We don't got to worry about none of that stuff right now. It is what it is. He's gone. He did his thing. He got a good deal.
That's
And listen,
always gonna happen.
right. And yeah, they gave up 2 first-round picks. They also gave up Larry Nance Jr., who's a professional basketball player who can contribute to a team. And they also got Dyson Daniels. We gave up one guy that we wasn't even sure we was going to sign, in Bogdanovich. We traded for him for this moment to be able to use him. And if we don't use him, we trade him because his contract works towards getting somebody else. This worked out perfectly. What else do we want?
Yo, Ron, the Hawks is like one of them stores, right? That be having the expensive stuff, and the next thing you know is 60% off. They always do it. You could go in there and get the shit for $40. So at first when I saw it, it's like, oh shit, I could have caught that. I missed it. Right? Same thing. We all wanted it, right? But it's a facade. It don't fit you. You was about to buy a size that, you know, it's only a small left and you know you're a medium. He don't fit with the team. It's the same facade. I said, man, yo, these guys got Murray for a bag of chips, bro. Why we ain't get him? But then when we talk about this is how I feel about it now. We're right. He don't fit. You know what I mean? He like a small. We need a medium. It's not what we need. It was a sale price, and we just seen it, and we start geeking for a second, and we said we should have brought it, but it ain't for us. You know what I'm saying? We all been through that before. And we wanted Murray before we wanted Brunson, but I tell you what, I'm glad we took Brunson the way everything played out.
100%. I'm with you on that, because it definitely could have been very different. And even, you know, certain moves, you got to let them play out. It may not have worked out to our benefit, what we were thinking. You know, we don't know. But what we do know is we've seen Jalen Brunson and his New York Knicks team have success. And the only thing, it sucks, but it's the reality. We can use it because it happened. We can point to that we could have been better if it wasn't for the injuries. And it's just that's the reality. So I hope that's why I can't wait for the next season to start so we can kind of push that narrative aside, but it's still real. It still affected us, and it's something that the Knicks had to deal with. So, you know, but it is what it is. Them New York Knicks have shown that they are a team that is on everybody's watch list now. Now everybody's checking for the Knicks and seeing what they're doing, because it doesn't matter if you hate on the Knicks. You got to see they're making good moves. Okay, they are making good moves. When's the last time we've seen a Knicks team go out and be aggressive and bring in, you know, a guy like Mikal Bridges to add to the other thing that, you know, the other players you already got on the team, as well as re-sign a guy like OG Anunoby to that level of contract, and you still, you know, trying to finish out the rest of the roster. This is uncharted territory, and people are saying the Knicks got an A in the draft. Some people are saying the Knicks got the best draft. Oh, what is happening here? This is like the Twilight Zone. I'm loving this.
Like a dream. It's like a dream. I said it.
Yeah, it's great, bro. It is great. So I just want everybody to kind of think about that and understand that the Knicks have made the right moves. They're moving in the right direction. And it's a time to be happy and excited. Don't second guess too much, because all we do as Knicks fans is always second guess what's going on. And in the end, it started with Jalen Brunson. We already seen all the videos. Oh, Jalen Brunson is okay, but he'll never be this. Or I don't know if the Knicks should have did that. Oh, the Knicks give him $106 million. Come on, man. What are we talking about now? Oh, the Knicks they've underpaid Jalen Brunson, but now they're offering this guy this amount of money. He's getting paid more than Jalen Brunson. Like, what are we doing here? Jalen is going to get his money when he gets his money, and he's going to be happy. He's playing with his father out there. He's got 3 of his best friends out there. Let it be. And look, Emmanuel Quickley. Shout out to Emmanuel Quickley, by the way. Once a Knick, always a Knick. That young man got paid. He's getting $35 million per season. Oh, guess what, guys? That's more than Jalen Brunson. What is the world coming to? It is what it is. When Jalen Brunson gets his moment, he's going to get his moment. Relax. It's all good. We freaking out.
You know what that mean, Ron? To me, that always means just stay down till you come up. Nobody could determine. You know what I mean? That's all Quickley did. I said that last night on my show. Like, he deserved every dime of it. That just means Brunson gonna get his money too. You know, that's the game keeps going up in pay. TV deals keep going up, and the NBA, NBPA, they got it right to where the owners got to show all that money. So players gonna keep making more and more money. So that's why when you said earlier in reference to all these teams with all these stars on it, that's the real reason why. So I don't think players should have to trip. They're gonna get paid to stay down and keep balling out. And I'm very happy for Quickly. I just wanted to say that because he been with us all that time, and I felt the way when the Knicks didn't pay him. So to see him finally get paid and be able to feed his family, that's a blessing. So shout out to Emmanuel Quickly, man.
Yeah, definitely. And also it validates the New York Knicks because at some people, sometimes you gotta see it before people believe it. Like, oh, why'd they have to get rid of Quickly? You telling me they couldn't pay it Quickly? Quickly just got 35 million per. You think the Knicks is ready to ante up that 35 mil? You know,
because he stayed patient. He could have sold out and took less.
Right. But also the Knicks didn't feel, that I don't think the Knicks feel that was fair either. Listen, not for nothing. The organization likes Emmanuel Quickly. Tom Thibodeau liked Emmanuel Quickly. They want the young man to go out there and get paid. They just knew at a certain point once his value and his numbers were going up and other people, young people around his class were getting more money, you got to say, okay, we priced out. It is what it is. Let's move him and get something for him. And that was the smart thing to do. So shout out to the Knicks for doing that and giving this young man an opportunity to go somewhere else, kind of play there and see if he likes it, and then re-sign with them and get paid, get the bag, because he's a good guy. One thing about Emmanuel Quickly, he's a good human being, another good person. And the Knicks like them culture type guys. That's why they continue to bring him in here. And we should be happy about that. Imagine that. A team that can be successful and winning, and you don't have to have a dude that you worry about is going to snuff you in the face just to show that he can
got
ball.
that contract off our stage. Think about it. He earned that contract playing on our stage. Really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how big the Knicks stage is, all honesty, because to make that much money, he hardly played over there. That he did decent over there, but he earned that money playing on our stage.
Shout out to CC, our guy Catanese. He says that he witnessed Stacey Castle, which is Stefan Castle's father, average damn near 35 plus at City College. So goes back to what Hall
people out there.
saying.
That's why I like to say stuff and let other people just say they remember, because before the internet, you was still a fan, names. A lot of people was out there, so they listening. That's what's up. Shout out to you, fam.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. Shout out to Old Head in the building, Long Island Sound as well. Appreciate y'all. D Public Enemy #1 is here. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I do think that even if he's eligible to get anywhere between that, I think he'll take less. Now he can only take a certain amount less. Like if there's a threshold, he has to still, because of his time in the NBA, he has to take a certain amount, because that's how the NBA Players Association is set up. It's got to be equal value or equal parts or whatever. So he might take a discount, but he's still going to get paid somewhere where he needs to be. So it is what it is. And at that time, we have to get rid of Julius, and I'm not talking about this year. Once again, let me just lay this out real quick. Right now, I think the Knicks can do what they got to do, field the team, so we can go out there and make another run at it for this year. If the year is going, because the other thing we got to think about too is that Julius Randle is coming back from a shoulder separation injury, and those injuries are sometimes they take a while to heal. Sometimes you're at risk of re-aggravating it, a high risk of that. So he could come back and he could hurt it again, which would suck for the Knicks, but also suck for him and his not draft stock, his free agency stock, right? But what I wanted to say is, with whatever moves that the Knicks have done, the team has learned to play without Julius, and they figured out a way to kind of move. Julius makes them better. But if Julius comes back and struggles the first month of the season or the first 3 weeks, I'm not going to make a big deal about that. But if Julius comes back and he struggles the first 2 months of the season, or the Knicks don't look like they're playing well and they're missing something and the chemistry's not right, then at the trade deadline, you trade Julius. That's just how it is. That's when you say, I got to make a move because he's coming up on a free agency. Our chemistry's not looking good and we're going to have to pay him. That's when you move on from him. Yes, you'll probably get less for him than you might now, but it doesn't matter. We're never going to get equal value for Julius because nobody really estimates Julius's value for what it is. Julius is a special player out there. I know we complain about his defense because he dogs it sometimes, but it doesn't change the fact that he can play defense. I've already gone over this multiple times, guys. Julius Randle is one of the best players in the NBA. I know you might be like, what, Ron? He ain't no Giannis. Let me say it again. If you look at a guy who came into the league super athletic, he got hurt, which has sapped some of his athleticism, but still super athletic, a lefty who could score on all the levels. His offensive shot has become better over time. And let's not forget that he shot 41% from three at one point. Not recently, but he did. Can rebound, can give you 10 plus rebounds, can assist 4 or 5 assists a game, has the ability. At one point, I looked at his stats with the Lakers. I looked at his stats with the Knicks. 107 with the Lakers, 108 with the Lakers as defensive player, 114 in the most improved season, 114. And that's a standard number for power forwards these days. That's a really good number for a defender. Yes, if you look deeper into it, you'll realize there's certain sets and stuff that he did miss. There's certain times that players did capitalize on him not playing as good of a defense as he should have. But there's also moments where he does step up and play good defense. I'm talking about a guy with incredible ability to do all of this. There's no team out there that's going to give the Knicks his value. So just keep that in mind when you think about it. Like, if we got to trade him at the trade deadline, then we got to do it. But right now, we rock with Julius because he's a part of this team, and we see what it is. Because let me tell you, the flip side is the Knicks come out and they balling out the gate or struggling a little bit first couple weeks, and then they start balling. Everybody's going to be like, yo, these Knicks are a problem. And everybody's going to be no, we can't get rid of anybody. We need all these guys. So just let it play out and see where we go. Harwell, what's your thoughts on Randle? Because I know that there is some concern that we might have to move him. I get it. But we don't got to do it now. We wait till the trade deadline if we have to.
The main thing for me, you hear me right? You hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. The main thing for me is that what you just said, because I'm both sides with it. But what you just said, I like to hear people out, and if it makes me feel the way what they say, then I take that into consideration. And we're not gonna get back what Randle's really worth.
Right.
We taking away from our team, giving him away for less. Now, how could that benefit us? Right? This is how something like that could benefit us. And I said this before on my show. If we bring in a player that's not as good as Randle, that would only be because that player is going to be better in the role that Randle would have to play. Some teams don't need the 20 plus points. Because like I said earlier, it's only one basketball. So that's the only way it'll work out in our favor and balance out in our favor if Randle can't play the way, like what you kind of said, by the deadline. But I think, and to be all fair and fair to us, as good as he is, he helped bring us back. He's all NBA. Why give something like that away? I want to give him advice to say, you've been in the league for a while. Sometimes when you want to just win, you got to take a less role for the betterment of the team. Now, if you still going for money or you still got your own goals and accolades, you can't really tell nobody, how to go about it that far. But that's just how I look at it. I don't know if Randle's saying he deserved to get more money and if that's the case, then, or if he still got things to prove, let's say it that way. Think about it. Because to me, and this is how I said it too, he always was a late bloomer in a way to me. Right? So when you're a late bloomer, you still cooking out here. Look at LeBron. So you can't really look at dudes, and he not that old neither. He's still young. I'm just saying he could still look at it like he gonna play for a long time. So where's the sacrifice? The sacrifice is with him. Do you want to continue to kill, or are you gonna take a less role to win? Some guys still want to make the all NBA, continue. If he take a back seat, you may not be able to accomplish them goals. You know that, right?
That's true too. That's
part of the sacrifice if we're not gonna win a chip. That's why I said to you earlier, a lot of dudes is looking at all them things, and that's part of their sacrifice. And then if the team is not going in the direction that they think their career is going, the only way they're gonna sacrifice what they want to do is for a ring, maybe for one go round. You get what I'm saying? If that works, and then go back chasing what they chasing.
Right.
So it's a lot of you know, but that's the best way I could try to break it down because it's kind of hard, and I like Randle, and I don't want to lose Randle. But if we do, I'll understand why. Because we don't need the extra points, and people don't
Right.
understand that because too much ain't good on a roster. It bring in negative energy. People ain't happy. Everybody has to be happy in order to accomplish the ultimate goal, which is the championship. Down to
That's
the
a fact.
last man on the bench, that's not even being seen. He got to play. He got to guard up. So,
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. Before I get over to Sha, once again, guys, you know, if you're just tuning in, please smash that like button. I appreciate all the love and support for the show. It helps the show grow. You know, it looks a little something like this. I thank you guys for tuning in and rocking with me. This has been a great show. We've been chopping it up, celebrating what the Knicks have done all week. It's been a fantastic time. Today, I'm joined by Sha Powers, one half of the Knicks Real Talk crew with my other brother, Divine. Shout out to him. Thank you, Sha, for being here and rocking with me. Also, I'm here with Hall Will for the love of the game. That's right, the number 4, OUR, love of the game, as well as him being the uncle to my guy, Steven Castle. You know, shout out to him. Steven Castle got drafted by the San Antonio Spurs. It's a really great time for everybody, and Hall Will's having a great week. Not only with that, but he's a Knicks fan and watching Mikal Bridges, watching our draft. We re-signed OG. You know, it's good right now, baby. It's a great time.
see
It's a
my
great
hat,
time.
baby. I'm
Oh, I
all Knicks.
see.
All Knicks. All Knicks.
This is
Since a
fantastic.
kid, man,
So,
you know, it feel good just knowing, like, since I was a kid, we wasn't really good. I just was a fan just because we wasn't allowed to go vote for another team. My pops wasn't trying to hear that. You know what I mean? I was raised by my dad, and my dad was a Knicks fan. So it's like, you want to have swag like your dad. So how I look
right.
following a player, I'm following my dad. My dad repped the Knicks, I repped the Knicks. So I
Yeah.
always stuck to that. And I stayed a Knicks fan when people used to clown me. People used to say, why are you a fan of dudes that I'm cool with? Laker fans, all type of stuff, bro. It's crazy. They right from New York, bro. Think about what I'm saying. Dudes right from our hood, dudes we grew up with. They are all not Knicks fans. If they acting like they are now, they snuck through the back door. They used to clown us. I know y'all went through that. Now,
Yeah, of
because they
course.
see we getting good, they want to creep through the back door. The Brooklyn fans, all type, they coming back home now, bro.
I know. Watch. This is the thing. This is what happens, guys. All the bandwagon Knicks fans are going to start popping out anyway, right? And then you're going to have some bandwagon Knicks fans that don't really necessarily care about the Knicks or any of these teams, but they're bettors, they're gamblers, right? And they like the odds, so they said, "Oh, Knicks are three, favorite 3, whatever it is, to win the championship." I'm
Yeah.
betting on it. So now I'm following the Knicks, right? I'm not really a Knicks fan. Oh yeah, but I need the Knicks to do well. So that's what brings out some of their fandom too. And then another thing, you're gonna watch some of these fake Brooklyn fans. Brooklyn is crazy. They're gonna come over. Oh yeah, you know what? I mean, I wasn't really a Knicks fan, but I'm following Mikal. I like Mikal. Okay, all right, sure you are. Watch, you're gonna see it. It's all coming. They already got it set up. Good for them. All right,
Now
I'm
it's
here
just
though.
flattering to know where I came from with this team. Like, to be made fun of, to now everybody want to be a part of it. To me, that's flattering. Like, you know, I used to rock this gear. People used to look at me weird and stuff. Now everybody want to wear it now. Like, yo, what's up? What happened when y'all was saying we a joking? Nobody's ever gonna come to the Knicks. Remember y'all used to say that? Oh, the Knicks is never gonna be good. I wish I was recording all of you MFs.
Listen, but once again, I'm sorry, Sha. Before I get over to you, I'm gonna tell y'all once again, guys. Look, I know I'm a realist. I know it happens no matter what. It got nothing to do with me. I don't care. You want to be a bandwagon? You hated the Knicks all your life, and now all of a sudden you want to be a Knicks fan? Sure, come over. You ain't gonna like my terms, because once you come over, you can't leave. You can't leave.
You can't tell a grown person what to do.
How you feel about that now? Come over. You could be a Knicks fan this year. You can't leave. How you feel about it? All right? Because once you here, you can't go nowhere else. That's it. You're a Knicks fan for life. Can you do it? Are you ready for that? Because I'm here, baby.
We ain't going nowhere. It's gonna make us deeper. I understand that. We're gonna be deeper, but they all way in the back. We have a parade, and I recognize y'all. Y'all got to get to the back.
Don't let them speak, yo. They could be at the parade. They can't get on the mic. Nah. Anyway, shout out.
I had some things
Oh,
at
wait,
my
hold on
job.
1 second, Shaw. I don't
All
want you to forget. Hold on 1 second. I just want to shout out Brooklyn Cardio. Thank you for being here. If you're a new subscriber, I appreciate you. Smash that like button, all that stuff. Shout out to LDs as well. And I don't see anybody else. Joey Ripham Sports. I think I said what's up to you. Good to see King Ribby in the building. Nick Yak is here. Good to see all y'all. Okay. Go ahead. My fault, Shaw.
Yeah, just a little caveat to the thing about the Knicks. At my job, everyone knows I'm a Knicks fan. Everybody knows that I do the podcast now and stuff like that. So my first year podcasting, one of the we get usually they put up banners for certain things, for February for Black History Month and 4th of July, all these things. So for Black History Month, the girl that puts the banners on the floor, knowing that I'm a Knicks fan, on the floor that I work on, she put a Jordan banner on my floor. So every day that I got off the elevator, I see Jordan sitting there, knowing that I'm Knicks fan. So but now the same young lady, she conversates with me. She talks to me. She, oh, the Knicks are doing real good and all this stuff. So it's easier as a Knicks fan, especially when the Knicks are playing better. But that first year, when she did it, every day I get off the thing for Black History Month, I get off the elevator, Jordan comes right there, right as soon as you get off the elevator, and the rest of you, Jordan picture right there, to gain greatness and all this other stuff, you have to be mentally distant. I can almost remember it, and I was like, this, in the back of my mind, like, yeah, all right, whatever. And now, as the fruits are starting to blossom, we will see what happens this year, because this is going to be a promising year for the New York Knicks. And that's all I wanted to say about that. Being a Knicks fan is really tough.
No, it is. It's you got to just be able to withstand and go through it, because arguing with people and trying to defend your team against them when your team ain't doing well is tough.
Yeah, it's
so
hard,
you earned this moment right here. We went through a lot. I can't tell you, when I was in high school in the lunchroom, people clowning my Knicks. I'm like, oh yeah, OJ got your back, your spotlight, right? I'm like, come on, man. I ain't trying to deal with this. We good, we all right. Shout out to Brooklyn Zombie 420 in the building. Salute to you.
Went
Thank you
through
for
many
being here,
years
Rock.
of we about to get it right. We gonna get better. It should never happen
man.
for so long. And finally it happened, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we here now, man. Oh, also, before I get over the shot, because I wanted to get your thoughts on the Julius Randle stuff, and I think, am I seeing him right? Yeah, we got 191 likes, guys. Let's see if we can get to 200. We need 9 more for 200, and we got 236 people watching across all platforms. I understand that there's 103 on X right now. Y'all can't really hit the like button, but if any of y'all want to just pop over to YouTube, smash that like button, see if we can get to 200. That'd be great. I ain't gonna be mad at y'all. Also, just want to say, if you want to support the show, by all means, you can support the show with super chats. If you guys want to give a super chat to the show, or if you want to, do Cash App, that's up to you. And I'm only throwing all this out there because people ask. You don't have to do it. I just like the fact that you guys are tuned in. You're in the chat. You're being active, showing love, hitting that like button, subscribing. That's all that really matters. Okay, let me just do it's like a commercial. I got to get my commercial out. Also, you can also please support Still Knicks fans by buying a coffee. You have different ways of supporting: super chats, Cash App. You can just buy a coffee. Go to www.buymeacoffee/Still Knicks fans. You can buy a coffee there. As you can see, right next to Hard Will, there's a little icon here with a little coffee cup. You can just put your phone over that and get the QR code. Hit that, you go right there, and you can support the show that way if you want to do it.
Oh, that's dope, man. Everybody in the chat, man, y'all know y'all drink coffee. You put your phone up there. Stop.
Yeah.
You want some caffeine in your life, man.
Yeah. Let me matter of fact, let me change the view here to make it a little easier for y'all to see it. Boom. I made it smaller. But there, now you can see it right there in the top corner. You can
for the
use your little
OGs,
QR
man.
code.
You can see it now.
Yeah. Some of y'all might be on your phone, so it makes it a little more difficult to do it. But you can type in, like I said, buy me at www.buymeacoffee.com/Still Knicks fans, and you can go to the website and support that way. The other thing too is, if you guys are interested, once again, we do have merch now. So go to Still Knicks fans merchandise, youtube.com/Still Knicks fans store. and you can see the merch. We got other stuff, not just the stuff you see there. You click on that and it opens up your world to a whole bunch of other merchandise that we have, teddy bears, all types of stuff with different logos. So if you want to do something like that, maybe get something for your kid. Hey, man, listen, it is what it is. I can't fault you for that. And lastly, I just want to thank everybody today because it's a celebration. So we didn't have a lot of craziness. I almost had to use it for Mets because Mets came in here angry as usual. But that's who Mets is. He's a curmudgeon. He's like Oscar Madison from The Odd Couple. He'd be mad about everything. I didn't have to use this.
See if I know the ledge.
I didn't have to talk anybody off the ledge. Y'all are just here rocking. You're excited just like I'm excited. So I appreciate y'all. Now, Sha, my bad, brother. Your thoughts on the whole thing with Julius and how do you feel about that?
At one time for Julius Randle, I thought Julius Randle was going to end up being someone like a Spreewell or Larry Johnson, sitting on the thing, being a Knicks fan and in his career as a Knicks fan. I still think that could still play the part. Julius Randle, as not being in no one's pockets or anything like that, but he may want the bag, but he already has gotten a bag from the New York Knicks, and he is making commercials now. He's prime time at the New York Stock Exchange, ringing the bell for New York. He's on top of the Empire State Building, representing New York. He's doing all these things. I have all these money for school for New York for players and stuff like that. So I think he is breeding the New York thing. One of the things that I seen, I think it was the 718 where he was on the thing with Mello, Morning 718 or something like that. He was expressing how he translated from being somewhat from Texas to becoming to this New York Knicks fan base, and how his first year, his second year, the FU thing that he threw up to everybody and all that stuff, how he had to transcend into the role that he plays now. And I think I think Julius Randle and Brunson will take a pay cut. Another cut. Maybe not as substantial as it was the last time, but I think they'll take a little bit of less money because they're making more money elsewhere, not getting into nobody's pockets, and that's what I'm assuming. But I think being a Knick is different than it builds your brand. I don't know if that makes sense, but him being in New York, him doing the things that he does in New York, the way he sponsors New York and puts them on his back and stuff like that, I think that's something that he wants to stay a part of. And he'll be about 30 this year. He may have about another 4, 5, 6 years before he becomes that quote unquote a role play or something like that. I think he might want to try to stick it out here in New York. So money wise, I think maybe, in my opinion, he may take a little less money just to stay here in New York because of the of what New York has done for him as well as his family.
Yeah. I agree. I think he's just gonna have to kind of, let stuff happen, like, and kind of see how it goes, like how he plays.
New York can give him the most money anyway, so no matter what happens, anything like that, depending on if he wants to go or if he doesn't want to sign or however those things go down, New York can more than likely offer him the most money with the extended year that they can give him. Every other team, if he leaves here to try to go to another team and we'll offer him I'm throwing numbers out there, $180 million on his contract or something like that. It probably couldn't be too many other teams that could acquire that amount of money for him under a 4-year deal. So, that's how I feel about it.
Right.
And that's that number. I'm just throwing that number out there. I don't know. It's 180 million, might be 212 million, 215 million. I don't know, but it may coming down the line, the way the Knicks looks like they structure their things are like, it's some players with the money up front and then it decreases. So it fluctuates with how the cap and the money comes in from all these TV deals and all this stuff. So the Knicks will figure it out. They already surprised me in the last 2 years. They got, like I said in the beginning, they got OG here when we didn't think OG was coming here. They had this big lawsuit against Toronto Raptors. Oh yeah, we ain't never gonna get OG. OG ain't never gonna come here. OG came over here and played 27 games. Well, he was 20-something games this year. Brooklyn's never made a deal with New York since 1980s. They ain't never made it. 40 years ago, they made a deal just the other day. We gave up 6 first-round picks and Bodega to get him over here. So all those things that never have happened has happened under this regime of Leon Rose. So I don't think we can't do anything that Leon Rose wants. He's going to get it. So that's how I feel. And I think that the role that Randle's playing right now, I think he wants to stay in this role.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that, Shah. That's a good take about that. That's very true. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all made it happen. I appreciate y'all. We got to 203 likes, so appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting the show, man. I can't tell you how excited I am. And once again, you know, as a Knicks fan, this is a great time for me. I'm super excited, me personally, but as you know, to be able to share this with so many fellow Knicks fans, you guys don't understand. It's like one big clubhouse, you know, being able to talk and enjoy our New York Knicks with other people and watch us continue to grow and get better. When John and I started our podcast, it was 4 years ago, but this was after 2 horrible seasons of the Knicks winning 17 games. And then, you know, we started the podcast right after the Knicks finished the season winning 21 games. Yuck. And we still decided to do it. So look at where we're at now. Look at how great this is, this feeling of winning 50 games and continuing to get better and being a championship contender. Like, this is so much more special for me right now because I was there for the 90s. I did see John Starks and Xavier McDaniel and all these guys. I saw that team and I was like, this is the best team I've ever seen as far as me being a fan of a team. I love that team. But I was young, so I don't remember it all coming together. I didn't remember like how we got from this point to that point. I even remember watching the Knicks on Channel 9 and watching Rod Strickland. But I didn't know so much of what I was watching. You know what I mean? I seen it and Gerald Wilkins and these dudes, but I didn't know everything I was watching. Now I can actually watch them go from this point and gradually get better and add pieces. This is beautiful. I love this. So it's much more. I appreciate so much more now. And I'm happy that we all get to see it together and just continue, man. But don't forget, no matter what happens, good or bad, we still Knicks fans. So don't let these other people get you twisted. We out here. Shout out to LDs, man. Let me put that up on the screen. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you so much. Said folks are quick to say trade Julius, but always seem real slow to say for what and why we would be better. That's a very good point.
That's a very good point.
People get caught up in that. All right, let me say this. Don't get mad, people. I'm using them because they're the best at it. But it really is. It's a new team that took the mantle, right? I was gonna say people get caught up in the Yankee mentality, but it really is the Dodgers. Let me get you on. Let me flip that around. Boom. There you go. It really is the Dodgers mentality now. It's just buying super teams and putting the best possible player at every position out there. You can't always do that. And then you can't afford to keep people. You could do it for a season, maybe. You can't keep these guys after they ball out and their contracts are up. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it's not always easy to do that. And you know, everybody wants the best at every position, but we can't always do it. It just doesn't always work that way. It's tough. It's tough to do.
Yo, Ron, I wanted to say I was seeing in the chat in reference to what we were just talking about too. It's true. Randle's up for a supermax. Randle made all NBA.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes the scenario and his decision more of a tough decision.
That's what I'm saying, brother. He's due.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to say that because somebody said in the chat, and I'm like, that's a great point. That he did make all NBA, so that means he's guaranteed for a supermax. I mean, he's up for a supermax. Not saying he, you know, but how do you turn down a supermax?
That's what I'm saying.
If you're not sure you're gonna win,
it's tough. I mean, I like the fact that the Knicks have made it a little tougher for him now because they put him in a position where he has to think about it because you know it's not that easy to put yourself on a team that has a chance to win a championship. And not only have the Knicks put themselves in a position now that they can contend, but also he's on this team, and this is what he wanted. He keeps saying it. He just said it, as Shao was saying. He said it on with Mero and with Carmelo. He wants to win a championship with the Knicks. So this is your best shot. You've never been this close before. Do you want to leave and give this away? Like, because nothing happens overnight. The Knicks are like, right now, it's Eastern Conference or bust. Okay, we can't go back to get into the second round. Now it's but I also want Knicks fans to understand. Let's be realistic. The Knicks don't have to win a championship this year. Could they? I think yes, they could. Would I love to see it? Of course. If they don't, am I going to be mad? No, as long as we get to at least the Eastern Conference, because that's what we're built for, right? Could we get to the finals? Yeah, that'd be great too. If we lose, am I going to be mad? I'm not going to be mad. I'll be disappointed, but I'll be happy that we showed that we're right there. So now the following year, then I expect us to win it all. It's always about a progression. All I'm saying is that makes it even tougher for Julius. So the further we go this year, he is going to have a tough decision to make. And if he balls out, then the Knicks are going to have him the whole season. If he doesn't play well, then the Knicks have a decision to make, and maybe they got to trade him before things get crazy, and then we're stuck. So we'll see what happens. But it's a good problem to have, man. It's much better to have talented pieces that have earned the right to get money, than having a team where you just don't know the direction, what they're going to be, and you're going to have to start rebuilding. We are out of that, thankfully. Shout out to the chat once again. So Paris Douglas says Randle is a starter on a future championship team. It's up to him if Brunson wins with him or without him. That's a good point. Shout out to Wiz BKLA. He said, "Did you do your dance moves today? If you did, I am going to take away my like." Shut up, man. What up, Wiz? And that's a very good point, because I will say, no matter what you guys say about Jalen Brunson is a winner. He's won everywhere he's been, and he wants to win here too. So I don't doubt in my mind that Jalen Brunson is going to find a way to win here, whether Julius Randle is here or not. This team is winning as long as Jalen Brunson is here. Can we win it all? That remains to be seen, but I think we're going in the right direction.
You see what Son said? He said Randle didn't leave anything on the table. He wasn't getting that Skechers deal playing for another team. Yo, bro, look at what you writing, bro. How much did he make off of that? So he made what? Snoop said he went and got Randle for that, bro. Stop it. Snoop said the basketball shoe is mine. I don't know how true it is. Allegedly, that's what I see Snoop say that. And he said he reached out to Randle when he said Martha Stewart told me I should get down with Skechers. Then when Snoop went on that run with Martha Stewart, she was giving him game. She told him to reach out. He reached out to the OG from Skechers, and Skechers gave Snoop a shoe. Snoop said he wanted to get him on basketball players. So I seen Snoop advertising it, and he got Randle. He said, I went to Julius Randle and got him. So respect to Randle, man. I was wondering why he had on Skechers, man, because, that's the last thing we need is the man to hurt his ankle. Going out
not
here
in them Skechers,
comfortable walking shoes, and you about to be out here and blow something, man. And you always getting hurt too. So it's like you wear the Skechers, not when you playing. If you took the bag, that should have been part of the deal, because I haven't seen nobody really ball in Skechers. You like a that's a trial run, and we can't afford that right now, bro. We can't afford you out here running 100 miles per hour in a Sketcher. Right?
These dudes out here playing in skippies, B. I don't know what I don't know what they doing, bro.
Even Kyrie's shoe got like the same type of sole it had on the Nike. You can see it. So they figured something out. But Sketcher, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, hey man, I hope
my
it works.
Mom's wear Skechers, son. You can't ball in the same sneaker your mom's wear. Let's be clear. You cannot ball in the same sneaker that your mom's or your pops might wear. They got orthopedic stuff in there. That's not for basketball. That's not Under Armour.
Thankfully, Julius didn't hurt anything with his feet or his ankles. It was his shoulder. So maybe they holding
Don't
up.
say I
Maybe,
put the
maybe.
jinx out. Don't say I did that, but you should have been wearing them, Ron.
It's facts. Maybe they got new technology for Julius, man. They got that new stuff that we just hearing about. You know what I mean?
That's
Memory
the little
foam. There you
sketcher.
go, Walter White. There you go. That memory foam.
Memory sketcher. All right. I said so. You know, I do an extra little prayer for him.
Yeah, the LDs. You're right. You can hoop in New Balances. I don't necessarily think it's the smartest thing to do, but then again, it all depends. It all depends on your feet and how
Ron
you're
said,
built, right?
Yeah, you can hoop in New Balance, but I don't think it's the smartest thing to do.
I don't know, man. But hey, shout out to my guy Pete P.
You're gonna have
Pete
no balance.
Panagiotopoulos in the building.
Try
My
to
fault,
guard me
Harwell.
in some New Balance, bro. I dare you. You're gonna have no balance.
I don't get it, man. I don't know, man. These young guys these days, the last 5 years or so, maybe a little longer, they love playing in these low tops. I don't know what that's about, but they do.
They got low top.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the Patrick Ewings might have took it a little too far. Because them joints is like construction boots. They pump you up, lock you in, lock your ankles. But he was good. He was good on them ankles.
You get hurt.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, as long as nobody's playing in them old Marburys, them $15 joints. I mean, we all right. But shout out to Marbury though. I appreciate him and everything he tried to do. Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is, guys. I think we got a lot of good things going forward. But let me get into this last guy because there was one more guy we got that we didn't talk about yet, and that's the big lefty. We're still learning about him, Mr. Ariel Hukporti, right from Melbourne. 8.4 points per game, 7 rebounds. 0.7 assists, 1.5 steals. That's nice. That's a nice number. 1.5 steals from a big is good to see. 0.4 blocks. I'm not loving that. You know how I feel about bigs. If you tall, maybe you can't get a block a game, but maybe just under it. But 0.4 is not great in my opinion. 59.6% from the field. All right. I mean, it is what it is. He doesn't shoot threes, so let's cancel that out. He's a regular big. 61% from the free throw line. That's not great, but hey, listen, it's better than Mitchell Robinson. It's not no 37% or 38%. So you can work with it. He's got an interesting game. The fact that he's another lefty, which I mean the Knicks and these lefties, it's just something to get used to. But yeah, he's out here. What's your thoughts on Huck Purdy, Shah? How do you feel about him?
I
Huck
haven't
Porty,
even,
shall I say?
I haven't paid no attention to him. I didn't even know. I just figuring out his name. I know he's a big guy. That the accolades that they're saying about him. He's a big guy. He grab rebounds. Semi-athletic. A monster around the rim. Dunks the basketball. Someone that we probably want to link up with this guy that we got from Marquette in the second unit. Maybe it could be something exciting in the next year or so to come. But overall, not too much stuff out there about him. A couple of, couple of things that they have out there on the internet, to watch him. But to actually see him play a full game, I haven't seen one of them yet.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I think I might have. I apologize, guys. I was trying to do this too quick. Thank you, Pete. Pete corrected me. I think I might have infused 2 different stats. So he's actually better than I thought. Hold on. So it's 8.4 points per game, 7 rebounds per game, 0.7 assists, which is a little under assist. So, I mean, you pass the ball a little bit. Just move it around. Don't hold it. 0.6 steals. I put the numbers in the wrong spot. So it's 0.6 steals and 1.5 blocks. Right. Okay. So he does block shots. Okay. He's good on the defensive end. He can get you almost two block shots a game. That's good. And this is only in 18 minutes of play, guys. So that says a lot. Shout out to Pete Panagiotopoulos once again, my guy. So he said, yeah, he's a shot blocker too. He blocked 1.5 a game, had 0.6 steals in only 18 minutes a game. Thank you, sir. I inverted the numbers. And you had said that he's also Jay said he's one of the best rebounders in this current draft. That looks like that may be the case. So thank you guys. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have any more shot to say about him?
No, that's
pretty
much all. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've seen of him so far.
Yeah, so Jay from PR, he kind of does sound like a good third center, and maybe someone that is more beneficial to having on the squad than Jericho Sims. I'm just throwing that
cheaper
out
option.
there.
Definitely
Yeah, because
They're gonna be looking to save money too.
Jericho's size and the fact that he sets good screens is beneficial, but just because he can jump out the gym. At some point that gets old, especially if you're not doing it on a high level. If you boofing it on everybody when you go out there, that's one thing, but he don't do that. What's your thoughts on Ariel Hook-Porty, Harwell?
I think these picks are important picks, and especially in reference to like what you said with guys like Sims and certain guys, because they got to try to find a lot of guys. They're gonna have to. They paying certain guys now. You see how it's looking. So these pickups is big, important. Hopefully these guys have some upside. And like you said, they say he's a rebounder. I don't know much about that kid, but if you look at how they drafting, mostly all the players bring intangibles. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they're bringing in. You don't really have to see. You can look at clips of something. Like I even looked at clips of the other guy that came from overseas, the light skin. What's his name? I think you showed him earlier before I came, or you was going into him next. The other pick that we got. Yeah.
Pacome Dadie.
Paco,
my guy Paco.
He was basically going in, throwing it back off the miss, and like he looked like an all-around player to me. So, it looks like that's what the front office is going after. Filling a lot of holes in the team, type of players that fit with Brunson, Matteo, you know what I mean? Because all them guys play that kind of way. You know what I mean? Where they'll sacrifice for the betterment of the team type of player, or rebound this night, give you 20 another night, whatever the team may need night by night. And that look like the type of players that they bringing in, especially if these are young players. They're even going to learn from the players that's on our team. So if they have that DNA already, or if they already playing that way from what the front office know they looking for, what they looking at, then that stuff should mesh well together. And you playing with experienced guys that already play that way, so it will look good on the floor. That's why our team looks so good, because we going from more of self players trying to win to a team. We tried that with Melo. We tried that. You know what I mean? That's why Dallas ain't win. Luka holding the ball. By the time you want to give it to you, they expect you to be hot. It don't work like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point. In the end, it's not easy to win an NBA championship. That's another thing that was proven once again. We were looking at certain teams like, oh man, look at this, look at the road, but and look at these guys, how they're stepping up and how they're playing. Minnesota looked like they were going to run away with things on the West, right? They got knocked out by Dallas, and it wasn't even that much of a fight. Then we look at Dallas dealing with Boston, and Boston took care of them with no problem. And Boston has run through the league all year, and we still wanted to downplay and talk bad about Boston because we hate Boston, but it doesn't, we got to call a spade a spade. Boston is good. So they put together a really good team, and they changed their style of basketball. They became a three-point shooting team, and they shot at a very effective clip. So when you come up with a game plan of how you want to orchestrate your offense and work with your defense, and it works, hats off, because this Boston team was not this team. They turned into this team. They took a Golden State way of playing basketball, and it's worked, and they've taken it to another level. I'm not going to say they're as good as Golden State was in Golden State's prime, but they're damn good with what they did out there. The best in the league. They shot. You cannot tell me that the Boston Celtics took the most threes in the league. That sounds crazy to me, but that's what happened. So it works. So shout out to them, man.
Players improved too, Ron. And I think Boston basically, remember they lost to the Warriors a couple years or a couple years ago. Remember, they almost won. They lost this Curry beat them. So it's like they had to get there, lose, and players improved. Jalen Brown got better. Tatum got better. You know, people just expect you to, or every time you're going to win, it's only going to be one winner. So at the end of the season, everybody look at how they improve. You have no choice but to look at that. How could you get better the following season? It's only going to be one winner. That's why you see some teams still leaving on a high, like Minnesota. These teams that you didn't expect to be there, they on a high now because they'll be back, and they got a young guy that brought them there. So their future is bright. Just like ours, even though we didn't go as far, that's the same way we feel, because we know next year we should be better. Like I heard you say that earlier. So
Right. No, and I agree. I definitely think next year we should be better. And I wanted to say one more thing that I just thought about. I don't know, just this instance, when we were talking about, someone said something in the chat, which was Pete. Shout out to Pete. He said, "I like this Kevin McCullough kid. He a really good defender and can pass and score if needed." You know what I was just thinking? Is Kevin McCullough, now I know I'm throwing this out there, you know, he hasn't earned anything for me to really be saying this, but is he the Quentin Grimes that we wanted, that we didn't get? Because he plays defense like Quentin Grimes played defense in college. I'm just saying he plays good defense, right? He also rebounds. Quentin Grimes wasn't a great rebounder. McCullough rebounds, right? McCullough was giving you 18 points. He can score, and he's more aggressive scoring than Grimes is. So is he what we would hope Grimes could become? I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Maybe, because we all loved Quentin Grimes when he was here, and the Knicks loved him and didn't want to trade him. But you know, eventually things changed with his style of play and his aggression. Maybe McCullough is that same type of answer, but a little bit better, and gives us what Quentin was missing. Let's see. I'm ready to see it play out, however it plays out. But I will say, no matter what, we went through these four guys today because it's good to get an idea of who they are and how they could help the team. But once again, most likely we ain't seeing these guys. Okay, we might see, you know, the big if he's with the team and they decide to move on from Sims and we need a backup, and you know, because at some point, even if IHart comes back, he's going to get hurt. He's going to miss some games. If Mitch is here, Mitch is going to get hurt. He's going to miss some games. So you're going to need something, right? And then the same thing goes for, you know, the backup point guard. If Tyler Kolek is on this team, you might need him to help out. So we'll see. I
like McCullough. I like him because if you know, it's a lottery, Ron. You either hit or, you know what I mean? And he fit that description of what you said. Defense, and the upside could be if he come right in and do decent, he's going a good team and he fits the description of what we trying to do. And you never know, players get injured, all type of stuff. Next man up. Grimes said, "Y'all won't work me."
Hey man, you know, Tibbs definitely used Grimes.
Tibbs is the one that's gonna get these dudes paid because he teaching them the right way. Just like Quickly just got paid. So believe it or not, those real coaches that's yelling for the whole game, it works.
Yeah, yo, Hall Will, that is the key. What you just said there is facts. Because, you know, say what you will. First off, we've already proven, and Tibbs has already come to his own defense. He is not out, you know, working these guys more than other teams are working their players. None of the top players in minutes on the Knicks were even in the top 10 in minutes in the league compared to other players in the league. Tibbs even threw that out there himself. But the other thing that you do want to say is notice that Grimes just didn't buy in. Grimes could not find his way on this team. He lost aggression. You know, he couldn't be aggressive with his shot. He obviously, you know, ran into some type of funk and he couldn't get out of it. And then the pressure built up and his confidence he couldn't get his confidence back. He ran into an Obi circle, and Obi eventually started to get his confidence back. But at that point, Obi was already mad. He felt that he deserved better. He felt like he should be somewhere else getting more minutes. And he just talked his way out of here. Okay? Because if not for Obi talking his way out of here, could Obi have still been with the Knicks team? Maybe. But remember, Obi was due for his contract too. And depending on what he thinks he's worth, The Knicks wasn't paying him because he just didn't deserve it. Quickly deserves money. Obi, not so much. So maybe Obi wouldn't have been here either way, but we don't know. But my point to this is that I'm saying is all of the players that are on the Knicks last year that had significant roles all had some of their best seasons in the NBA. All of them. Randle was having his best season in the NBA. Mitchell Robinson was having his best season in the NBA till he got hurt. Brunson had one of his best seasons in the NBA, if not his best season. Dante DiVincenzo had his best season in the NBA. Josh Hart had his best season in the NBA. Isaiah Hartenstein had his best season in the NBA. You see a pattern? This is all under Tibbs. So you can say certain things about Tibbs, but Tibbs is getting the best out of these young guys. So just want to throw that out there once again because it's true. I don't know. That's a very random phrase. I'm not even putting it up on the screen because I don't know what that has to do with the conversation, Sherwin. That is so random. I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't get it. But whatever. I just want to say once again, guys, don't get too crazy about these young draft picks. They may be on the team, or some of them may be stashed over in Europe, wherever they're coming from. They still need development.
What he was talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
That's why I never really say much to him because it never really makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think it was, I don't see the point in this conversation unless that was what we were talking about. I don't see where that. Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess you know more than I guess he know more than the Spurs then. If you said Castle is not an all-world athlete, I guess you know better than the Spurs then. And
no, you know what I think?
They drafted Wemby last year and draft my nephew this year at the 4th pick. So the Spurs are retarded. You smarter than them, Sherwin.
I know what's happening. I get it. So Sherwin is probably watching the replay. So he's at a different point right now in the show. But when he puts his stuff into the chat, it's real time. That's what's going on.
Whenever he's watching the replay. Say what you just said, it don't even add up to when we was talking about it because that's your opinion and you don't know more than the NBA people. We up here. I don't even say I know more than, I could talk about Stephen A. I could talk about this person, but I don't know more. Like, that's my opinion. You feel me? They get paid to do that. So even me, just because I have some family that play on TV or the NBA or college, that don't mean I know more than, you know what I mean? It don't work like that. The person that get the check is the person that is getting paid for that occupation. Now, I do know what I'm talking about. So at the end of the day, it's cool. Yeah. I never get upset when people have an opinion. I'm entitled to reply to it.
Yeah, everybody's got one.
That's right. I'm entitled to reply to it. That's all. And when you're a top pick, you can't, you know what I mean? That's funny, Ron, because I saw something online where they got something called some type of area in Utah where it's like an outdoor festivity. I mean, not Utah, sorry, San Antonio. And when they put who they picked on the draft, I seen like 10,000 people or more just start going crazy. And I'm like, oh shit, like, okay, they happy with it. I don't know how people feel, but the fans was excited. You know what I mean? Because I don't know nobody else that would have fit better with him. So, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, and listen, everybody has an opinion. You're entitled to it. And it is what it is. But what I will say is, and shout out to Knicks 100, McCullough do a lot. And I like that because my whole thing about Grimes is you guys used to hear me bring up the fact that I get mad that he don't do the ancillary stats. I like the ancillary stats, the little numbers. Give me assists, steals, blocks, whatever. Show that you're contributing to the team. Maybe your shot's not falling, but what else can you do out there on the court? And so that's when a young guy like Grimes could have learned a lot from watching Josh Hart. Josh Hart is not that much more taller than Grimes. Grimes was 6'4". Josh Hart is 6'4". Josh Hart is not that much more athletic than Grimes. Grimes could jump pretty, he had some nice dunks. He showed you could get a little air under him too. So why is it that Josh Hart can go out there and get you 18 rebounds and Quentin Grimes can't give me 4? You know what I mean? Like what's the difference here? That's the type of stuff I look at and I say, can you do more for the team? The team needs other things. Can you do more? So when your shot's not falling and you don't got that, play good defense. That's great. We know you're good at it. But Josh Hart plays good defense too. Can Grimes maybe play a little better on-ball defense? Yes. So I give him credit for that. But come on, we need assists, we need steals, block if you can, rebounds. You got to do other things, especially when your shot's not falling. And that's why I think a lot of the guys that are on this team right now are perfectly fitted, because it's all heart, no quit. You know the mantra, y'all. Y'all see me post it forever. All heart, no quit. They do whatever it needs to be done to help the Knicks get a victory. It don't always work, but if it wasn't for that fact that they play that way, we wouldn't have 50 wins and be the second seed this past season. So shout out to them. So yeah, guys, I think I'm all talked out, man. It's been 4 hours and 20. I think
Great
today
show,
was a
Ron.
great show. I've been rocking. You know what I mean? I was happy about this one.
Thanks for having me, man.
Nah, man. Listen, I appreciate you, man. And being that I'm saying that, let me get to you in your final words, brother. And anything going on? You got any shows planned or whatever? I know there's so much going on in real life, but whatever you got going on, feel free to talk about it.
Yeah, now I'm back to work now. Steph, I've been supporting him all season, and I was working on. Now I'm back training and back doing my pod. So, like you always say, for the love of the game. I was writing in the chat if you want to subscribe. I'm doing the show today, talking about some of the same things. I wanted to break down what I've seen on a couple other shows in reference to the Randle takes. And, even with my nephew, how, like I said, McCann said, it's like how some players get picked at certain spots. And I want to have a conversation about it. Also, I'll text you sometime when I'm going live so you can pull up to my show. Maybe
Cool.
we can go live at the same time or something, because I like doing shows with you and chopping it up.
Appreciate you, brother.
Basically,
Always.
just getting back out here, talking sports and getting familiar with new faces and stuff like that. That's the best thing about technology. I could be in my crib and promote my show and network. So that's part of what I do now. So that's work for me. So it shouldn't be hard to go online for a few days out the week. So shout out to the chat. And like I said, my show is For the Love of the Game. Your boy Hardware, I know you heard the name. Shout out to my man Buggs, wherever you at. Shout out to my man Al. Y'all know who I be rocking with. Shout out to Steph. You know what I mean? All the pods, really, because I rock with all of y'all. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the pods. Nice meeting you, Shop. You know what I mean?
It ain't the first time. Well, stop it now.
Nah, but like I said, I never really got a chance
Yeah, in physical, I know what you mean.
to really introduce or say what's
I
up.
missed you that
Because
time.
I said I know you. I said I've seen you crossing many times, but I said I wanted to just piece it up with you. You know what I mean? Come on the panel. I was glad when you pulled up. So nice to really, really finally meet you.
Yeah, that's facts. That's dope. That's what it's all about, man. Us being able to come together and talk this Nick thing and enjoy ourselves, man. This is great, man. I definitely love it. Shout out to Wesley Robinson. I see you. Peace and blessing, Kings. I'm strong on time to get this injury prone, non-offensive center Money Mitch off the roster. He would never stay healthy when it counts. Oh man. Ooh, tell us what you really feel, Wesley.
Yeah, I mean, stay with your chat.
You might have to play that ledge one for him, right? He just went off.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, might have to jump off the ledge with you, Wesley, man. Come on, man. It ain't that bad. Come on, you don't deserve this.
Mitch.
I don't need to do
Mitch
this
is a
for
good
you, man.
dude. He brought his coach and to live with him and everything. Mitch is a good dude. He just got injured again. I don't know. Is he injury prone?
Yeah, man.
Is he injury prone?
No, he is. He is.
Okay.
The ankles ain't good. The ankles ain't good. They tough. They tough ankles.
Yeah.
And I don't mean tough in a good way.
6 years, he only had one season over 50 games. And that was a 72 game when he got the contract.
Oh man.
Yeah. Them ankles. Sorry, Mitch. They candy store. They like when you go get a fresh bag of peanut brittle. They not great.
Peanut brittle.
I used to go get that back in the day for my grandmother. Let me get a $2 worth of peanut brittle. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, Wesley, this for you.
If I know the ledge.
Jumped out the window on Mitch, but it's okay. I get it. I understand, bro. It's all right.
Get it.
Yeah, you all right though. You all right. I love the fact that you always come through and show love, man. Shout out to Danny Landis. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to one of my best friends, man. From day one, man. We went to kindergarten together. I've known this guy forever. I'm 40. 47. I've known him since I was 44, I believe, or 45. Jesus, it's been a long time. I don't know. I lost track. It is what it is. What up, my brother? I appreciate you. Love you, bro. So yeah, this is where we at, guys. This is it. It is what it is. Sha, did you talk? Did I get to your final words? I don't think I did.
Final words. Nothing
Yeah.
Superman. Salute Hardwell as always, my guy right there for the love. You know what I mean? So, salute to you, Ron, as always. Still Knicks fan. Salute to the family in the chat. Let's get it.
Yeah.
And
please,
you see over my left hand shoulder, Knicks Real Talk. You know what I mean? We're coming back on with a couple of things. We'll probably be on next couple of days after Divine's on a little vacation, a little vacay right now. So since he comes back to the studio, we'll be back on talking about all this trials and tribulations that we just went through these last couple of days with the signings and the Bridges and the four draft picks with the two or three other second round picks that we picked up, and see how they can still acquire IHart. So it should be next day, either Sunday or Monday. Check us out.
Dope. That's right.
And I'm going live in a little while, like around 4:20 for the love of the game. Pull up. I'm doing the show.
All right.
Listen to some more content. Pull up.
Once again, thank you guys for smashing that like button. We got 219 likes. 211 people still watching across all platforms. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank you for being here. And please, I'm gonna chop up a little piece of that early video earlier, and I'm gonna put it on social media. I'm looking for Stephen A. So if y'all see it, you can comment on the video. I'm applying pressure. Stephen A. I'm ready. Let's go. I mean, I may lose the war, but I ain't losing the battle, because the point is to let you know about yourself as a Knicks fan. So come to Still Knicks fans. We'll talk about it. I'm gonna put the snippet up. I'm gonna call him out. I'll tag him everywhere, and let's see if he steps up, or at least if he has something to say about himself. I'm sure he won't. I'm little. Like I said, he didn't care about me, but I'm doing it regardless, because I'm just sick of it. As a Knicks fan who sees this team growing and glowing, I'm with my fellow Knicks fans all the way. I don't want you bashing us and then all of a sudden you want to jump back on the bandwagon like we here, baby. No. You're the type of guy that leaves in the fourth quarter before the Knicks game is over and then thinking they're going to lose and they wind up winning it. And you're like, oh, what?
Talk, Ron.
Come on, man. I ain't messing with this guy.
Yo, Ron, before you go, right? Did you see what Wiz said? Wiz, like you said, some people is not caught up to us, right? So before you go, Wiz said, yo, Wiz,
funny.
You know you my boy, Wiz. Come on, Wiz. You know, it was a joke. We joking, man. You took it too far. You would be wearing Skechers slip-on with black dress socks on to the club tonight. Yo, when I read the comment, I almost fell out. I said, yo, Wiz, I know you fell out somewhere. He'll probably driving, don't crash. He probably laughing hard as hell when he wrote that. Yo, Wiz, you crazy, bro.
Yo, the Wiz is nuts, man. On Salmon Saturdays, Wiz, this is what you hit us with. Come on, baby.
He crazy. Yo, we had
man.
We had a couple good laughs today, man. For real.
Yeah, this was good. This is what I wanted this show to be. That's why I reached out. There's a lot of people. And when I say I reached out last minute, I'm talking about 10 minutes before the show. I just started sending my peoples the invites and stuff to come on, because I really I wanted to celebrate this week. As New York Knicks fans, this was a great week.
Got me.
So I wanted us to have some fun, man.
Yo, it's nothing like making somebody laugh raw though, for real. Just straight
for real.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Shout out to y'all, man. Good
Wiz is funny. His rapping is funny, but you know, at least he made us laugh. Once again, guys, listen. Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays, 11:30 for Know the Ledge. Monday nights at 9 p.m. for what I like to call SKF Weekly with my brother John. And pretty soon we're getting our brother Jose back from his paternity leave, his new baby. So he's been spending a lot of time doing the dad thing. Appreciate him so much. He'll be back on the ones and twos with us. Also, you can check us out during or check me out during the week here and there, I may do some NBA shows for Nothing But Knicks, and then also possibly a hip hop show for the Front Stoop, where we get into some really good hip hop conversations. Me joined by Eru and whoever else, if we have special guests or whatever it may be. But that should be pretty cool. So continue to support. I also have another show. It's called One Man's Opinion. And that is when I will get into some real subjects, some real thoughts about things going around in the sports world. But, that's going to be sporadic whenever there's a need, because there's always going to be need. Something's going to happen that's real life that we need to talk about. And this show is probably not the best platform for that. So that's why I got One Man's Opinion when we get into that stuff. It could be WNBA stuff. It could be whatever.
John.
Yeah. Hey, look at my brother. He said, I'm on my replay gang. Yeah, buddy. This is a long show. Hope you get your popcorn ready, cook some dinner, you know what I mean? Jump in the pool, have it on your phone on the side. This is one of them. This is one of them ones, man.
Yeah, this is
but once again, I appreciate all of y'all for being here and rocking. If you haven't already smashed that like button, please do. But thank you once again. And hey,
thank you,
listen,
Ron.
Let's go Knicks, man.
Thank you, Ron.
Appreciate
putting
you,
on
brother.
this great content for us and everybody in the chat. Because if you won't turn on the lights, we wouldn't have had the conversation. So thanks to you, bro. We appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't just jumping on anybody's show right now. So I just came to show you love. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, and I appreciate that.
Promote my show more, but I'm gonna come up here and show you love because I know you always been genuine with me. So you know what I mean? I hit your personal line. You know what I'm saying? I text you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's facts, brother.
Shout out to you,
anytime, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate y'all, man. Listen, our Knicks community continues to do what we do. We keep growing, we keep glowing, and you know what I mean? Just stay tuned. This is gonna be a great off season, more and more content. And then when we get into the regular season, Knick fandom is gonna go wild. They're not gonna be able to shut us up, they're not gonna be able to stop us, and you're gonna see everybody wanting to join us. So just stay tuned because that's what's happening for the first. Yep, for the right. Speaking of Summer League, let me just tell y'all. Let me tell you heading over?
Oh, of course.
Oh, okay.
I was going to Summer League before my nephew. You know, Ron, how many years you see me post I was at Summer League? Remember?
Yeah, that's true. Fact.
I was there before my nephew got there, so I'm going.
True.
I always love.
So, let me tell y'all this, okay? First off, the Summer League schedule. You know what? I'll just show it. It's always easier when you show it, right? Let me show it to y'all. New York Knicks Summer League schedule. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up for y'all so y'all can take a look at it. Let me see. They got
see all the different players and stuff like that. You know, the new players. Should be dope.
I don't know if I like. I just like making it look decent to put up. This is all like kind of whack. Hey, there we go. Now this one works. Perfect. All right, let's share this one. Give me a second, y'all. So yeah, that way Summer League is right around the corner. I didn't realize how fast it was. I thought it took a little bit more time, but no, it's right around the corner for real. So this is what it looks like, guys. Okay. And of course, once again, but it's still pretty close. So Saturday, July 13th at 5 p.m. is the first game. It's the Knicks versus Charlotte. All right. Then you got Tuesday, July 16th at 4:30 p.m. Knicks versus the Nets. Wednesday, July 17th, 3:30 p.m. Knicks versus the Sacramento Kings. And then Friday, July 19th, 7 p.m. Knicks versus Detroit. And these are just the automatic games that are scheduled. Obviously, depending on how the Knicks do, they can qualify for a couple more games. The Summer League stint is only maybe about 5 or 6 games in total. And how they do it. So hopefully the Knicks play well enough to maybe get at least a 5th game out of it. So my whole thing is, I don't care if the Knicks win the championship in the Summer League. What I do care about is them maybe being able to sneak as many games out of it so that these young guys, whoever's playing, can get more experience and play. So that's the key. It's not about winning it all, but if you lose all 4 games, then you're only going to get 4 games. But if they can win some of these games and qualify, they can at least sneak another game out and possibly get 2 more games out. So I'm hoping they have a good showing out there. We still don't know what's going to happen I mean, now we may not even need him. That's why I kind of in the back of my mind, I still think that the Knicks are going to wind up trading Rokas Jokibitis because I just don't see it. Like Rokas is another player that wants to be a big part of this team. He wants, if he comes to the NBA, he wants to be a big part of any team he comes to. But he's with the Knicks. We got his rights. So now we drafted Tyler Kolek, and I got to tell you at this point, I'm like, I don't really care too much about Rokas. I think Tyler Kolek can do the job.
Yoko who?
Right.
Yeah.
Yoko Bono?
So
Let's get to that.
yeah.
You're right,
So
Ron.
we'll see what
And the
happens.
Knicks is
bro.
moving on. That's one thing. We moving. They know where they're going. Don't get left behind. You want to be on this train, you better the doors is closing fast in New York.
Yeah. So yeah, no. Sherwin, let me just say this last thing. Sherwin, I understand now. I was a little confused because you gotta understand we're on the show live. It's real time. And so you're obviously watching the replay from certain points where we're talking about that. We're already past the point in real time. So when you're commenting, it comes to us live and we're way past that. So it looks weird. Like, where is this coming from? I already broke it down, guys. I get it. You are seeing the show.
Cool.
You're talking about stuff we already talked about. So don't worry about it. It's just when you put your comment in the chat, it comes up at a different time. It's like real time right now. So we've moved on. But no big deal. Like once again, you're entitled to your opinion. We get it. So it's nothing really weird, guys, about him talking about a certain player. We was talking about it, but we've moved on, and that's where he is. Okay, so that's all that is. All right, so but this is the summer league, guys.
Give him a pass. Shout out to my guy Pete. Leave him alone, y'all. Though he just was watching. Listen,
I all of us content creators have gone back and forth with Sherwin, but I respect Sherwin because he's the type of guy you can go back and forth with, and he holds his own. And Sherwin has a lot of information behind his belt that he looks into. We may not always agree. Sometimes his opinion is a little different from mine, but I respect the fact that he does the research, does the work, and he has corrected me many times with stats and information that I was wrong about. So I appreciate Sherwin. I just was a little confused when those comments was coming in. I was like, what does this mean? But now we get it. Okay, so we're good. All right, y'all. So I want to say once again, thank you for being here and rocking with me. This has been a great show. Fantastic. Shout out to everybody who's joined me. Shy Powers, Knicks Real Talk, Hard Will for the Love of the Game, Jigga Man Porto from the Morning Brew Sports. We also had Jay Boogie, the closer, the number one closer in Knicks content creation. And we also had our guy Mets 2128, I believe. That's the 2128. Yeah, I think it's 2128. Anyway, shout out to Mets as well.
Don't forget Apollo.
Oh, and Apollo. Thank you. And shout out to Apollo from Guard Up Knicks.
And if you watching this from work today and you ain't send no super chat, shame on you. You done got entertained for half your shift and you didn't put $5 in the super chat. That is crazy, son.
That's the one thing I got to tell you.
I got you halfway through your shift, and you ain't even know you look at the it's almost time to go home. Man, you better send a super chat to my boy Ron.
No, man, it's okay. But I appreciate it. But I love the fact that I can get guys to work. Like when Shy used to tell me all the time he'd be at work. I love that, bro.
I love when it happens for me if I'm working for real. I be training, listening still. Like, yo, boy, what you doing over there? Listening to y'all sometimes. So that's why I really can't get on the screen sometime or come and talk. But all right, we'll never leave. So I'm gonna leave. See y'all later. Like I said.
All right, brother.
Be safe.
Congratulations once again, man, to your nephew and the family, man.
Thanks again, man. Y'all be safe.
Check you out in about 20 minutes.
Definitely. All right, peace.
All right, brother. And Sha, once again, I appreciate you for popping in, man. I know you could be doing anything in the world, but you here chopping it up with me. I thank you, brother.
Of course, man. You already know, man.
All right, peace, guys. Ron. So, thank you, bro. Peace. Once again, thanks, guys. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in. Let's go Knicks. Let's continue to keep watching what they do. It's a fun time. It's an exciting time. Let's enjoy it, man. Let's enjoy it. We'll see where it goes from here. So I'll catch y'all in the next one. And also stay tuned, man. I'm still trying to get some special guests for us to chop it up on some of the shows. I'm looking to get some really nice guests. We'll see how time permits because people are very busy. And if I can get the certain people that I'm trying to get, I gotta be patient and work with them because they are very, very busy. So we'll see what happens. But take care. I'll catch you on the next one. Be cool. We out of here.